There was a buzz in the crowded cafe. Everyone not only ate the ordered food, but also talked, creating the atmosphere of a small anthill. A guy named Yoo Ilshin was sitting at one of the tables, trying to work. His job is to write short stories, the continuation of which is waiting for many players all over the country, but he cannot squeeze out a single line. He himself thinks that his writing and inspiration have ended. A message came to the phone where the system warned about small remaining memory, and Yoo decided to delete unnecessary applications to free up some space. He immediately came across the application that he did not remember to install. Curiosity prevailed. After a few seconds of thought, Yoo Ilshin still decided to check what was there. The guy opened the game, and while it was loading, he saw a multi-toothed monster on the screen, which was the box that was the application icon before. The name, Creator of Gods, appeared on the screen. Yoo immediately noticed that the game was poorly made. The graphics were nowhere to be found, and on the screen there was some background of average quality and an ant made of pixels, and he, in Yoo's opinion, was running on the ground. The cherry of his dissatisfaction was bugs in the code, because there was no inscription in his native language, only symbols. It was bad. The game was impossible to play without knowing what it was about. Yoo decided that he had nothing to do anyway, so at least he could kill time and maybe play an interesting game. He tapped somewhere on the screen, waiting to see what would happen next. Inexplicable entities, similar to demons, appeared on the screen. They had many fangs, horns, and bright red eyes. They all looked at Yoo, clearly wanting to destroy him. The boy stood on the top of a small mountain, looking at the world into which he plunged. He felt fear, but somewhere far away, because his whole being was occupied by other feelings. He felt almighty. He raised an index finger, forcing attention to himself. He felt that the strength was cracking in him, but he could not see how his eyes had changed. With his index finger, he scattered the demons in all directions, delivering a devastating blow. One of the monsters was behind Yoo, bringing his hands into fists to strike. He hit the ground with all his might, but, looking at the place of impact, he could not find a trace of the boy. Yoo Ilshin raised his middle finger as he rose into the air above the demons himself. He knew that there would be another strike now. He raised the finger of God in condemnation. Suddenly, everything around caught fire. The monsters were pushed back by a wave of flame, which diverged from the boy and which he skillfully controlled. He was wounded. A small wound on his cheek made itself felt only now, most likely due to the release of adrenaline and the desire not to be distracted by anything but the battle that was still going on. Raising his ring finger to his face, he healed himself. The finger contained the healing power of a god. Well, it was better that way. The demon was standing in front of Ilshin, having made a crack in the ground with one of his giant claws. He craved the blood of the boy who was facing him, considering his battle options. He created a sword of pure power that he held in front of him, looking directly at the creature and looked back, expecting another attack. The sword shone with an incredible blue light, illuminating everything around. The boy brought up his sword and ran at the monster with a shout of victory to finish the battle he had started. He was sure of his victory because he had divine powers flowing through his veins and relied on them in this and subsequent battles. Yoo Ilshin wrote that he was taking a break from writing. He received a lot of negative comments devaluing the work he had already done, yet he responded to them by asking for patience because he is currently saving the world. Once upon a time, a gate appeared in the sky. Many monsters escaped into the human world through it. Different in strength, they will bring with them a dark era of humanity. However, there must be a balance everywhere. People with the ability to kill monsters began to appear. Hunters, as they were called, extracted energy and resources from the corpses of demons, protecting humanity when a new portal was opened. They were divided into classes, like those with whom they fought for survival. One sunny day, Seong Miri-nim stood in the hallway holding her 10th retake of the test, but she was still in grade B, though she hoped it was a mistake. The girl was upset, waiting for the next transfer, which was supposed to take place today, until someone distracted her. A man's voice asked if everything was okay with her. The guy wanted to say something. He was visibly nervous. It seemed to Sun that he wanted to do something bad. She was already preparing for a reaction, although at first she thought that he was just another fan of hers. But everything did not turn out as expected. The stranger's phone suddenly rang. He apologized in a panic and ran, answering the call on the run. The girl remained standing in the middle of the corridor, surprised by what had happened. After a strange incident in the corridor, she was called by an assistant. She was sitting at the reception desk and invited Sun to reschedule, pointing to the office where she would pass. After receiving the results, the girl was stunned and broken. Again, she took the tests for the Beeple's class, despairing that her training could give her a higher position. A message came to the phone, distracting from bad thoughts. Another portal opened and a Class A demon appeared in the city. A pointed bull broke free. Everyone, from Class A and above, was asked to appear on the indicated street. The street was filled with panic and screams. People were trying to escape from the spiky bull, which was destroying everything in its path. He was incredibly angry and determined to wreak havoc. The boy who had previously distracted Sun was now running with the little girl to escape from the monster, and she fell. The demon appeared directly above them, a dark figure hanging over them. Both the boy and the girl were in a panic. Out of nowhere, the bull was struck by lightning. He roared in pain, turning completely away from the boy and the little girl, who were standing in each other's arms. Song Miri Nim stood in her helmet, watching as the bull was left with no trace of her lightning strike. She and the boy, looking back at the beast, were shocked at what they saw. The girl gathered all the strength she had and, rising above the ground, summoned another lightning bolt, more powerful than the previous one. She hit the bull with it, raising the billow and hoping he didn't survive the blow. When the dust in the air did not leave a trace, it became clear. The bull was not hurt even after the most powerful blow that Song Miri was capable of. The monster was angry. He waved a big hoof, destroying the asphalt. Song Miri Nim lost her footing and fell. Looking at the monster, she was determined to win or die. The girl got up from the asphalt, crossing her arms and preparing for a new blow. She was ready to do anything to protect the city and people in the way that her parents were once not protected. But something was wrong. Her power weakened. Due to the use of superpowers, the power was exhausted and the dream itself was in a panic. What to do with the monster, how to distract it, and more importantly, how to defeat it. The beast looked her straight in the eyes. She saw red burning pupils, pinning her in place without the ability to move. She could not take a single step, transported to another moment from her past. The girl was sitting in front of the destroyed houses, kneeling and crying. Her parents were there. Everything was destroyed. People were rushing around, trying to find their relatives, and Sun, with tears in her eyes, vowed to take revenge. Mother appeared nearby. Her eyes were unnaturally bright blue. She asked Sun not to start a vendetta against those who lost her and her father's lives. She understood. It was all the influence of a demon that took over her consciousness and showed her pictures from the past in order to break the resistance and win this battle. The girl rose from her knees, concentrating all the strength she had to deliver one last blow to the monster that dared to enter her mind. She was full of desire to finish what she started and win the battle. In Son Mirinim's head, another voice sounded, a foreign one. The scream was full of pain and agony, and all she could make out before it were the words about the god's index finger. She delivered the final blow. The lightning this time was the strongest possible. The girl felt that she had reached her maximum, and what she had done was far beyond her capabilities. Sun still couldn't believe what was happening and that she had defeated a monster a class higher than herself. She understood that she had crossed the limit of her strength, but she did not understand how it happened that the bull was dead. The stranger who wanted to say something earlier approached her. Nearby was a girl who was still scared, but not so much anymore. They thanked Song Mira for their salvation by bowing in thanks. When the boy and the girl left, Song Miri couldn't recover. How did he know her name? But It was his voice that sounded in her head. He was the source of strength that helped her overcome the spiked bull. Yoo Ilshin was standing on a bridge that was popular among suicide bombers. He stared at the screen of his phone, thinking about the fact that he could have died and lost his niece. With a swing, he threw the phone into the water. A few days ago, the guy was sitting in a coffee shop, trying to write at least something to publish a sequel to a visual novel he had written. He was very bored and disappointed. Nothing came to mind, and the deadline had already passed. He was expected to continue, and the laptop screen showed that Yoo had not written a single line. A notification came on the phone, and it became an excuse to distract from the empty letter on the screen. Ilshin decided that now is the time to clean the phone of all garbage and applications. The guy found an application that he didn't remember installing. He was surprised that there was something on the phone that he did not remember. He decided to see what kind of game it was and whether it was a game at all. A pixel ant against the background of mountains appeared on the screen after a short load. Ilshin thought that the game was terrible, not only because of the graphics, but also because there were only symbols on the screen instead of words. He pressed at random, not knowing exactly what was written on the phone screen. Curiosity prevailed, and the game began, where the ant immediately died. Yoo was surprised, and then he was even more surprised. His phone was hit by a coin that ricocheted off the screen and hit the writer painfully on the forehead. Then it ricocheted onto the laptop. Holding the coin in his hands, Ilshin read the text on the phone, which was now readable. He had received the coin of the god of darkness and was one step closer to becoming that god. He was confused. The guy tried to be as inconspicuous as possible. The assistant called him, and those who were in the hall had already decided to post his photo on social networks. Ilshin was very uncomfortable because he had failed so many times. The cute girl said that the abilities of a hunter had awakened in him, and Yoo himself stood in shock. Finally, it can't be. He fantasized about freeing himself and becoming a hunter, thinking about one thing: class. However, he was in for a disappointment. He was a G-class hunter, the lowest possible. Ilshin stood confused and upset because this was not what he expected from his abilities. The assistant told him that his power was to create matter. She showed the document issued to Ilshin after the exam, which he looked at very intently. The girl wrote down whether he would like to become a hunter, and it was his dream. However, the amount of money that was needed for this made the guy even more upset. He refused to record. Ilshin decided that it didn't make sense for him to waste his time training a hunter with such a class, so he was going to go home and finish the web novels, finally publishing their sequels. The boy had been writing for almost 5 hours, trying to finish what he had no inspiration for. Weed asked himself what exactly he had spent so much time on. To distract himself from both thoughts and writing, Yoo took a short break. He turned on the TV, which was showing a news broadcast about the S-class hunter and his incredible work. The story was not only about the hunter, but also about the skin product that he uses every day and literally never leaves the house without it. This angered Ilshin so much that he forcefully pressed the disable button. Lying in bed, the boy decided to rest. He was tired of news about hunters of the highest class because every day and many times a day they were told about them and their exploits. Just as Yoo closed his eyes, a notification came on the phone and the screen lit up the whole room. It was very late, but someone had sent him something. Ilshin opened his eyes in panic. However, panic quickly gave way to irritation and fury. Who writes at such a late hour, not even allowing him to sleep properly? However, he still took the phone in his hands, opening the message while sitting among the constantly falling coins. And again, instead of words, there were some symbols that were impossible to read and understand. The writer tried to win, tried to make sure that the ant did not die, but he did not succeed. He was angry, but determined to defeat the ants. Having completely forgotten about the text that he read it in a coffee shop, Ilshin did not notice how the ants died one by one, and there were more and more coins of the god of darkness in his room. Waking up in the morning, the boy could not understand where his accumulated coins had gone, because there were several hundred of them. But Taking in his hands one of those in the room, he was surprised. At night, when he was playing, the denomination of the coin was 1, but now he was holding a 100 coin in his hands. It was quite strange and made him look for some explanation. But he didn't have time to think about it. A new notification came on the phone, lying on the bed next to the pillow, distracting Yoo from the coin he was still holding in front of him. A message was received that Ilshin has fulfilled all the conditions and can now open a store of gods. He was surprised at first, but in a second he happily pressed the yes button. He was looking expectantly at the phone screen, hardly blinking, so as not to miss something undoubtedly important in the game that had drawn him so much. Somewhere behind closed doors, people in suits and with guards were talking about the fact that finally someone had unlocked the hunter's shop and were rejoicing about it, saying that a miracle had happened in Korea. Some doubted it. This ability was very rare even among creator-type hunters. However, everyone agreed on one thing. Now they will be able to buy items and skills that go beyond their class types. 2 S-class hunters appeared in the room. Kang-woo unlocked the store and telepath Seong-min arrived as help. They were going to hold an auction. A meeting was held behind closed doors with armed guards. The president talked about a hunter who was able to unlock the hunter's store and that it would be better now because there is access to other resources. Kang-woo and Seong-min entered the office, stopping almost at the door. Neither of them liked being here, but they had no choice. Everyone present looked at them with adoration because everyone understood. A hunter's shop gives a lot of resources regardless of the hunter's class. Kang-woo stretched his hands forward without question or thought, concentrating the energy and causing a glow between his palms. He activated the shop. Every person in the hall was blinded by the glow that the hunter had caused. It was too bright and forced them to cover their faces with their hands in order not to be blinded. However, something was wrong. The president's assistant was worried because he was simply drenched in sweat, turning away from the glow of power. This made everyone hold their breath as they waited for the president's response. Those present were shocked. The president doubted that it was really a store demonstration because he said he saw nothing but commotion in the meeting room. One of the clerks began to frantically explain that the shop could only be seen by someone who managed to open it, that what happened was normal and that Kang-woo had indeed shown off the shop. It was decided to use Song-mina's telepathy to show everyone the store's appearance. She had to read the hunter's thoughts and show them to everyone else. Thanks to the girl's strength, the president nevertheless believed that the demonstration was true. Mina's abilities showed a rare phenomenon, making him gasp with delight. Everyone looked in awe at what Woo's mind and Song's power had revealed to them. The shop had unique items that were available for purchase and could make any fight with demons easier. And someone feverishly calculated how many won should be spent on one item if it costs a certain amount of gold. This forced those present to cool down their excitement a little and take a more sober look at the situation. But everyone fell silent, turning their attention to the president. He asked for attention to himself, folding his hands on the table and carefully looking at those present. The president did not look at anyone in particular, but said that everyone who saw the store should keep their mouths shut. It was necessary to keep all this a secret until a certain project was launched. Kang-woo and Song-min were standing almost at the front door, listening to what the president was saying and hearing that Woo needed S-class bodyguards to keep him safe if the details of the project did get out. At this moment, in another place, in a small apartment, Yoo Ilshin chose to activate the god's store, not even knowing what it meant. He was curious as hell. The system warned that 100 coins were required for activation, and he agreed because Ilshin had plenty of coins. He saw that one of those lying on the pile had disappeared. The boy still doubted that he was similar to Kang-woo, but the shop was open and he was looking at how much gold was needed to activate this or that item. It was too expensive. The writer was stunned. After playing all night, he earned only 300 coins and the prices in the store were huge. He could not afford anything that was sold there. But then the information was updated and a new lot appeared on the screen. For only 100 coins, although the symbols did not make it clear what the product was and what its characteristics were. Ilshin pressed the purchase button and immediately read that he had purchased the blind eye of a god. Being extremely surprised, he tried to understand what it was and how it could be used. He did not understand how this ability could be useful because it causes blindness, but suddenly the boy felt that he could not see at night. He was blind. Out of surprise, Ilshin fell asleep from the bed, dropping the phone on the floor. He was frightened by the fact that he had lost his sight, as it was said in the telephone toy. Still trying to figure out what was going on and how his vision had disappeared, the boy looked for his phone. Maybe it could be fixed. In the next moment, Ilshin screamed in pain, swearing obscenely at the whole room. He hit his toe very hard and painfully. And after a few minutes, sitting on the floor, the boy realized that he could see again. He was puzzled by what was happening and how exactly the ability he bought in the store worked. Tears welled up in his eyes. The boy was incredibly happy to see him again. His heart was relieved when his sight returned, even his finger hurt less. Taking the phone, he intended to read everything that was written there, about the ability, its pros and cons. Still, he understood that first he had to familiarize himself with everything when he had such an opportunity. Now, instead of incomprehensible symbols on the screen, were the names of abilities. Ilshin was shocked by how expensive everything was and how everything was named. Unsustainable sums of money to buy the highest ability. He thought about the fact that he would remain in his class, even after buying from this store, but the highest class hunters would remain them until death. Ilshin came up with an idea. Maybe he could get a class higher? While looking at the items he could buy, he saw the devastating Finger of God ability, which only cost 100 coins. Looking at the coin he had left, the boy thought that he could afford to buy this item, especially since it was the only one in his pocket. After clicking buy, the writer saw a successful purchase message and the only coin he had disappeared. The boy looked at his finger and wondered if it was an ability or a strength or what. He was building theories about how exactly this purchase would manifest itself in the future. Pointing his finger at the air conditioner, Ilshin closed and opened its lid, trying to understand the essence of the power that was concentrated in his index finger. Pointing his finger at the TV, he came across the weather forecast, which said that there was no promise of rain that day and that it would be sunny all day. Ilshin understood. This ability works as a remote control for everything that can be turned on or off, but he has not yet tested it on other aspects of life. Yoo Ilshin was stunned. He finally had a really useful ability. He could control anything with his index finger, be it a TV or a laptop. The latter, by the way, he turned on without effort, pointing his finger. He thought that, unfortunately, this ability would not write a novel for him. But he was torn from these thoughts by a phone call. Ilshin was interested in who could be calling him. Seeing the signature Almighty Director on the screen, the boy quickly answered the call, listening to his boss in surprise. The director shouted into the phone, forcing Ilshin to put the phone away from his ear a little. He shouted that what he sent was very funny. The writer was happy and satisfied with himself. He wrote something that made his boss laugh so much that he even called him to tell him about it in person. It was a success. The director was really impressed by what Ilshin wrote, but said there was one problem. The guy immediately assured that he would fix everything right away. The boss reported that the only problem was the lack of the next chapter of the novel, and Ilshin was sweating profusely. He didn't write anything new, he just couldn't come up with a plot development. The boy was heartbroken. He was scared at first, but now he promised the director that in 2 days the new chapter will be in the mail. After opening the game on his phone while it was downloading, Ilshin realized that by playing the game, he was creating content. That is, he does not even need to write what is happening himself. He started playing, thinking that he doesn't hold a grudge against anyone, especially the ants who die so quickly in the game. It's all for the sake of the content and chapters of the novel. The boy was diligently playing the game, earning coins that already littered almost the entire floor of his room. But he did not stop, playing and playing to create content. Coins that were lying on the floor in a pile suddenly disappeared, and instead of them appeared a coin with a denomination of 100. It twirled a little on the rant and then fell to the floor. Ilshin distracted himself from the game, looking at the coin. Now he finally understood how exactly the coins turn into those with a larger denomination. Holding the coin in his hands, the boy remembered that those items in the store were worth billions. He was looking at the phone game, not letting go of the coin, and was thinking about how to make money from those abilities. Holding the coin tighter in his hand, the writer found another item worth only 1,000 coins. The blessing of the god of growth. He thought it sounded much better than what he had seen and bought before. He did not waste time. Ilshin quickly returned to the game on the phone, and the coins began to pour out of him again, covering the floor more and more. But a red ant appeared on the screen. It did not die like the last ones, forcing Ilshin to be surprised at what was happening. After trying again, the boy realized that the ant didn't look like the others, wondering what exactly to do with this level and how to overcome it. He was determined to win. Thinking it was the boss of the level, he tried to poke it with his finger again, but nothing happened. The ant bounced back again, not allowing itself to be killed. Ilshin was angry. He even clenched his hands into fists. The game didn't give in to his attempts to pass the level, and the red ant stayed where he was, only occasionally changing places when the boy tried to kill him. Burning with anger, the writer decided to fight on. He was determined to win no matter what it cost him. However, no matter how many attempts were made, everything was in vain. The ant always remained alive, and Ilshin realized that he had not managed to hit it even once. It was strange. Staring at the screen, the boy tried to find the reason why that ant is so fast and how he manages to avoid even very fast clicks with his fingers. He tried again and again, but the ant moved across the screen, staying alive. The boy was seething with anger because he could not understand why he was not succeeding. He cursed obscenely at the game and the ant. He threatened the ant's family. Ilshin himself had not noticed yet, coins that he earned without realizing it. The guy looked at the notification and couldn't believe it. That ant was 404, and now he received 800 units of karma from the evil god. He was surprised by what exactly happened. After the karma reached 1,000, Ilshin was supposed to receive a reward. While reading this, he didn't even realize that he was the evil god and that he was the one who wanted power and authority. He was exhausted, so after closing his eyes for a moment, he didn't notice how he lay down on the pillow and fell asleep. In the meantime, a new notification appeared on the phone. The blind eye of God was activated. Ilshin did not understand where he was. He turned his head, but then he realized that it was an empty cinema hall. Nearby were popcorn and tube colas, as he always bought himself. The screen lit up brightly, forcing Ilshin to cover his face with his hand to at least see something through the light. He was looking straight at the screen where the pictures started to appear. Someone in a cloak was walking through the desert, leaning on a sword that was more like a stick to help him stay on his feet and walk. The stranger thought to himself, "Is this the power of the god of the black tribe?" After seeing closer who it was, there was no doubt. That ant. Now he wanted to warn his companions about what had happened and that the god was more like a demon in his strength and desire for power. The demon, who had recently been an ant on the screen, walked through the desert, leaning on his sword and talking to himself. He wanted to warn his comrades about who the dark tribe god was. He was standing at the entrance to the cave, which was dark and had inscriptions directly above the entrance. The inscription was impossible to decipher, but the ant knew exactly what was written there. Without thinking, he went on, further and further away from the light that illuminated his path in the cave. He went to his goal, moving with the last strength. The door swung open to reveal his siblings sitting at tables eating. Almost no one paid attention to him at first, going about their business. The demon said he knew where their food had gone. He spoke loudly so that everyone in the room could hear him suffering from malnutrition on the table. He said that he escaped only by a miracle, and that it was the god of the black tribe who left them without food. The demon was determined to get revenge on whoever had done this to his comrades. However, no one listened to him, and then they started laughing at him. The demon lost to his prey. Many insulted him until a voice came from behind him calling for silence. Those present as one lined up and stood in a row, standing as if at a military parade. Everyone knew this voice, and no one dared to obey his order. An old man appeared on the threshold. He was holding his stick, and from his appearance it was clear how old he was. He looked around at everyone, standing in the doorway and still behind the one who had just arrived. The demon got down on one knee, bowing low to the shaman. He was the leader of their tribe. Everyone showed him the utmost respect. The shaman said that he also sensed the evil entity that the other demon was talking about, 404. The one now bowing before him was 808. The old man turned to all those present, addressing them. He said that these holy lands belonged to the emperor, and they could not allow the evil god to step even one step on them. 808 was puzzled, but happy. The shaman believed him and did not doubt his words for a second. This gave him hope that others would no longer insult him for his words and actions. In the next moment, the shaman put one of his paws on his head and the demon almost stopped breathing. It was a really important and almost historical moment for him. And a moment later, the whole cave was lit up with a bright blue light and the shaman's words echoed through it. "May the force be with you." And in a few seconds, 808 realized that all his wounds which he received from the evil god were healed and not a trace of them remained. One of his comrades in the ranks behind gave voice. He confidently asked 808 to lead them into battle, as the shaman confirmed his words. But the old man was sure of something completely different. He said that he himself would kill the evil spirit that dared to defile the sacred land for them. Everyone around began to chant, agreeing to help the shaman in a righteous mission for the sake of their people and the loot that was taken from them. Ilshin woke up in a cold sweat. He could not understand what exactly he saw in his dream and whether it was a dream at all. As he sat on the bed, he thought about the fact that everything was very realistic. He rubbed his face, trying to come to his senses because he even had dreams about those ants from the game. The guy decided to check the phone and the game that was still open. He saw that the red ant was still on the screen. It was still there. And again, Ilshin felt incredibly angry and tried to get his finger on the figure of an ant in order to finally pass this level and move on, because it was necessary to continue playing the infected content. Several other red ants did not appear on the screen, and the main one among them looked old. He was the one who said that nature denies evil. The boy recognized the ant from the dream he saw that night, and the next moment a large beam of blue light burst out of the phone, hitting him in the face. He couldn't understand anything, throwing his head back and staring at the ceiling. There was a small wound on his forehead that was bleeding, but the boy hadn't noticed it yet. Behind the shaman stood a huge army ready to engage in battle, and the old man once again concentrated his strength within himself. He was ready to strike another blow. Again, Ilshin felt a sharp pain in his face from the force hitting him with a blue ray. He covered his face with his hands, no longer trying to get a finger at the ants. 808 was exalted. The old man had indeed injured the evil god by inflicting a physical school on him, which a demon in one-on-one combat was not capable of. All the ants were happy about what happened, because the emperor would also be pleased, and they could then celebrate this victory with the most holy virgin still in their lands. However, something was wrong. The old man turned to them with a face dripping with sweat and stammered that everyone should run away. Something was approaching again. Flashes of light that were a direct threat to them. The ants began to run away, panicking, not paying attention to what was happening around them. One by one, Kulak crushed the fleeing ants. Both 404 and 808, which Ilshin could not overcome for so long, no longer existed. The boy gathered all his strength into a fist, looking unlike himself. His eyes glowed with white light, and his face was twisted into a grimace of hatred. He was going to kill them all. But in a moment he was standing in his room and a broken smartphone was lying on the bed. He hit the screen with his fist to get his way, but he didn't even notice how it happened. Yoo Ilshin was broken. He had a school phone. He could not understand how this happened and why he decided to break the phone, because it was just a game. The one who informed him that he had received the title of an evil god. Ilshin sat in his room and looked at the phone, which he broke. He was shocked and regretted because it was his only smartphone. Looking around, the boy noticed the coins lying on the floor and the bed, but could not understand how it happened that there was so much gold. The message on the broken screen did not clarify the situation either. The nameless god's karma had reached 1,000, which did not give an explanation at all. He received the title of a brutal killer, about which nothing has been heard. Ilshin looked in surprise at the screen where there was information about the title and karma, not understanding what exactly happened a minute ago. He laughed. It is impossible for him, the kindest man in the land, to be an evil god, and also with the title of a cruel killer, which this game writes about. What stupidity! The sound of coins forced the boy to be distracted. He saw that they were again collected from 1 to 100, and the gold on the floor, although less, was more valuable. Picking up a simple ring from one of the piles of coins, he couldn't quite figure out what it was and what to do with it. But feeling the pleasant aroma of the fresh bark, he made a decision quickly. Ilshin put the ring on his finger, although he delayed it a little. All the events of the past days were too unpredictable for him. The boy saw that the ring would not fit beyond the first phalanx of the little finger, but that was enough. He got up from the bed, looking at himself and his hands in amazement. He felt as if he had just been born. The phone sent the notification again, even though it was broken. The writer's smile disappeared. Did something happen again and something again with that game? The application told him that the blind eye of the god was activated and that the ring that Ilshin put on his little finger was being analyzed. It was strange and incomprehensible because... what other analysis? It was a druid ring that 808 always carried with him. The power of the forest will help the one who owns and wears the ring. This was written in the message. The boy was happy. Finally, he began to be lucky. But he had a question about the Eye of God. Does it work on any other things? Ilshin tried to scan the TV, but nothing came out of it. Sweat ran down his face, and he breathed heavily from exertion, but nothing happened. Until then, the Eye of God was activated and information about the TV appeared. How much the guy used it and when the warranty period expires. The same story happened with the computer. The term of use, the term of the guarantee. All this was before Ilshin's eyes. Next was the bed, but there the system asked him why not just throw away the old bed, which is no longer suitable for rest. Standing in the middle of the room, he thought it might be enough to scan everything around. He seems upset by the system's rhetorical question about the bed. Having time to stop and think a little, Ilshin began to understand what exactly was happening to him, that game and those abilities. He stood and thought, with such an ability to assess everything around him and that ring that gave him more power, was he still some kind of G-class? Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy was sure that he was stronger than he was, and therefore he decided that he should visit the Center of Paranormal Phenomena again for another test. The girl at the reception was shocked. How is that a reassessment? She tried to explain that the error of the assessment is only 1% and cannot mean that a person can have a completely different class. Since Ilshin was determined to take the test again, the girl looked at the computer, telling him that only the first test is being done at the expense of the state, and now he has to pay almost 1.6 million won. The guy couldn't believe his ears. More than 1.5 million won for a new test? He lowered his eyes, realizing that he would not have a new test and a higher class. He understood that he did not have such funds, so he turned and walked away. First, he thought it was necessary to find out the prices and not to be inspired by the ring he found. Sitting in the waiting room, Ilshin thought about the fact that he should have just continued writing his short stories and not tried to become someone he was not. There were a lot of people around, and this, he thought, would help him finish the short story faster and send the new chapter to the director as he had promised. The writer began to look and listen to what was happening around him in order to have material for a chapter that he had not even sat down for yet, and the deadline was tomorrow. He activated the blind god's eye again, which made him look at the message in surprise. He hadn't even tried to do it yet, just figured it would be nice. It turned out that the eye also works on people, which was confirmed by the first guy on whom Ilshin's eyes fell. All the information about him was in the palm of his hand. Scanning people one by one, he saw their main features, but the boy's gaze stopped at the girl, who, lowering her eyes, was standing in front of a poster about a person who would change the world. She was gloomy and gloomy, completely focused on her problems. She did not pay attention to the surrounding world, thinking about something of her own. This something resonated in the heart of Ilshin himself. He was puzzled. He could see the name of this girl in full, although before that there were only names without surnames. It was incredible. As he followed the girl, he couldn't help but calm down. For the first time, the god's eye showed emotions, not a state of health or a fact of life. This made the boy follow her to the elevator. Ilshin understood that he had to stop, but he couldn't. He was too interested to retreat. He extended his hand to the girl standing with her back, and yet he turned to her, asking what exactly she was feeling right now. Ilshin followed the girl, who was the only one among all whose full name he saw, and instead of a fact about a person or health, he saw an emotional state. This intrigued him. He understood that he had to stop and retreat, but he could not do it. Curiosity was winning inside the boy. When he turned to the girl, she turned her face, looking at him a little confused. Who is he anyway, and what exactly does he want with his question? The writer was stunned. Had he really asked her how she felt? He thought to himself that he was a complete idiot, because it was not something that should have been asked. It should have been done in a different way. It was clear that the girl was angry. He invaded her space at a very inappropriate time and also asked a very incomprehensible question about her. He, a stranger. Ilshin still tried to save the situation by apologizing and saying that he didn't want to seem rude to them or something. The guy thought that the girl took him for a pervert, so he summoned his strength and tried to explain to her that this was not the case at all and that he just had a question for her. It was necessary to urgently save the situation, but the phone rang in his bag, which distracted them both from the rather uncomfortable scene. Ilshin quickly got it, answering the call. The smartphone was new, everything was fine, but the name of the caller made Ilshin roll his eyes, looking at the screen. A demonic breed. It was not very good. After apologizing, he urgently ran in the direction of the exit. He urgently needed to answer the call. Having gone outside, he relaxed and answered. On the other end of the wireless connection was his sister, whom the boy loved very much, even though she looked like a demon. He talked on the phone about how his thirst for money had made him an unemployed slacker. However, he defended himself because he had a job and was not idle. Well, almost. After finishing the conversation with his sister, Ilshin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she stopped criticizing him. He thought that it was good that he was not one and there was no need to reassess. The little girl was waiting for the boy in the park, where he immediately noticed her. She turned to face him, looking at him questioningly. Ilshin looked at the girl and thought about how his sister, whom he called a demon in the flesh, could give birth to such an angel as his niece. Malecha asked him what the dark past was and wanted to tell about an incident that happened to her today, but Ilshin put his hands on his palms, hiding his face in them. The girl looked so cute that he even forgot to answer her question. He started touching her cheeks, as is often done to small and cute children. The niece immediately looked like her mother. She wailed about the fact that she asked not to touch her cheeks and not to do that anymore, because it was childish. Ilshin saw that his niece was upset and tried to think of a way to cheer her up so that she would stop resenting him for that childish gesture. The eye of the blind god was activated on its own. He began to scan his niece, looking for something that might make her forget the hurt. When the analysis was completed, he saw that the girl wanted ice cream in a cone, especially chocolate. Ilshin did not miss the opportunity to offer to buy ice cream, attracting the girl's attention. The two of them were standing in the store. Songen was showing him which ice cream she wanted in a cone, and the guy frantically started looking for money in his pockets. Ilshin counted the money and, pouring it all on the counter, ordered one horn. The girl behind the counter asked him to wait a few minutes until she counted the coins. He saw that the girl put a small portion of ice cream, pitying him for the child, who was eagerly waiting for his treats. This infuriated the guy who was watching the saleswoman. The writer was so stunned by the situation that he did not immediately remember his divine remote control. He pointed his finger at the ice cream machine, willing to do anything for his niece. The ice cream was pouring in a river, and the girl was in a panic. The ice cream had long ago filled the cone, and now it was running down her hands onto the floor. They returned to their place in the park again, and Ilshin still wanted to try the ice cream, which, of course, his niece did not want to share with him. The day was surprisingly calm, the boy thought to himself, but immediately after this thought, his phone caught his attention with a message. Ilshin took out his smartphone, wanting to check what was happening. The boy couldn't understand what was happening. The notification said that the merciless killer mode had been activated and that the nameless god's luck had increased. Someone was addressing him, and Ilshin could not understand who it was. He was talking about absorbing his difficulties, and the boy kept looking around in search of who was talking to him. He and Sung-un heard the call to attention, stopping to think about themselves and wondering why all the streets were filled with the alarming call to attention. In front of them was a monster that appeared from a rift in the sky. It looked like a huge bull with a ring in its nose and was looking straight at them. Ilshin was stunned by what he saw in front of him, unable to move or even blink his eyes for the first few seconds. Sun Miri shouted at them to get out of here as quickly as possible and that she would hold the monster as long as she could. Looking through the eyes of a blind god, the boy saw the true reason for the demon's arrival. He wanted to ascend by absorbing the nameless god. Standing on the bridge, Ilshin thought about the fact that the nameless god is his nickname in that toy on the phone and that the monster came specifically for him. He scrolled through what was happening in his head, remembering everything to the smallest detail, like the message he received on the phone after the death of the spiked bull. He could get new exclusive items in the shop. Ilshin wanted to throw away the phone. All the troubles were his fault. The phone and the idiotic game, which he did not take seriously at first, were to blame for all this. At the last moment before the throw, a new notification came and the boy opened it, looking at the screen and not understanding anything. Holidays and symbols that cannot be deciphered. What for? The men stood guard, peering into the mist and speaking to the nameless god. They were frightened and did not even try to hide it, holding tighter to their spears. One of them was struck by a bright red beam, causing the other to look after his fellows with horror in his eyes, waiting for his turn. The massive demon raised the blade of his blade, swinging to kill the remaining guard. He was very angry. In the cave, which was guarded by 2 people, there was a girl. She was praying to bring peace to her tribe and save it from destruction. That girl stopped praying. She heard that she was disturbed and turned with tears in her eyes to the entrance to see who disturbed her. There was an ant standing there, big and scary, and addressing the black tribe maiden, asking her if she really thought she could escape from the imperial soldiers. The girl was scared because huge and terrible demons, against whom her tribe fought for a very long time, were coming at her. Ilshin looked at the screen of his smartphone and saw a girl looking directly at him. The game was asking if he wanted to save her, who was praying to a nameless god. Considering everything, the boy remembered how he tried to protect his niece on the street from a demon that appeared from a crack in the sky when they were walking in the park. 808 addressed the Virgin, telling her that she would be a way to show respect to the Emperor. He mocked her, confident in his superiority. All of a sudden, a light appeared, which hit with a furious stream directly on the one who was standing closest to the Virgin and wanted to take her from the sanctuary against her will. Ilshin quickly clicked on the screen, taking down the ant that was threatening the girl, thinking that it was quite large compared to the ones he had faced before. After killing the ant, the boy saw the coins appear again, flying out of the phone and landing around it in the middle of the bridge. He was in shock, looking at the screen. The Holy Virgin was asking him to tell his real name. It was strange, but he thought about how to do better. He was puzzled by what was happening, but still decided that he had to say something because nothing bad would come of it. After a short thought, the boy wrote, "Yoo Ilshin." The notification that came to the phone in the game finally surprised the boy. Now he received the title of a merciful god for saving a virgin from ants. Ilshin couldn't help but rejoice. As a prize for the title of good god, he received 100,000 coins and neutral karma. The boy almost spread across the bridge with joy, counting how many coins he had in the bag. Upon opening the shop, he found a growth god neutral ability that cost 1,000 coins. The guy decided that this would be a good start. The next moment, the growth god's blessing fell out and was already lying in his palm. A small glass bottle containing a golden liquid, the bodily fluid of the growth god. Ilshin read that this liquid will develop the ability to the maximum and that it should be drunk as much as possible. He looked at the bottle and wondered if he should do this. Nevertheless, the boy tipped over the bottle with a sharp movement and drank the liquid, closing his eyes and trying not to think about what kind of bodily fluid it was. Ilshin was angry. He did not feel anything after drinking that liquid. It seemed to him that this was some kind of joke, and it added even more fuel to the fire. Then the boy reread what was written about this liquid and assumed that what was said in the text was true. However, he still hardly believed that anything had changed. The very next moment after that, he fell face down on the ground, still thinking that no change had happened to him. The boy woke up only at home, stretching on the bed as if after a dream. He did not realize that he was at home, but he did not know how he got there and when it happened. He was interested in what had happened, and Ilshin began to search his phone for at least something that would give him a hint about the events that he did not remember. He heard a hissing sound, wondering where it was coming from. But he didn't have to search for long. In a panic, he started shaking his hand with the phone on which red ants were sitting. Ants were everywhere. On the bed, ceiling and floor. On Ilshin's suit as well. He didn't like it very much and couldn't figure out where they came from and why they were in his room at all. Ilshin wanted to run out of the apartment, but he could not open the lock. Something jammed, preventing the boy from escaping from there. There were a lot of insects. They resembled a sea of ants under Ilshin's feet. He got the idea to climb out of the window because it was only the 3rd floor, and he rushed to the window along the ant floor. But all he managed to do was smash his face into the window, which was closed. He was so preoccupied that he didn't think to open it to get out of the apartment. Realizing that he was trapped, Ilshin decided to fight. He turned back into an evil god who stood against an army of ants. He pointed his finger at the army general in defense. The ants were shocked. The boy managed the impossible. He destroyed the general even though they thought his power would not be that powerful. And after a few seconds, Ilshin received another blow again, but this time with fiery arrows. This made him cover his face with his hands to protect himself from the attack. The commander of the troops ordered to load more arrows. He was sure that they will succeed not only in killing the nameless god, but also in bringing his head to the emperor as a gift. He couldn't breathe. Standing on his knees and trying not to fall face down on the floor, Ilshin realized that there were too many ants and tried to think of another way to defeat them. Sweating and feeling pain all over his body, he still found with his eyes something that could help him. A little further, there was a can of disinfectant just for ants. The guy was sitting in the middle of his room, which was on fire. He lit the canister that was now lying next to him with a lighter. While escaping, he now thought about the fact that he had not thought through all the details of the plan. Ilshin could not move. The ant poison was working. He got a notification that he wanted to read because he knew it was something related to this game. With the last of his strength, he accepted the gift of a silent nightmare. He looked at how he was changing and how a completely different power, a different color and feeling was concentrated in his finger. Ilshin has not yet understood what God's mercy consists of. Song Mirinim stood, clutching her helmet in her hands, and looked at where her lightning had hit. She thought that the power was hidden in the helmet, but it was all in vain. Something distracted the girl from thinking about revenge for her parents, and that with the help of that power, she would be able to do it. She felt that something was happening far away in the city. Just there, where Ilshin suffocated in the smoke of the flame, which he himself had created to defeat the ants. He argued that nothing was happening. No strength was awakening in him. The system said he had mastered the ability of the nightmare god, but the boy himself did not believe it, cursing the game and the fact that he had been tricked. Coughing, he stuck out his finger using the destructive god finger. Ilshin fell to the floor, coughing through the smoke that filled his apartment. He could hardly breathe, feeling even worse. The boy turned at the sound, scanning with the last of his strength for the person who had broken his window. He thought he was going to die like that, but a girl in a helmet appeared, calling to him and capturing his attention. The writer saw his niece in front of him. She was looking at him in disbelief, while her mother, his sister, was looking for something in her phone. The girl did not believe that he was her uncle. Song-en asked him to tell them their password, and Ilshin raised his finger and revealed it. The password related to the girl's mother, whom they called the Ajuma puppy. While Ilshin and Song-yun were rejoicing that they had met again, they did not notice that a hurricane was gathering momentum behind them in the form of the girl's mother. The sister screamed and pulled Ilshin by the cheeks, and the girl was surprised by what she saw in the door of her uncle's room, turning all her attention there. Seong-un returned to the ward with a huge basket of flowers to find a scene where her mother was taunting her brother, trying to get revenge for what he called her in front of her daughter. The boy was confused. He did not know who the flowers were from, asking about it out loud, although he understood that neither his niece nor his sister would answer him, because they did not know either. Song Mirinim stood on the roof of a nearby building, looking down at the hospital where the boy she had saved was lying. The girl thought about how she felt when she defeated the spiked bull and when she carried the unconscious Ilshin to the hospital. It was a power she had never felt before. She also thought about the fact that after watching the boy for 4 days, she still couldn't tell if there was something in him that would allow her to exceed the limit of her powers. Miri decided to leave before they caught her on the roof because she really looked like what she thought. Like a real stalker. The girl watched as the calm and peaceful guy changed, becoming very angry. He looked like someone who had been annoyed by something and was determined to fix it. The Holy Virgin of the Black Tribe was determined to give Ilshin the greatest treasure, everything they had. She wanted to give it as a token of thanks for being saved from the soldiers of the Empire and for the forgiveness of their sins. Meanwhile, the nameless god was angry. He cursed the ants, threatening to exterminate them all. Looking at what was happening in the ward, Song Miri-nim could not understand what was happening to the boy and what caused his behavior. But there was a notification on the screen about a gift from believers, and Yoo Ilshin immediately became calmer. He was interested in what exactly that virgin and her followers wanted to give him. The boy immediately thought that offerings are made only to good people and immediately thought that he is good at something. Completely forgetting about his anger, Ilshin lay down on the hospital bed, crossed his legs over his legs, and with a satisfied face pressed accept on the screen of his smartphone. A small pebble immediately flew out from there, which made the boy look in amazement at the tribute he received from the believers. After reading that the fruit of the Yggdrasil world tree would make him more durable, Ilshin immediately popped the fruit into his mouth, not even realizing that Miri was watching him. The boy coughed and the room was illuminated with a bright blue light, adding to the atmosphere of mystery and divinity. But it did not help because he did not feel very well. Ilshin was panting, holding his throat with one hand and feeling saliva dripping from his mouth onto the floor. He was frightened by what was happening. Yoo Ilshin decided to accept the fruit of the world tree, which was sent to him by the believers led by the maiden of the Black Tribe. He popped the small ball into his mouth, expecting his stamina to increase as written. Song Miri-nim was still staring out the window of his chamber, not understanding what was happening to the boy who was once very angry and now ate something that appeared on the phone screen. The boy, meanwhile, was very sick. He was screaming. Something was happening to his body which he could not explain. All he could think about was his condition and the fact that the fruit was very salty. He coughed, still clutching his throat, and wondered aloud what this fruit tasted like and why it was so salty, spicy, bitter, and all at the same time. Then something happened. That glow again. But now Ilshin felt much better. He looked down at his hands, feeling his body change for the better. Miri could see that the boy's wounds had healed and left no trace, but she couldn't believe it. Not a single wound or scar on his body when he removed the bandages. While the girl was thinking about the fact that he was covered with burns some time ago, Ilshin was looking at himself in the mirror, bending his arms to make sure that he was okay. He was distracted from this activity by the phone. It was lying on the bed and lit up again with a new message, making the boy wonder what it could be. The boy was shocked. Looking at the screen, he saw that he had activated the blessing of the god and realized that he could do it by accepting the offering. He thought about what exactly the ants wanted and how exactly to thank them for this offering. That is, to create the same blessing. His eyes fell on the sugar sticks on the bedside table. The maiden and the other ants waited for what would happen next. She prayed, and the others despaired that the god would respond to their offering because nothing happened, even though he accepted it. But then something happened. They thought that what was falling from above was snow. Everyone was putting their paws out to see if it was really going to snow. Some of the black ants came up with the idea of eating what falls on them like snowflakes. The taste was divine, and one by one their wounds began to heal and disappear. Someone's hand even grew. The ants glorified their god for his mercy and for the blessing and miracle that Ilshin gave them. They were grateful that it was visible even on the screen of his smartphone. Somewhere on the streets of the city, a caller invited him to a store that buys any goods, even from hermits and recluses. The boy saw a fight brewing, quickly turning away from the action and thinking that the area he was in was not the safest in the city. He came here to sell something, but he was trying to find a place where he could do it without harming himself. Sell and get out of here fast. It seemed to him that he had found a normal and quiet place to sell what he wanted to get money for, but he did not see that someone was constantly following him, hiding in the shadows. Upon entering the store, Ilshin saw a cute girl who immediately smiled at him, welcoming him to her bench. After learning that he was not a hunter, the girl immediately gave Ilshin a form to fill out. This is the procedure. Carefully reading the items of the given questionnaire, the boy thought, "Here they want him to write where he got what he is going to sell, because he definitely could not write the truth." Ilshin immediately scanned one of them. He was looking directly at him, having a mountain of muscles, which, by the way, were weak. The patrons of the shop came in to give a few items to make things better in the shop. The girl behind the counter was very happy with this turn of events, and while Ilshin was scanning those present, the girl took out a set of armor from a small suitcase. She was delighted because it was a rare thing. However, the eye of the blind god suggested that it was armor made of scrap metal, which had been cast a spell and not of the best quality. After the company quoted a price of 3 million won, the girl took a magnifying glass to get a better look at what was brought to her. It was a huge amount, which had to be supported by the analysis of the subject. But when the girl said that she would bring money, Ilshin could not remain silent. He raised his voice, asking to wait and attracting the attention of everyone in the bench. And although sweat was running down his temple, Ilshin still got up from his seat and, pointing his index finger, clearly said that it was a fake. In his mind, he cursed himself with the last words. Why did he even go where he shouldn't, and who pulled his tongue? The one who was in charge of this gang asked if the boy had the courage to explain what he had said. All eyes were directed at him, and there was nothing good in them at all. After Ilshin pointed his finger at the armor, everyone was shocked. It really turned out to be a piece of scrap, and not a rare piece of armor, as it had been said. The biggest mountain of muscles from that company, cursing the boy, already aimed his fist at him to knock all the courage out of him. But nothing happened. The company quickly left the store, apologizing to him. It was something new that left the boy surprised, as he was called a high-class hunter. The girl behind the counter immediately started thanking him for his help, calling him now a big hermit. And this was even more new for him. Hermits were those who hid among ordinary people, choosing a simple life instead of searching for treasures like the majority. But there was no need to explain anything because the girl herself remembered that he wanted to sell the items. Looking at the ring, she announced that it only had 13 mana, meaning it was a D-class item. But the eye of the god scanned the ring again, telling that it contained the power of a great forest and that the object would be better given to son Mira, who was not far from him. Song Miri Nim looked from the corner where Ilshin's figure was visible. She saw that he wanted to sell certain items, that he entered just such a shop. Watching the door of the shop, she thought that the boy had healed too quickly and that it might be the effect of some potion. Although he only has G-class, where did he get that potion? Trying to be inconspicuous, the girl understood everything. He was definitely hiding something. After all, how then to explain that he learned her name, was instantly cured of burns? She hid around the corner of the house when the same guy she was following called her. He initially wanted to call her by her title, but corrected himself and called her by name. He had a present for her. Testing herself on the roof of the academy, she looked at her hands in disbelief. And he was ready for the exam because he was fixing his glasses, because she gave out 7,000 mana points, which is rare even for A-class. That girl understood very well. It was all the ring that Ilshin gave her, which helped her surpass her B-class and push the limits of her abilities. Standing on the roof, she remembered how the boy had given her a ring, saying it was in gratitude for saving him. He was very embarrassed when he gave the gift. Everyone around them clapped their hands, showing her that she was well done for everything she did. Of course, except for that girl who was very unhappy with Miri's result. And even though the black girl was angry, the guy who was on the other side of her waved at her and said that he couldn't wait to work together and clear some dungeons. But the huntress did not calm down. She called Sun Miri again and threatened that she would not leave it to her if she at least tried to take revenge. It was her sister. Miri thought that with the help of Ilshin, if he of course agreed, revenge would cease to be just a dream that the girl cherished so much. The boy was asleep, but the god's eye was activated, showing him in his dream what Ilshin himself would recognize as a nightmare. He frowned as he slept, clutching the blanket in his hands. He saw the order being given to destroy the monster that is the protector and patron of the Black Tribe. He saw red eyes that seemed to be looking directly at him. The Red Ant Army was waiting for an order from the Keeper of the Emperor's 10 Blades. Judging by the address, it was a woman, but she could not be seen through the curtain. The boy woke up in a cold sweat, at first having no idea what was happening or where he was, but he quickly realized that he had just fallen asleep and was at home. Still, he forced himself to start thinking. Previously, all his dreams on such a subject had come true, which he remembered without effort because he had recently almost died at the hands of that emperor's army. Ilshin grabbed his head, trying to think of a way to survive, because now the army counted 50 times more ants than during that attack. The text message that came to the phone made the boy put aside his thoughts about ants. He saw Silent Horror writing to him, asking if he wanted more power. But when Ilshin almost sent the horror to the blacklist because he talked about sacrifices, the blind eye of God was activated. He saw that General Kamakiri was preparing for battle, speaking to him as if a nameless god could hear him. The ant promised to bring the boy's head to the emperor. Looking at the screen, he saw that the Holy Virgin and 101 followers were very frightened and trembling in fear of the approach of the empire's army. The boy understood that he only had about 4 days left to prepare, and he intended to make the most of them so as not to die from the attack of those ants. In the bathroom, he tried to scan himself, but the analysis did not work. Ilshin was furious about it, not noticing how his eyes changed color to red. Finally, the analysis was complete, but the boy was disappointed with what he saw. No ability was shown, just a joke about who he was. He thought about buying everything he needed at the store, thinking of Hellfire and the god's middle finger of condemnation. I thought the name was cool, but actually, the power is so-so. The guy was thinking about being pulled over again and having to throw the phone in the pen when he was about to do it on that bridge. After a few seconds, a message came from the boss. He is waiting for new chapters for the novel, reminding Ilshina about the deadline and that he has already received the money. The guy was scared because he forgot about everything. He made excuses but understood that something had to be done. Standing in the middle of his apartment, Ilshin shouted in a panic that he needed energy workers to finish the job. The writer drank a lot of drink, which gave him energy to write chapters of the novel. He was now lying in front of the computer and drooling on the table because he was exhausted, but he finished writing. Song Miri Nim was standing in the middle of the street, holding a package of cake in her hand, wondering if it would be too much to come to the boy's house. The girl was nervous, but she tried to calm herself down and pull herself together. Nerves won't help her at all where communication skills are needed. Ilshina's apartment was, and standing in front of his door was going to press the bell button. Song Mirinim pressed the doorbell and waited for the door to be opened. She had already thought that the boy was not at home, which was strange to her for some reason. It turned out that the door was not locked and the girl timidly opened it, looking into the apartment. She called Yoo Ilshin, announcing her presence. A stack of papers appeared on the boss's desk with a loud sound, making him turn around in fright at the sound. He did not expect this, especially since he was busy writing to Ilshina. He couldn't believe it. So much material at once. This guy had never submitted anything in such a volume, especially since he often did everything when the deadlines had already passed. The boy was pleased with himself. He completed his tasks and did it not only on time, but also in advance. He could really be proud of himself. He didn't even suspect that he was sleeping now in far from the most pleasant company and was tied to a chair so that he wouldn't run away when he woke up. Ilshin woke up very quickly after hearing about the steak. He looked like a madman. His mouth was drooling and his eyes were bulging. When he regained consciousness, he realized that he had been kidnapped. While he was thinking about it, one of the kidnappers clearly wanted to chat with Ilshin for calling him an ant. After scanning the 3 kidnappers, the boy was shocked. It was said that one used a weak flame and the other 2 had a weak physique, but he was definitely not sure of the truth of these words. The guy remembered the kidnappers just in time. They were talking about wanting compensation for moral damage, and the head of their gang was standing nearby, playing with fire in his hand. They joked that they would accept payment by card, and Ilshin said he had lost his phone. But one of the porters showed the phone that belonged to the boy, saying that he caught it too. He screamed as soon as he realized that the time on the timer had run out. There was absolutely no time left before the Imperial invasion, and he sat bound hand and foot and completely powerless. A red beam of power shot down from the screen and hit one of the bandits, distracting the leader from talking to Ilshin. None of them understood what was happening. The entire man was a stain of red, and the leader of their gang prepared to defend himself with fire, as that was his ability. The ants were ready to attack everyone who was in front of them in order to satisfy the emperor and fulfill his will, to deprive the black tribe of their god. Ilshin was stunned. Since when did they all look like ordinary bugs? Meanwhile, he was still bound and unable to defend himself if needed. The leader of the gang directed the flame at the ants, deciding to burn them all and return to the boy again. He released a huge flame that enveloped the army of the emperor. Now they returned to Ilshin, saying that it was still necessary to calculate the damage which he caused them by killing their younger brother. Suddenly, the head fell silent and then completely collapsed on the floor. Ilshin looked at him with all his eyes, trying to understand what exactly happened. He saw a small pebble covered in the bandit's blood lying next to his head. The boy did not understand what it was and what exactly caused the fall. Together with the remaining bandit, Yoo Ilshin looked at the catapult that was in the ants and with which, judging by everything, they dealt with the leader of the gang. It was so bad. The bandit ran to the door, but it did not open. Ilshin shouted in panic, asking what about him, who was still tied up, and the bandit was busy with the door, looking around at the ants. The boy watched as the stones from the catapults hit the bandit who was trying to open the door, pounded on it with all his might, and called someone for help. He looked at what was happening around him, feeling panic creeping in. Could he get out of here alive? If even that flame didn't destroy the army. Ilshin prepared for his death by closing his eyes and waiting for the general to carry out his threats. After all, there was no salvation and there was nowhere to wait for it. A flash of lightning and bright light made him turn away to avoid being blinded. He didn't know, but the phone had activated another ability. In front of him, scattering an army of ants, stood Song Miri Nim. She asked him if everything was okay, keeping her lightning ability at the ready. Son Mirinim, standing in front of the bound Ilshin, threw lightning at the ants, protecting the boy from the invasion that tried to kill him. He shouted to her to burn all the ants to one, and the girl was only surprised. What is happening to him at all? Kimikiri went into battle, intending to die here and now, and only for the glory and prosperity of his empire. He understood that this god was the worst thing that could happen to a powerful state. Miri interrupted the stream of threats the ant general was hurling by directing her lightning bolts at him. Her power was incredibly powerful. The general promised the lives of his soldiers as an offering to the god, to whom he prayed that he would give him enough strength to win this battle. Miri and Ilshin looked at what was happening to the ants. They could not understand what exactly, but were in shock. Both could just watch and wait to see what would happen next. Kimikiri was left alone, but his strength was enough to make 2 people cover their faces to protect themselves. He was only gaining his God-given power. The boy couldn't believe what he just read about the general with his ability. He was aiming for Songmira's life, which was news to Ilshin. The girl's lightning storm hit the general, but he not only did not dodge, he also split the wave in two, remaining whole and unharmed. Now it was the ant's turn to attack. He took all of his power as he rose into the air at the girl's eye level, releasing a red light that enveloped him. He hit Miri with a wave of his power, causing her to shut herself off from the general and the effects of his ability. Everything blended into a single cacophony of colour and sounds. When the smoke and dust cleared, Ilshin looked at the figure of Song Miri Nim lying in his helmet on the ground. He was not frightened and could not believe what was in front of his eyes. Ilshin sat tied to a chair and read the text that was before his eyes. It was his nightmare from the future, but he also learned that he could change people's destinies. Realizing that it hasn't happened yet, but it will in the future, he decided to change Miri's fate. He answered yes to the system's question about the decision to change her fate, because she had already saved him 3 times. The boy activated the power of time travel, which would allow him to go back in time and change what was about to happen to something with a less bad ending. He saw Song Miri Nim again, sitting behind her, saw that she was fighting with an ant. She was alive and determined to win this battle as well. The general directed his beam of power at her again, wanting the girl to die. He was also determined to win because it was not for nothing that he sacrificed all his soldiers. The girl prepared to protect herself and Ilshin, crossing her arms in front of her and constantly watching what the insect was doing. She understood that she could die, and it scared her. Suddenly, the guy took her by the collar of her shirt and pulled her, holding the fabric firmly in his fist. He was no longer bound by the shackles that had previously pinned him to the chair. Ilshin pulled Miri to him, holding him close and standing in front of her. He was not like himself. His eyes shone with incredible power and a desire to destroy anyone who would threaten them. She looked at him with amazement, but she understood. She knew that he was not what he wanted to appear to be. It was him, his strength. Kimakiri shouted, even though the people couldn't hear him. He marched forward determinedly to finish what he had begun and defeat those who were the enemies of his empire. Ilshin put out his middle finger, showing it to the beetle. It was the condemning finger of a god that the boy decided to use to defend himself and gain victory. Everything around exploded with the bright light of a huge fire, the cause of which was Ilshin himself. It was his power that destroyed the warehouse where they were, burning everything around. The general was on fire. He burned in the agony of pain and suffering, but to the last he believed that he was dying for his emperor. Miri looked at the boy with amazement and elation. He was to become her master and teach her to use the power that was in her thanks to his ring. Son Miri Nim sat with a trowel next to bags of cement, asking Ilshin to leave a hole in the wall instead of a window in his apartment for her. The girl did not even wait for his answer. She took a bag of cement on her shoulder and walked closer to the hole, not listening to any of the boy's weak protests. Ilshin looked at what was happening, but was in shock. He did not understand what exactly happened and why Miri was behaving like that with him. But he began to recall the events at the warehouse. Kimakiri had left behind. The girl stood behind him and, taking off her helmet, looked in amazement. The boy returned to her question about the recluse, thinking to himself that the girl was a little strange, especially considering her behaviour now. Miri fell to her knees, tearfully asking him to accept her and order him to do everything for the development of her strength. She was ready for anything, no matter how important it was to her. Surprised, Ilshin turned to face the girl. A drop of sweat ran down his temple, and he, clutching the fallen general's weapon in his hand, thought that he had a bad feeling about all this. Ilshin was working at the laptop, trying to write new chapters of the novel, and Miri was interfering with him. He pulled away to ask the girl how long she planned to be here. Her answer made the boy take a hold of his head. He is a regular G class. How can he teach something to her, who now has an A class? But she did not give up. She showed the ring that Ilshin had given her earlier, saying, which made her much stronger. She was about to say something, but the boy interrupted her. He said he was happy for her, and he was also just lucky to find him. that this is a misunderstanding and she misunderstood and interpreted everything incorrectly. The guy explained everything, but Miri didn't listen. She begged him to give her a chance to prove herself and learn something from him. She simply did not hear him because she was busy with her own thoughts. Ilshin stared in amazement at what Song Miri Nim had done to his apartment. She looked proud of her work, holding a rolling pin in her hands. The apartment really looked incredible and seemed like it had just been built. Mira really had talent and, it seems, almost everything she took up. Ilshin praised her. The guy offered to treat the girl to lunch when he heard how her stomach grumbled from hunger. He simply had to thank her, at least in this way. An urgent call on Miri's phone made her apologize and say that they would have to eat next time. It was not until lunch now. Ilshin decided to give something to the girl. He bought a bottle of the Growth God's Blessing in the in-game store and then handed it to Mira to help her with her task. Sitting in the cafe, Ilshin was about to eat his order, which had just been brought, but he overheard. In the news, it was said that an S-class demon had appeared at the Parliament conference. Listening to the news, Ilshin choked on his noodles. Miri was fighting a demon that was higher than her and was buying time for people to leave the place. The live stream showed the monster destroying everything in its path. Enraged and hungry for the deaths and blood of innocent people, the Empress of Lightning tried to save the girl, helping her up even though she was still on her knees. Miri stood in front of the monster, resolutely protecting the girl as she ran away to save herself. She thought about the fact that this monster was a class higher and whether she could defeat it alone. She remembered the words of her sister, who had warned the girl not to climb and get lost under her feet, or Miri would regret it. She gathered her strength again, raising her hands up. She could not leave people like this without help and protection. Song Miri was determined to continue the fight, as the lightning bolts that reappeared said. The girl concentrated all her strength, hitting the demon with it and watching him writhe in pain after her blow. She did it. Miri was happy and elated that she still managed to defeat the monster that was terrorizing the city, even though he was a higher class. But her joy was short-lived. The demon stretched its tail towards her, roaring and hitting her directly in the chest. He was very furious because of her attempts to kill him. Song Miri Nim was unhappy. She couldn't win, and now she was still on the ground. Her knee hurt a lot. Returning, she saw that the bottle that Ilshin had given her was lying nearby, intact. Miri had already forgotten about her, so she was very surprised to see her on the ground. After drinking the entire contents of the bottle, Miri also shone with a golden glow, attracting the demon's attention. Now he was looking only at her, ignoring the other people who were almost next to him. Gathering all her strength again, the girl concentrated it, looking at the monster without blinking an eye. She was determined to win this battle again because she felt stronger, better. Song Miri gathered all her strength to strike the demon with lightning. People in the cafe were eagerly waiting for Miri to defeat the monster and watched the live broadcast from the scene. Among those who were delighted with the girl's strength was Ilshin. He stopped eating his order, watching the course of events. The boy couldn't believe that Miri had defeated a monster a class above her. He was shocked by the events and couldn't believe that she was calling him a master with such power. The girl stood in front of the journalists and tried to answer their questions about her strength and how she managed to win. She was so happy about her victory in the battle that she turned to Ilshin, calling him a master, Liv. The guy couldn't believe that Mira, who became an internet star, was now sitting in his apartment eating noodles. He asked if the girl needed to go home, and she replied that no one should worry about her. It was obvious that she was upset. Ilshin asked her about her parents, and she answered that they had died while thinking about that period. She remembered the dragon from hell that had been defeated with great effort by the best hunters from around the world when they united for this purpose. There were many victims then. Ilshin felt very bad because he had made the girl upset and remember something she might not have wanted to share with him. He also offered Mira his portion of noodles because he knew that she had spent a lot of energy and needed to eat. The girl gladly accepted the extra portion of noodles because she loved them very much. She was grateful to the boy for his concern. While the girl was eating, a message came to Ilshin's phone. which said that she would become his follower if she said a code phrase, almost as in all the short stories he wrote. The boy immediately thought about the fact that believers and followers add coins to him with which he can buy more abilities in the store. But immediately he remembered the army of the Emperor of Ants, which had to deliver a new blow. Ilshin did not know when it would happen, and it bothered him. Miri was happy to fulfill any request that Ilshin would voice. He asked her if he could ask her a favor. The guy figured out how to get a code word from the girl that would mean more coins and more abilities. He told the girl to repeat, hoping she would do it without hesitation. She could see that Ilshin was worried that he had forced her to say words that she did not understand at first. But Miri, with all her open heart, repeated what the boy wanted from her. Repeating what he said, "I believe Yoo Ilshin, him," the girl was incredibly elated, looking at her master. Immediately after the words were spoken aloud, a new notification came to the phone. He had unblocked a new follower. Yoo Ilshin read that now he could borrow the skills of the followers, but this did not suit him. He started arguing that he needed money. Miri looked at him, not understanding anything. Trying to understand why the master behaved like that, Miri did not see that there were beings standing next to her who brought something in a box. They watched the boy fight, waiting to make their presence known. It finally dawned on him that he could use Song Mira's ability. Therefore, Ilshin, without thinking for a long time, summoned her lightning. Of course, he had no idea that he had burned the Ant Emperor's messengers with lightning. They were burning alive. In this cat of Asia, the girl was stunned and happy. Could her master, like her, summon lightning? But the boy was not so happy. He, not paying attention to the screams of his neighbors, thought with horror that he had to do repairs again. The emperor was furious. How dare that nameless god burn his messengers? He ordered the head of the evil god to be brought to him for insulting him and the gift the emperor had given. The boy watched with amazement how fast Sun Miri ran. He thought that hunters of the highest classes were truly incredible. When the girl finished running, Ilshin gave her another bottle of the body juice of the god of growth, thinking that this mixture worked completely differently on her. He thought that it would be nice to find out how the girl would do better by using the blind eye of the god. Only he began to analyze Miri. How something happened. Ilshin was now unknown where he was looking at the huge monster that was chained and tied. Ilshin thought that Song Miri Nim's true power was bound by SS-class shackles. He realized that he unlocked her power with the finger of God and did not give her his own. The boy stuck out his finger to break all the shackles and release Mira's power. The girl thanked him for today, and Ilshin waved goodbye to her. He looked after Mira and wondered how strong she would become when the chains were broken, if she was already that strong. The boy remembered how he tried to destroy the shackles and how he could not break them completely because there were thousands of links. Walking home and whistling the song, the boy had no idea that he was being followed. And then it reached him. His home. It was destroyed even more than before because now it didn't even have a roof and almost no walls. Yoo Ilshin argued with the god of blades whose blade he had picked up from the warehouse where it was kept. He looked at the boy with displeasure, which the game in the smartphone told him about. The guy was angry. Now these perverts were also reading his thoughts because he didn't answer out loud. He was overwhelmed by all the messages that came in. God offered to unlock him and return the blade to him. Ilshin was indignant. 1,000 blades that cut space itself offered him 2.2 million coins from his army for the return of the blade, because it's stolen money. But then he read another offer and cooled down a little. Now he has to offer 10 million coins. He thought about the potions and items and was distracted by a message. The silent horror was laughing at the 1,000 blades, and the boy didn't understand. What the hell was going on? The writer has already begun to think about the way of the samurai and what it will be like with the right Ultra Blade. Horror offered another right. Rose that blooms at night. Ilshin had read that he would not strain himself during the fight, and his eyes were already glowing with fantasies and anticipation. He looked at how many gifts had come to him from both gods, thinking about what he would keep and what he must try. Trying to use the rose that blooms at night, Ilshin saw a message that the ability is activated only during sleep and could not believe it. He trusted again, but he was deceived. The boy had already begun to say that he had been tricked with the second ability, but he felt different than usual. He couldn't understand what was happening, why he didn't feel the same. He was not himself. Saliva was flowing from his mouth, his eyes were lifeless and glassy, and he had only one desire: to kill someone. Ilshin licked the blade of the blade that remained after Kimikiri's death, thinking about what was happening to him. Without realizing what he was doing, he ran out into the street and rushed through the city, holding the blade in front of him and wanting only one thing: to kill, cut, and dismember. The restaurant was already closing and the workers were talking about the vegetables not being cut yet. One of them pointed a finger at a boy who was cutting vegetables in the kitchen with incredible dedication. Holding a blade that looked more like a small knife in his hand, Ilshin cut vegetables furiously. He returned home and immediately collapsed on the bed. He was very tired. Right now, the boy was only thinking that the ability and the blade were a very dangerous combination. He was being watched. The ants stood and waited for him to fall asleep. Salju dreamed of the glory that killing this god would bring her. From Ilshin's heart, it was very beautiful and shone brightly, attracting attention. The ants that attacked the sleeping boy were eaten by the rose, the exclusive right of silent horror. The flower bloomed while he slept, eating ants to his heart's content. It was a nightmare flower. The ants looked at the rose without doubt. It was the flower of a nightmare. Salju, although she knew the story of the follower who destroyed almost all of their people almost 3,000 years ago, she was sure that they would win and this day would go down in history. The warrior tried to bypass all the vines that rose, but it was difficult for her. She was saving herself from the mouth of a rose that wanted to devour them all, protecting the sleeping Ilshin. Salju was sure that even if she could not kill him, she would take the follower of the silent god with her to hell. She used her power and her blade, but nothing happened. The ant was in despair and could not believe it. It was impossible. When he woke up, the boy could not understand why, after a night's sleep, he felt as if he had recently eaten. Turning his attention to the phone, he finally read the message. The Holy Virgin and her followers were asking him for help. After scanning them, Ilshin saw that they were poisoned by bee venom, so he began to quickly and frantically search for something that could help them. The guy was so sincere in his intentions to help and his feelings that now he was staring at the message about the activation of Miracle. He quickly pressed the consent button to spend his divine power and 100,000 coins. It didn't matter now, as long as the followers survived. After a few seconds, Ilshin, not understanding why he wanted to sleep again, collapsed on the floor and fell fast asleep. The Virgin begged for help with her last strength. She prayed to their god, asking him to look over them. Hundreds of golden rays began to appear in the sky, attracting the attention of the girl, who could hardly stay on her feet. The Virgin began to pray again, but already thanking Ilshin. His rain washed away all the poison and saved the entire tribe. The Holy Virgin turned to her followers. She offered to make an offering to Ilshin, who saved them again. Sitting on the floor, the boy could not understand what time it was and why, even after this dream, he felt so confused. But he immediately heard Song Mirinim's voice. She was sitting across from him on the floor on her knees and smiling at him. Miri and Ilshin looked at the figure standing on his shelf. It was a gift from his followers, which they had made themselves. After thinking about it, the guy realized that it was him. After seeing the girl off, the writer wanted to start writing chapters, already comfortably seated in front of the laptop. But the message came again. He saw on the screen ants bowing before a small sprout. It was a world tree, the sprout of which grew thanks to a miracle given by Ilshin, but the sprout was sick and would soon die. The boy tried the blessing of the god of growth on him, but there was no effect. This surprised him. After all, if you grow it, you will be able to sell the fruits. Finally, Ilshin found something in the store of the gods that was supposed to help. Tears of generous prosperity. However, in order to receive them after purchase, it was necessary to complete the task of the good goddess. He was cleaning up cigarette butts on the street, thinking about whether he really had to do this to save the world tree. When he finished, he saw that the scale was only 10 out of 100. He needed to do many more good things to complete the task. Ilshin looked at the man who called him, talking about the territory. Amazingly, he was also mistaken for a homeless person, but he thought he had already seen this man. The guy took money out of his pocket and handed it to the stranger. He said that was all. Whatever he had, he asked to buy himself something to eat on them. After the man's scream, he remembered that it was indeed Choi Kang-sang, an S-class hunter who used to be a janitor. Nevertheless, he agreed to accept the money as goodwill, and Ilshin could not understand when the bill disappeared from his hands. He looked questioningly at the phone. The indicator of good deeds remained in place, but the boy was sure that he had to grow up. Ilshin was angry because he was left without money, and the hunter, meanwhile, bought himself a beer. He turned to him, determined to change the situation. They would have continued their argument if not for the sound. It was a sign that the monster had reappeared in the city. Yoo Ilshin and Choi Kang-san paused in their argument as they heard a signal on the streets that a monster had reappeared in the city. The hunter stood relaxed and was happy that the demon had finally appeared. He spoke about some prophecy, but Ilshin was too busy thinking about the demon to listen. The boy was about to leave, but at the last moment, Kang-san grabbed him by the collar, saying that they better go together, thinking that he would fight the monster as well. Ilshin and the hunter landed after the flight near the warehouses. San Kang said that the prophet had spoken of the high probability of the portal opening right here. While the boy was lying face down on the ground, the hunter had already found his target. The demon was standing right in front of them. It was Beelzebub, a demon that comes in the form of a frog. The demon saw Ilshin and immediately recognized him. Now he was sure that if he brought his head to the master, he would be rewarded. Beelzebub liked it. The demon told the hunter to move away, but the hunter was in no hurry. He was crunching his knuckles as he thought of a plan of action. Kang-san really didn't like being called an old man, so his attack was faster. He concentrated his power and charged at the huge demon figure. Due to the fact that Ilshin was in danger, the rose that blooms at night was activated now. It appeared as usual, and with it, a mouth that devoured everyone who posed a danger. The guy woke up in the dark. He held his head and tried to understand where he was. The writer saw a stranger standing with her back to him and called her to inform her that he was here and at the same time to ask where he was. She asked if he had already woken up, and all this delirium began to disappear. Ilshin saw how, in a way, the portal was closing. He asked where she was going. Ilshina distracted Kang-san as he was lying on the ground, mumbling something about being eaten by a giant flower. The guy wanted to help, but immediately backed away. He was so blinded by the hunter that it was impossible to approach. Ilshin dreamed of how rich he would become because he received a message that he overachieved the task and now he has a generous wealth, which can be used to cure the sprout of Yggdrasil. Choi Kang-sang was feeling, so he asked his aid, but the answer surprised the head of state. It turned out that he wanted to hand flowers to the hunter, and he had a seizure. The president was satisfied. As soon as Kang-san leaves the hospital, he can immediately become a teacher for the Empress of Lightning, and the School of Hunters will reach a new level. Ilshin looked at 2 more statuettes that the black tribe gave him as an offering. He was angry because he didn't like the statues, and they didn't look like him at all. The boy was amazed. The Maiden of Ants wrote to him. He also wondered how she typed, but saw another message. Her sympathy was increased due to figurines. But now, Yoo Ilshin was very much in love. His followers were attacked. Everyone hurried through the forest. The god ordered to lead him to the demons that attacked the tribe, and all the ants quickly followed the order, showing the boy the way. He could not wait. What is happening there? Ilshin tried to understand what was happening on the screen. The guy was scared. It was cockroaches. According to the report, they were summoned by a demon summoner and double in size once per hour. The boy realized that he was dealing with cockroaches. He hated these insects and was afraid of them, now waving his arms and trying to get away from them. Yoo Ilshin understood that there were too many cockroaches, although he still stood behind his followers and did not run away. The ants wanted to run away, but the Holy Virgin stopped them, urging them to stop panicking, and reminded them that their God was with them. However, turning to face the boy, the maiden only saw the great god Yoo Ilshin kicking his heels, running away as fast as possible. The demonic ant advised the emperor he was sure that 4 days would be enough to bring the god's head as a gift. But they were interrupted. A servant of the emperor appeared with a message who said that the cockroach tamer had an increased number of animals. Ilshin ran, holding a towel to his face. He shouldn't have breathed in the fumes that were still in the air. He was very glad he bought the bug spray earlier. His army of ants was killing those cockroaches that were still left, but there were not many of them. The Holy Virgin cried. She admitted that she doubted God, so now they were very ashamed. She asked to kill her because she did not deserve to be his believer. Ilshin tried to calm the ant because there was really no need to kill it. The boy saw that he had gained a new ability and was studying it when he read the comment. He thought they were all pretty weird. However, the price of 100 coins and the multiplying finger of the god were tempting. But he didn't have time to do anything. After looking at the message, Ilshin got scared. But even better, because his manager wrote with a request to meet. Both boys met in a cafe, where they ordered food and the manager insisted that Ilshin try a delicious drink. The manager asked what was happening with Ilshin's work rate, and he had sweat pouring down his temple. He didn't have a good answer to this question. The boss was not satisfied. He yelled for Ilshin to try harder, asking him to listen to him at least once and do everything within the specified time. The guy tried to calm him down, but the not-so-sober manager could not calm the hurricane. He blamed Ilshin for what happened at work with the manager himself. The entire angry tirade was interrupted by a new message. The boy was distracted, reading that the black tribe was again attacked by demonic monsters and they needed help. The manager didn't like being ignored and burst out with more curses, attracting too much attention and throwing a plate of lunch in the boy's face. At the same time, the Virgin prayed to God, calling to praise him and his blessings. She was certain that the entire tribe would win the battle with the demons on their own. Ilshin stopped on the way home because of a message. He could get an ability whose cost was written off from tiers of bountiful affluence. The writer sat down on the asphalt, looking at the fact that he had bought the ability to create heaven and earth. But he did not fit the conditions, so he had the skill of false creation. The system warned that the world would be partially changed. Song Mirinim stood looking out the window and turned to her sister, saying that something was wrong with the sky. The older sister asked what exactly, but she looked rather annoyed. People gathered in the streets, including Choi Kang-sang, looked up at the sky and wondered, "Is this the end of the world?" Everyone was scared. An unknown man was looking at the sky while standing naked on the terrace. He was asking if the one who was interfering with the guild's business was really the Empress of Lightning. Behind him was his assistant and the corpses he left behind after the fight. The man spread his hands to his sides, closing his eyes and enjoying what was happening. He heard the assistant ask how many people they needed to start. The man put his hands forward, palms up. A blessed expression froze on his face. He was addressing someone, assuring that his faithful follower would fulfill his will. A rocket from Earth was approaching the second moon. They wanted to investigate the anomaly and came across something they didn't understand. Near the second satellite of the Earth, the spacecraft lost control, which was immediately reported to the base. From Earth, the second moon had a greenish appearance, as if surrounded by a haze of the same color. At night, it changes color to golden. Ilshin sat in the park holding his head. The pain was unbearable, and he could not do anything about it. Song Mirinim had already run the specified number of laps and was ready to do anything else her master said. But in fact, after telling him to make a plank, Yoo Ilshin wanted to take another look at the spiritual image of the girl in order to understand how to liberate her. The boy concentrated, and in a couple of seconds he was looking at the huge cat with tusks, which, as it seemed to him, had become cuter, and now even smiled. He was breaking the shackles that bound Miri's being by using the god's destructive finger. The spiritual image of the girl was no longer afraid of him. On the contrary, he showed his affection by licking the boy as if he were a simple domestic cat. She had progressed again in her studies and in her strength. The girl could not believe it, looking at her hands and not paying any attention to the passers-by who were looking at her questioningly. Ilshin was pleased that there was progress. He even smiled at it. Because he couldn't come up with anything to continue training and be able to get into her soul. While Miri ran another 200 laps, the boy looked at the phone. The Holy Virgin asked to give her a name, which Ilshin thought about. It dawned on him. She can be white as an ant. This was the best among other options. The Virgin was very glad and happy. It was visible on her face, which shone and even blushed a little. Other ants of the black tribe started chanting, asking Ilshin to give them names too. Now he had another problem. He couldn't name everyone at once. Ilshin was confused and began to call everyone by ordinal numbers. The guy returned home, where the repairs had already been completed, so he could rest peacefully. He entered the apartment, stretching and settling down for a well-deserved rest. On the screen, he saw the black tribe, as well as the information that they had evolved due to the writer giving them names and that they had won the battle against the demonic cockroaches. The maiden looked in amazement at how the forest where they live is changing. She didn't know, but it was thanks to their efforts as well as Ilshin's level, which was automatically raised to 2. Now his ants could grow something because he added a bed and taught them how to cultivate vegetables. Also, each of the tribe now had a nice house, where it will be much more comfortable and better to live than in the caves, as the tribe lived before. After everything was done, Ilshin awkwardly watched what was happening. The ants praised him too much. The boy saw another button, but nothing was written on it. He decided to press it, reading about the opening of the warrior tower, the chance and subjugation of which was a very small percentage. Ilshin built walls around the warrior's tower because the ants were horrified by its very existence. He shouted at his followers not to even think about entering the tower. A boy was standing in front of the tower when everyone had already gone home. He thought that if he was a little stronger, he would definitely overcome everything that poses a threat to the tribe and is in that tower. The great shaman was on his knees before the emperor, begging him to give him another chance because he had made a contract with the demon king himself and could be useful. The shaman ran away from the power that the emperor unleashed on him, but it was in vain. He died a painful death. Suddenly, she appeared, a goddess to whom everyone turned their attention. She asked the emperor not to be angry. The goddess swore by her name, Arachne, that she would win over the tribe and the god in the name of the emperor, who should soon become a true god. The bloodsucker was only waiting for the command to break down and carry it out, to make the black tribe and the evil god regret that they had upset the emperor. Arachne brought a needle, bearer of the terrible plague, to help Partridge destroy the tribe. Ilshin worked as fast as he could. He remembered what his boss told him. If he doesn't finish the job, he won't work with them again. He was exhausted, but he understood that it was necessary to finish everything now. The guy fell asleep at the table, but still tried to work. To distract himself a bit, he opened a game on his phone to see how his ants were doing. The writer was amazed. He saw how one ant trains and lifts a stone much larger than itself. The first warrior of the Hayami tribe trained very hard to protect his people. This is what the boy read when he looked at the ant with his blind eye of God. The warrior looked up. A huge bottle with some kind of liquid was flying from there, and he could not understand what was happening. The ant, holding the bottle in his hands, was moved. He realized that Yoo Ilshin was watching him and helping him. The boy returned to writing the text and had no idea that he was being watched. Outside his window was a messenger from the emperor, in whose hands was a deadly weapon. Bloodsucker looked at the evil god, smiling. That's what he is, the poisoner of a great army. When agreeing on a job, Bloodsucker set a condition. He wanted to taste the blood of an evil god. The mosquito flew directly at Ilshin, who was busy with his text. He wanted one thing, with the blood of a god in his veins, to become stronger than the emperor and become a true god in his place. The bloodsucker stung the boy and began to drink his blood, feeling an incredible taste and a surge of strength. Ilshin swung his hand and hit his head, crushing the insect and now looking at his palm. Where did the mosquitoes come from in the room so late? Almost immediately, the boy began to feel very strange. He wrapped his arms around himself, trying to calm the trembling in his body. Ilshin was very sick. The snot was flowing non-stop. He was constantly sneezing, and sweat was running down his face. Having decided to wash himself and go to the bathroom, the boy could not believe his eyes. He has a mark on his forehead in the form of an evil grimace. The message on the phone said that it was the mark of the bearer of the dread plague, and that the chilling curse was now activated in his body. Ilshin immediately began to cough even more. He was lying on the floor from the number of activated curses raining down on him one after another. The boy tried to look into the god's store to find something that could heal him. Yoo Ilshin sneaked out of his apartment after buying an item but could not get it because he had to complete a task. He felt even worse, arguing that it was impossible to get anything just like that. In the hospital, there was one person in a hood among other people. It was Kim Tae-bom, chosen by the Association of Believers. He saw with his own eyes the miracle that God created, and it allowed him to rise several classes higher. The Bom stood without his hood. Explosive wires were wrapped around his waist, and he himself considered his sacrifice necessary for the sake of God and his descent into this world. He was chosen. At about the same time, Ilshin literally fell out of the taxi. He could hardly stay on his feet, thanking the driver for the ride. The guy saw a message that he needed to save 100 people to get the medicine. He himself was on the verge of death, crawling on the floor instead of walking. Kim Tae-bom held the hostage with one hand and the finger of the other on the button of the remote control of the explosive device with which he was tied. Standing opposite was Song Miri Nim, holding a ball of lightning in her hands and ordering the nurse to be released. Seeing Ilshin in the crowd with the same mark on his forehead, Tae-bom turned to him, asking if God had given him a task. He asked for help in a terrorist attack. Miri squinted into the crowd, looking at the one the boy was addressing, then holding the hostage. She was surprised. What is the master doing here? Ilshin stood in front of the entire crowd, not realizing that the terrorist was addressing him. He was scared and confused. Kim Tae-bom called him to help. He looked like a real madman with a mark on his forehead who saw Ilshina as a brother in faith. Song Miri Nim interceded for the writer. She said that this was her master and that the terrorist had confused everything, that this could not be the case. He shouted about Yoo Ilshin's bad aura and that the mark on his forehead was a sign of their brotherhood. The writer distracted the girl from the altercation with the terrorist. He said that he was very unwell and that he needed medical attention. The bomb threatened to blow everything up if the Empress of Lightning even tried to interfere with him. After reading the terrorist's memoirs, Ilshin saw him talking to someone, talking about sacrifices and the descent of the god of destruction. He saw a man holding out his hand to Tae-bom. Incredibly handsome, has the ability to convince, judging by the way he communicated with the boy. The mortal shouted that he was doing everything in the name of the god of destruction, raising his finger to the button of the explosive device in his hand. Yoo Ilshin put out his index finger, using the power of a god's destructive finger. He ordered Mira to act immediately, keeping his eyes on the figure of the terrorist, who pressed the button anyway. The hostage, freed, ran away as far as possible, and Tae-bom could not understand why the device was not working. He pressed the button over and over, trying to get things right and go according to plan. The Lightning Empress delivered a devastating blow with her power and the concentrated energy of her abilities. Kim Tae-bom was on the floor, buttonless in his hand, completely overwhelmed by the girl's power. Miri returned to Ilshin to inform him that the victory was theirs, but she stopped mid-sentence. The boy was lying face down and not moving. The girl ran up to her master, asking if everything was all right with him, but he did not answer, not reacting to anything. Many processes had already started in his body, including necrosis. Arachne sat on her throne and, together with Naba, watched what was happening with the evil god. Ilshin could not understand where he was. There was too much white around and almost nothing was visible. He walked on the water, thinking about the voice he heard before the curse was activated, and now he couldn't figure out what the place was and where he was and why. The boy heard a voice addressing him. This forced him to turn around. The owner of the voice asked how the new god dared to wake him up. A terrible monster sat on something similar to a throne and passed a sentence on the boy. He was condemned to eternal suffering and endless death. The monster spoke a lot, but he was filled with horror when he saw that it was Yoo Ilshin standing in front of him. He couldn't believe it, because this demon was here. Ilshin opened his eyes, looking ahead with a defocused gaze and remembering only that he had completed the rescue task with a large margin. The boy realized that his body was completely healed. He wondered if it was the effect of the elixir he received after completing the task. When Songmira was surrounded by fans trying to get her attention, the boy awkwardly waved his hand and showed the handset, implying that he would call the girl later. The assistant god, standing behind him, made a feverish excuse, saying that they had gone over the bomb situation several times, and the culprit was Thay Bomb for failure. Apostle Johann gave the guild leader 4 days to kill the hunters and bring Ilshin to him. He talked about how Ilshin shines, standing next to people, and lamented that an insect like a guild leader does not understand this, and that is why he did not receive the grace of the gods. Yoo Ilshin was lying on the bed and listening to music in his headphones, rejoicing that he was still alive and that the effect of the elixir was miraculous. But his happiness was short-lived. Ilho pleaded for salvation, lying face down on the ground and looking exhausted. He asked for the remedy that Ilshin had sent to the warrior of the Black tribe earlier. Ilho was determined to go through all the trails in the warrior's tower to protect his people. Opening the door to the building that was a death trap for everyone, he steps forward decisively. The candidate began his ordeal by standing on the threshold of the tower and looking up at the stairs and the fire burning inside. The first challenge was to climb the stairs and reach the second floor, which the warrior began to do. Ilho was confident because he had the elixir that God had given him. However, a huge bullet hit him right away, knocking him off his feet and almost crushing the figure of an ant. He was crushed by an unbearable weight, begging Yoo Ilshin for help. The boy looked at the screen with horror after reading Il's memoirs, Ho! He wondered if the ants he had squashed for fun in the past had suffered the same. The system announced that in 10 seconds the warrior's life would end, which caused a panic attack in Ilshin. He gave the boy the blessing of the god of growth, but realized with horror that it did not help. The death timer was still counting seconds. Ilshin remembered that he had received a reward from the Lord of Cheongnangan, so he had the exclusive right to receive treatment at the shop, which cost only 100 coins. He was very happy about it. Having bought the healing right, the writer intended to use it as soon as possible. The boy watched the ant come to life and was very happy. He managed to save it. But as soon as Ilho rose to his feet, Ilshin immediately began scolding him because he ordered not to go to the tower because it was dangerous. The warrior stood in front of the door, which Ilshin tried to open with his strength, but the gate did not open and they were both puzzled by this fact. The ant was confused. He could not get out until he passed all 50 floors and turned to God for help, because he knew exactly what to do. Ilshin saw that his exclusive right had arrived, and now it would become available. He had a feeling that he would still regret it. Someone was knocking very persistently on the door of Ilshin's apartment, and he wondered who it could be. He bought 2 bottles in the store, for himself and the soldier. Having ordered Ilho drank the elixir, he drank his own. A broad-shouldered man in glasses stood in front of the boy in the doorway. He called himself Kim Taemin, a scout of the Luxury Guild. The elite scout was sure that Ilshin would soon become a hunter and offered to talk for a few minutes. Ilho was empowered by the elixirs he had drunk, and he was determined to finish what he had started, eyeing the stairs with readiness. Swinging his fist at the flying ball, the warrior immediately turned it into a pile of stones with a single blow. At this time, Ilshin could not believe his ears, sitting opposite the scout with a cup of tea. 300 million won a year. The writer already dreamed that he would be able to write books whenever he wanted, without deadlines, and would eat steaks and favourite delicacies for the salary he was offered. Ilshin thought so much about the future that he did not listen to the scout, who now shamed the boy. Taemin's scan ended, and Ilshin was angry. All the fables about 300 million were lies, because in front of him sat a servant of the god of destruction and not a scout. The boy tried to tactfully refuse the offer so as not to give the impression that he had learned the truth, but the scout was persistent and tried to convince the writer to go with him. Having found himself in the bathroom by deception, Ilshin thought about how to get rid of the scout, because he was also persistent in the fact that the boy should meet with the master of the guild. Realizing that the terrorist from the hospital served the same god as the scout, the boy thought about who to call and whom to ask for help. The next moment, a breach appeared in the wall, and Taemin looked out of it, asking whom the writer wanted to call. Ilshin was very scared, realizing that it was the end of him. Kim Taemin, standing in the bathroom, asked Yoo Ilshin who he was trying to call. Ilshin tried to think of what to do and lied that he was calling the publishing house, to which he had questions. In the next moment, the boy was hit by the force of the scout, which caused him to fall to the floor. Kim Taemin couldn't understand why he'd been summoned to take the boy away if anyone else could handle his near lack of strength. He grabbed Ilshin by the throat, intending to take him to the guild leader, even by force. Just as he was about to pass out, he saw a message that said there was an opportunity to gain faith points from saving Songmira from death. Ilshin knew that his strength difference with the scout was very large, but still he tried to get out, thinking that he needed strength. He saw Il-ho, who offered him the power he possessed, and asked the god to fight. The power transfer skill was activated. Now Ilshin has the ability Body of Steel. Taemin couldn't believe what was happening and thought that in front of him was a matter creation type hunter. Ilshin stood in front of him, having the form of an athlete. Taemin, taking off his jacket, told Ilshin to attack, preparing for battle. The next moment, Ilshin took the scout by the head and hit him with all his might, provoking pain and screams. The writer hit his opponent again on the head, now leaving him unconscious in the middle of the apartment. After leaving the room, he tried to call Mira, but the caller was out of range.
The boy saw that with the help of the game, he could determine the location of his followers and began to look for Songmira Nim.
Ilshin saw the girl with whom he talked and almost killed the demon of the sword, but she was calling her master with her last strength. Already thinking about Miri's death, the boy saw a message that he had predicted her fate, and it had not happened yet. The game asked him if he wanted to change the girl's fate, and Yoo Ilshin agreed without hesitation. The demon was obsessed with swords, and the writer remembered the sword he had left from Kimikiri. It was small, but still a sword. The game sent another message. His title of Merciful Saviour helps create an unbelievable miracle. Miri was lying on the floor covered in blood, with leaves and other unimportant things lying around. Sitting on the floor and trying to get up, she asked what her killer needed because she did not understand what was happening. The demon didn't notice how a figure with torn pants and a blinding golden light appeared behind him. Ilshin looked at the sword demon feeling only one thing. He wanted to cut and kill. The girl was shocked by what she saw in front of her. Having drawn his sword, the demon asked the one who had hindered them if he was with the Empress of Lightning. The demon was ready to fight. He got into a fighting stance, keeping his eyes on his opponent. Ilshin was waiting for the demon, holding out a knife that appeared to be a blade. The sword demon could not believe the fruit knife, as he called Ilshin's weapon, blocked the blow of his sword. Concentrating, the demon delivered a new blow that the boy could not block for anything. The writer calmly blocked the blow that awaited him, holding the blade in his relaxed hand and walking straight at the demon. He struck again, mustering even more strength to squarely defeat the strange boy and his fruit knife. Moving to repulse the attack, Ilshin repeated the same thing. Cut, crush, kill. The demon thought feverishly about what was happening. If the Empress of Lightning called him a master, then it meant that he was a recluse and did not belong to the Hunter Association. The dark-haired demon quickly drank the contents of the small bottle he pulled from his pocket. He didn't think he would have to use it, but the time was right. Gathering even more power that he had thanks to the elixir, the demon once again attacked his opponent. But Yoo Ilshin stood motionless, looking at the demon and thinking only of cutting it. He looked like a dangerous madman. Even the elixir did not help. The boy repelled the demon's attack with one swing of the blade. He used a shadow step to get to the Empress's master unnoticed. When the smoke settled down, it was visible that the demon was sitting on a crouch, holding onto the guard of a katana stuck in the asphalt. In the next moment, his katana was reduced to nothing, the blade breaking from the force that struck him. The demon was shocked and very angry. The messenger of the guild was covered in sweat. He heard the voice of a guy in a dust jacket, which still prevented them from looking around. Ilshin turned his head towards him, holding the blade as if to attack. With his eyes wide open, he stared straight at the demon. After the attempt, Ilsha's force hit the mercenary right in the middle of his body from head to toe. But after another moment, he stood, looking at his hands in shock and trying to understand how it happened that he survived. Looking at the boy standing in front of him, the sword demon was surprised. With such power, he could have easily killed him, but he left him alive. The demon had no words. The sword god stood before him. After a few seconds, the warrior's body was returned to its owner, Il-ho, and in front of the demon stood Ilshin in his grumpy likeness. The guy was in a panic. The knife stopped working as it should. He started shaking it to get it back. While Ilshin admitted his defeat because the blade was temporarily unavailable, the demon knelt down and bowed low, calling the writer the god of the sword. Ilshin froze, wondering what was happening and looking at his recent opponent. The mercenary begged him to train, kneeling and assuring him that he would do anything, even cut open his stomach if necessary. Ilshin thought that he was some kind of crazy. Ilshin learned that the demon of the sword was fanatically devoted to him, but he would think about it later. Both turned to the side of the dying Song Mirinim. The demon was the first to reach her and immediately took out another bottle of golden liquid, pouring it into the unconscious girl's mouth. Ilshin watched as Miri, who was in the demon's arms, was enveloped in light. The boy thought about what was happening and was he really a sword god? He remembered first the cockroaches, now also these two followers of some guild. While the elixir was healing Miri, the demon was serious about winning forgiveness by slitting his stomach as a sign of remorse for what he had done to the girl. The demon was shocked. The god asked him to destroy the guild in his name. He bowed his head, accepting the order of the sword god and deciding to carry out his will. Ilshin had already fantasized that thanks to the received multiplying finger of God, he would be able to multiply his wealth as well. He imagined how much gold he would have. He began to look for his money in his stash. It was for a rainy day, but now his new exclusive right had to be tested. Holding a piggy bank in his hand, he wondered, did he only have 101? The boy decided to try. Holding a coin in one hand, he tried to use his power with the thumb of the other. Nothing happened. The writer stood in the middle of the mess in the room and read the message. The force cannot be used on physical objects. He was very angry because he thought that life would finally get easier. Out of anger, he threw the coin somewhere in the corner, swearing that all his abilities were useless. Looking at the messages from the silent horror and the thousand blades chopping space itself, he thought about how to become stronger to withstand the attacks. Ilshin thought the answers of generous prosperity were different from the other two, but he kept thinking about what exactly he should do and how to act. The guy was satisfied with himself. He thought of doing both options, to pump his kindness and to cut someone by pumping an ultra blade. Sitting on the bed, he was already sketching out a plan in his head. First, he had to use the god's multiplying finger to increase his ant population. Yoo Ilshin was pleased with himself. He sent a multi-million army against the empire and waited with a slightly mad expression on his face. There was an ant on the screen, which used to be called the Virgin. She used her index finger to heal the child, who was sobbing from a wound on her arm. Watching what was happening, the boy thought that it might be too much, but he immediately dismissed that thought. Now his good karma was accumulating on its own. Ilshin picked up the phone because his manager was calling. He was surprised and tried to communicate politely. After being asked how his new chapters were, Ilshin began to talk about how difficult it is to write when his boss is threatening to fire him. Ilshin told about his vacation and immediately winced at the shout of the manager, who reminded him of the vacation that had just ended. The guy thought he could use God's multiplication finger on himself and even stopped listening to his boss. He put his thumb to his forehead and waited for what would happen. In front of him stood a very handsome boy who appeared after using the power of God on himself. Ilshin looked at his dot copy in amazement, not believing his eyes that it had worked. Ilshin felt his clone hit him. Period. 22. Sitting on the floor and leaning on the bed, the boy stared at the copy of himself in surprise and could not understand what was happening. The clone beat the writer badly, telling him to behave better and not make a laughingstock of the two of them. The clone picked up the phone, hearing the editor's voice, but immediately ordered him to get lost. The clone activated its ability, completely changing its appearance. It grew horns, and its arm and eyes glowed with a bright red light. Meanwhile, the ants were defending themselves from the Empire's soldiers, who were attacked by Ilshin's order. The ants were scared because there were many of them and they could not do anything with the demons of the Empire. The warriors of the Black Tribe looked up at the sky, where a bright red light appeared, distracting everyone from the battle. Before them stood their god, girdled with red lightning and now horned. The warriors of the Empire could not believe that they were seeing the evil god that was talked about so much. The surviving cockroach at the meeting of the Emperor stood on his knees and asked for forgiveness for the fact that they did not succeed in defeating the Black Tribe. Arachne was incredibly evil, not believing her ears. All the soldiers of the empire were defeated by only one god. She ordered all the blades to be called back into the emperor's service and to summon the great general. The city was watched by a faithful follower of Arachne who was going to kill the evil god with his own hands and bring his head to the emperor. Ilshin sat in his room with a face like a cutlet. He felt very bad. Taking the phone in his hands, the boy quickly checked the messages and everything that happened while he was unconscious. Ilshin was devastated. He saw a message about the cancellation of the contract with the publishing house. Ilshin was very angry because of what was happening. The system was talking about ants, but he didn't care about them because he was fired. In a panic, he screamed at the laptop, opening it and repeating one word: deadline. He had to do everything. Maybe then he would have a job and not have to pay a fine. The guy sat down at the table, starting to work as quickly as possible. His future depended on it. While he was working, a notification came on his phone, telling him to save the sword demon because he was in danger. While writing the chapter, Ilshin tried to ignore what was happening because his only problem was the deadline and dismissal. The game had its own plans. Ilshin, surprised, activated a skill that allowed him to see the world through the eyes of a sword demon and was already transported there. He saw a girl who was beautifully dressed and holding a whip in her hand while his follower was suspended from the ceiling. The girl took his hair, trying to find out the name of the one who sent the demon to destroy the guild. The boy anxiously looked at what was happening, not understanding where he was and how the sword demon could fall into the trap. He also saw an ambal, more like a mountain. He watched the course of the torture. Ilshin was able to see the memories of the sword demon. He was lying on the ground and there were stones on his back that did not allow him to get up. These were the times of his training in the camp. Then he saw how the demon killed one of its victims when his abilities had already awakened and he was being given tasks to kill. He also remembered his acquaintance with these two. They were always his rivals and made very low jokes about the sword demon. And the boy also saw himself. He was the reason for the changes that took place in the demon's life when he chose a different path. Ambal offered the girl to kill the demon, at which she was surprised, because the apostle ordered to bring him alive. He was already preparing to hit the captive with his strength, holding him by the hair. Yoo Ilshin understood. The demon must be saved, because he will die right now if he does not intervene. He came up with the idea of taking Il's power hoe to achieve success. The next moment, the sword demon was lying on the floor, and Ilshin bent over it, removing it from its shackles. And another second later, he was already standing in front of the guild's followers, preparing to strike them with the lightning bolt he had borrowed from Sun Mira. But things didn't go according to plan. The boy was surprised to notice that he could only use one high-class ability. He was just distracted when he was hit in the face by a mountain of muscles. That was just the beginning. Immediately after this blow, he flew several meters away, lying unconscious. It was Il's power hoe. The girl who ran to her friend returned to Ilshin, promising him a very painful death. She began to use her power, gathering and accumulating it to strike at her opponent. Yoo Ilshin was drenched in sweat. He understood that this would be the end of him and that he would not survive such a thing. The follower of the apostle was amazed because her fire did not affect the boy. There was not a single scratch on him. She, holding a whip in her hand, aimed fire at him again, not even thinking of giving up. But she did not have time to release the flame as she received a blow on the face from Ilshin. He was very pleased with himself because not only did he win, but he also got a skill boost. The sword demon looked at the boy adoringly, thanking him for saving him and saying that he had never seen a fight like this before. They both turned to the sound coming from the other part of the cell as they decided to get out of there already. In the shadows stood a man who was almost invisible, but he was addressing Ilshin. The sword demon warned his god to stay away from the man because he was very dangerous for both of them. Coming out into the light, he showed himself in all his glory. Before them was the apostle of the guild. After reading the information about the man in front of him, the boy was shocked and scared. He had something to do with sacrifices. He was on guard, just like the demon behind him, because there was something that Ilshin could not read about this apostle, and he did not like it. But Johann did not behave as everyone expected. He called Ilshin his brother, addressing him and speaking as if it were the pure truth. The sword demon held the apostle, reaching out and touching his chest. He was determined to prevent him from reaching the sword god. Ilshin just wondered, standing behind. Acting as if he was bored, the apostle swung his hand and hit the demon hard, which flew away several tens of meters in height. The boy couldn't believe it. The demon defeated the Empress of Lightning, and the apostle defeated him without even straining. Johann asked Ilshin, looking directly at him, which god is the boy's follower. Instead of answering, he swung, intending not to talk, but to fight and, most importantly, to win. It was at this moment that Mira's ability transfer was activated, and the boy struck his opponent with lightning. The children of the ants, followers of Yoo Ilshin, played and ran, but they were warned not to go far into the forest. They saw a huge figure that filled them with real terror. He was a follower of Arachne who vowed to get the head of the evil god and his believers with his own hands. The ants began to suffocate from the poisonous wave that the Empire's warrior sent at them. At the same time, the apostle was falling from a strong and accurate blow from Ilshin, who used Sun Miri's lightning. But the boy did not have time to rejoice that he had defeated the apostle, as he began to rise, as if he had not been struck by such a strong lightning. After another blow to the enemy, he was on his knees, but he was still alive. Ilshin could feel sweat rolling down his back. Johann looked straight into the boy's eyes, saying that he would always come back to life and that he could not be killed. The writer thought about the fact that he did not want to die at the hands of this madman, but he could not resist him, because he had already used up the time of the borrowed skills. Thinking that he had no choice, Ilshin put his thumb to his forehead, deciding to use his doppelganger. Ilshin decided to remain silent because the doppelganger beat him very badly last time after giving orders. He only hoped that he would not start beating Ilshin himself when the enemy was nearby. Judging by the reaction and tantrum the apostle had when he released his own power, he didn't really like being ignored. The boy watched as his doppelganger simply disappeared, telling the nothingness to burn, referring to the apostle. He watched as Johann gathered his strength, sweating and frantically wondering what exactly the clone was talking about when he offered to burn his opponent. Ilshin remembered. He stuck out his middle finger, using the power of a god within him. The great god devouring the mountains was the name of Thousand Blades chopping space itself, many centuries ago. The god of destruction lost his beloved, and this caused him to lose his mind. He longed for peace, but now all the god longed for was destruction. Ilshin was not like himself. He looked at the monolith with malice, not even feeling the tears running down his cheeks. Something similar to an eye or a portal appeared, from which snakes crawled out. The sword demon couldn't move in terror, thinking that he needed to help Ilshin, but he couldn't do it. But the boy remained faithful to his convictions. He, clenching his hands into kneading fists, was going to defeat what appeared from that rift.
They both watched in amazement as the apostle was surrounded by snakes, and he himself made an excuse, begging to spare his life.
Johann lost all the colours on his body and hair. He became more and more like a simple old man, rather than the powerful being he was just a few minutes ago. Standing in front of the demon, Yoo Ilshin held out a sword shining with a golden glow, looking straight into the eye of the demonic entity. He stood with his ultra blade activated, holding a huge sword by a normal-sized hilt. Ilshin attacked the demon that was already about to attack him, rising above the ground in an attacking jump. Cursing the demon, the boy attacked him with the sword he held in his hands. Standing in the destroyed area, the hunters thought about what had happened here and that this battle was similar to the SSS class and that a huge monster was waiting for them. In the middle of the destruction stood Ho Kang Chul, is the head of the Hunters Association, who thought that the project they were working on should be implemented no matter what. A squad combing the area reported that there was a survivor. It distracted him from his thoughts. In front of him sat a hoarse old man who could hardly breathe. He was leaning against the wall and was completely naked. Standing in front of him, Kang Chul asked what happened here. It was a valuable witness. The old man looked out into another space and time. His eyes were glassy. He looked crazy. Song Mina looked at the monster, which was no longer breathing. She was still wrapped in her power, but not using it. Looking at her, the hunters were curious. Was she really only an S rank if she killed a demon with just the power of thought? Dragons were adverse to mental magic. One of the hunters threw a return stone to Mina, which she asked as usual in a superior tone. The girl was angry. One more thing. So much was said about this dragon, and she defeated it in a few minutes. She thought she had more important things to do than that. Watching her disappear, the boy thought that Songmina had driven everyone away with her tantrums. However, he intended to celebrate completing the dungeon without casualties. A few days later, Song-en applied compresses to her uncle Yoo Ilshin's back, also telling him not to twitch and grunt like the old grandfather. The niece looked away, forcing Ilshin to do the same. The girl asked who the terrible uncle was in the writer's apartment. In his ominous aura, the sword demon sat on the floor, watching what was happening with an unreadable expression. The boy looked at his follower, wondering why he needed one, especially a religious fanatic. The sword demon was sure that there was no need to clear what was left of the Splendor Guild anymore, which elicited a questioning look from Yoo Ilshin. It turned out that Songmin and the Hunters Association were already dealing with this problem, and there was no need to interfere. Already at the door of the apartment, about to leave, the boy read a message on the phone, which talked about his points for good deeds. But now he was shocked. It turns out that he had defeated only 1/100th of the demon, and he was still about to come down to earth. The cherry was a new message. The game asked if he wanted to participate in the promotion mission. Looking at the missions of the good and the evil god, the boy was nervous. Did he have to do both? He could not believe what he was reading. Either to recruit 1 billion believers in his followers in order to kill the same billion people. And the alternative is the same, but with 10 S-rank hunters. In Yoo Ilshin's head, he wanted to turn the 3 stalkers who constantly write to him against each other. There were just 2 evil gods and 1 good one. The guy began to carry out his plan, forgetting about his niece, with whom he was still standing at the door of the apartment. He was standing in front of Song Mirinim's ward in the hospital, knocking on the door. After Ilshin entered, he saw a picture that made him scream. A girl doing push-ups, despite the fact that she was not in the best condition for it. She was overjoyed to see her master, looking at him adoringly as he tried to understand why she wasn't in bed. She was injured. In all seriousness, Miri began unwrapping the bandages to boast that her skin was free of any scars and that she was feeling fine. The guy was embarrassed. The next moment, someone appeared in the ward, shouting at Mira that she had gone completely mad and immediately slapped her on the back with great force. The writer looked at what was happening, trying to understand who this girl was and where she came from in the ward. There was a visible handprint on the Empress of Lightning's back, and the stranger scolded her for taking off the bandages before the first one. Then she turned to him, asking what he was doing here. It was a little timid, but he replied that he could ask her the same thing. An unfamiliar girl grabbed Ilshin by the shoulders, trying to find out from him what he was doing with her younger sister. But when all the threats were said, Miri screamed for Mina to let her master go. But, of course, she could not believe that this guy, who looks like a homeless person, is a master. Mana wanted to know if the association had sent him, but Song Miri frantically waved her hands and shouted for Ilshin not to tell her sister anything. He lied that he was really from the academy and taught physical education. Miri visibly relaxed, though Mina still had an incredulous look on her face. And since the older sister did not give up and questioned, even humiliating the boy, Miri stood up for him, angrily saying that her master was the best. The Empress of Lightning could not be stopped. She began to attack her sister, defending Ilshin, saying that he might even turn out to be stronger than Miri. The 2 sisters began to argue, leaving the boy on the sidelines. The older sister was angry because the younger sister was showing herself by rising to A rank. Song Mina activated her mind control, subduing her sister and forcing her to say that she was indeed the strongest of them. Miri held her head, repeating that it was a mistake. The older one ordered the younger one to kneel down, speaking maliciously, so that she would never argue with her again. The boy interrupted them, asking Mina to calm down because she could harm her sister. Using her power, Mina ordered him to go away, being incredibly furious. His mind control failed twice. Mina could not understand what exactly was happening and why her powers did not work on this physical arm. Miri was amazed. She said that Ilshin managed to resist her sister's main ability. The Star Huntress demanded that Ilshin name his rank, looking very displeased that someone was actually stronger than her. Song Mina then bowed low, saying that she was wrong and asked her to continue looking after her sister. It was a surprise for both Ilshin and Miri. His Eye of the Blind God ability worked on Mina, who was revealed to be under the curse of the abyss. He still decided to ask how the hunt was going lately and whether it could be cursed somewhere or something. And again her mood changed, as well as her appearance. Her eyes became red. However, when Ilshin apologized, explaining that he could have been wrong and that he had a sensory ability, her mood changed again and she was nice and said that it was okay. He was distracted from thinking about how to sway someone of Mina's rank to his side by Miri, who curiously asked him what he was thinking. Yoo Ilshin decided that there was no need for the girl to know what was bothering him, and instead suggested that she climb up to the roof of the hospital and practice. He was once again in Mira's mind while she trained, trying to release her inner power. However, his strength was not working now, and Ilshin was exhausted. Trying again, the boy looked at Miri, concentrating on the seal that sealed the girl's power. The guy thought that it was necessary to focus on the one who put the seal. Miri was puzzled. Why does the master ask her about where her sister went? He smiled a little, thinking that they definitely couldn't do without a conversation. Behind the bars sat the apostle. He was on his knees, bowing his head and praying in front of the window of his cell. He heard the voice of his master promising him deliverance. He remembered the words he had heard, now looking at his shriveled hands and realizing that it was all a lie. Johann cried out in despair. He remembered everything that had happened with the master, realizing that he would only become his food, and this was not what he wanted. He still prayed, but now to Ilshina, whom he considered another true god among gods. The apostle prayed for salvation under the auspices of the divinity Yoo Ilshin. Old and almost withered, Johann wept with gratitude. He turned to faith in Ilshin, thinking that he had received his blessing. Someone in a mask stood behind the apostle and curiously asking whether the prisoner had really mentioned Yoo Ilshin's name. The old man reflected on the fact that no one below S-class would come to his cell, just like in the prison itself. He thought that it was the association that finally decided to visit him. He was sure that he could defeat the visitor because even though he was not an apostle of evil, he still had his power with him. But some in the mask were not stunned, rather bored. He said that it was funny looking at Johann, because he was not even in the abyss to scatter such words. In the following seconds, the apostle, hearing about the offended sister Miri, clutched his heart, feeling a great pain in his chest. Sitting at home, the boy understood that it would not be as easy for him to meet Mina as he thought. As he read the note from the sword demon, Ilshin thought about how it would be nice if he didn't come back, and it was incredibly cool that he finally left the boy alone. He was distracted from reading by a message in the game, to which the boy immediately returned so as not to miss anything important. Seeing that now Johann had also converted to his faith, Ilshin also read that this new follower's rank was higher than S-class. This stunned him, but pleased him. The new message made the boy nervous. Johann died, and he did not understand how and when it happened, because he had just believed in Yoo Ilshin. Now something really happened. After the death of the fanatic, all his abilities will be absorbed by the god in whom he believed. Ilshin was in a panic. The absorption of the victim was very painful for the boy, and all that existed in those moments was a tremendous pain that ate into his insides and mind. The boy was angry because he wondered if it was not possible to transfer these abilities to him a little easier. Curiosity prevailed, forcing him to break away from his own thoughts. Taking the phone, Yoo Ilshin tried to understand how Johann died. Opening the news, he saw a report that the head of an underground gang had died of a heart attack, immediately realizing that it was about the apostle, although he was not named. Ilshin was lying on the bed, thinking about the fact that he had at least some progress in his tasks, although both the progress in both missions and, in fact, the death of the apostle were a surprise. Thoughts did not leave the boy because it was really unclear how that follower could become his believer and then immediately die. It was strange, and Ilshin understood it. He tried to throw the apostle out of his head because he was a bad person and he died on top of that. It didn't matter anymore. The boy thought about what he should do next, because he could become a hunter and get money and fame. However, this is not exactly what he would like. But he clearly understood one thing. He is a writer. Without a job, he is not the best, but still a writer. Yoo Ilshin did not get up from his laptop for several hours, writing without stopping to rest. He eagerly awaited readers' feedback because he uploaded as many as 10 chapters and also wrote about real events. After reading the comments, the boy was upset because he hoped that everyone would like the almost unbelievable story of his life. A knock on the door distracted him from his thoughts of having to look for a new job. He wasn't expecting anyone, so he was surprised who came. Rolling up his sleeves, Ilshin walked to the door, swearing that he would beat the sword demon if it was him again. Standing in the doorway was Song Miri Nim, who was confused and surprised by the look and words with which the master opened the door for her. The appearance of the girl was a real surprise, which was almost written on the boy's face. She knelt down, asking for help, right at the door of the apartment, looking at Ilshin with hope. The boy was looking at Mira, who was now so cute that he could not refuse her. This expression on her face was a forbidden trick. Deciding he couldn't refuse, Ilshin agreed, looking ready to help with anything Mira needed. And then a message appeared that made Ilshin very surprised. He just agreed to help, and the follower's faith has already increased by several units. While Miri was happy, Yoo Ilshin thought about what exactly she needed, having some bad feeling. The next day, they arrived at the Hunter Academy and confidently walked to the entrance. Walking in a not very comfortable suit and tie, the writer clarified the situation. Does she really want him to play her guardian instead of her older sister? And while the girl walked joyfully and confidently, Ilshin did not like this idea at all, and now he understood where the trick of those points of faith was. Song Miri thought about the fact that the master was seen in suits and then also offered to buy some sports ones so that everyone could see his strength. Ilshin was clearly not happy. The girl lied that the master was her cousin, doing it very skillfully, while her master himself thought that they would be exposed. After the phrase that they are not similar, Miri pouted and began to justify that they are very similar, putting her hands on her sides. Standing behind her, Ilshin thought their deception was too obvious by Mira's reaction. The boy standing in front of them tried to make excuses, glaring as Song Miri started wailing that he had called her brother ugly. But in the end, he apologized, scratching the back of his head. He said that he was sure of Song Mina's arrival. Sitting in his office, the director of the academy looked at the horn hanging on the wall and remembered the events in which he received it. The gate opened right in the middle of the city. The army and hunters were mobilized to eliminate the threat by studying their enemy. When the soldiers thought that nothing could save them, because even the hunters could not handle the demonic ogre, a figure appeared in the sky. The unknown gathered all his strength to hit the ogre with it. He was next to him, but he tried to fly even closer. With a strong blow, the demon was knocked to the ground, but the hunter watched carefully, although he knew that he had killed him with one blow. Sitting on the windowsill, the headmaster folded his hands on his chest and thought about the fact that he just wanted to live the quiet life that was lost to him after defeating the ogre. Choi Kang-sun was the director. He thought about the troubled son Miri and the fact that only the highest levels of government knew about the barrier. She was the great hope of the country. While they were going to the academy director's office, the teacher asked Ilshin what he was writing, because he found out that the boy was a writer. They stood in front of the office while Ilshin adjusted his tie. They entered the office, starting a conversation. However, when Ilshin raised his head after bowing, he stopped mid-sentence. And while Miri did not understand what was happening, Yoo Ilshin recognized the hunter with whom he had the honor to meet on the street, and also argued. Surprised by the guard's reaction, Choi Kang-sang also thought, remembering that face, he couldn't believe that the same boy would appear in his office. But as soon as Ilshin spoke, calling him grandfather again, Kang-san was horrified, instinctively moving away from him. The director was about to swing his fists, but Miri stood in the middle, preventing either man from starting a fight. She advised everyone to calm down. After mentioning the money the boy gave to Kang-san, Ilshin called him because he saw that the director wanted to fly away from the office. The hunter landed on the street, attracting the attention of those exercising outside. The teacher looked from the window and was in the same shock as Miri and Ilshin. The latter did not understand at all why the director behaved in such a way. The headmaster ran as fast as his strength would allow, shouting as he went. The teacher explained, holding a finger to his temple, that Choi Kang-san was a little out of sorts after the last mission, as they say. Now he was sitting in a torn shirt and with several pieces of plaster on his face, but he was calm and drinking tea. The director carefully placed the cup on the saucer while sitting in the company of the bodyguard, Song Miri and Yoo Ilshin. He still returned to the office. After trying the cookies, the girl gave the craftsman a plate so that he could also try it. According to her convictions, he must have tasted it. Tasting the cookies, Ilshin thought only about why the director was looking at him so intently. As he chewed on the snack, he was surprised that it was considered Song Mi's offering, even though it was Choi Kang-san's favourite snack. Ilshin offered to talk privately if the director had something to say, but he quickly smiled, waving his hand and assuring that there was no need for it. The boy teacher cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself, and told the reason why he turned to the principal. Song Miri often misses classes. Miri listened attentively, although she felt a lot of emotions about the conversation, but Ilshin, with a humble expression on his face, assured that he would take control of Miri's studies. Everyone was about to leave the office, but turned back when the director's voice asked them to wait. All three were surprised by this request. The director announced that he couldn't just let the boy go, which surprised both him and Song Miri as they looked at Kang-san in bewilderment. He began to say that the meeting with Ilshin was fate and that the academy was well equipped. At the same time, he looked somehow dreamy. The hunter was determined to measure Yoo Ilshin's strength by not behaving very well. His mood was constantly changing because he was disturbed by the events related to that boy. It was clear that the writer was shocked and asked why this was necessary. He wouldn't want to pass the tests so as not to embarrass himself in front of Miri. Desperate to measure the boy's strength, the headmaster promised anything if he passed the test. And again, the whole office was shocked, but the boy had already made up his mind. He offered to turn a blind eye to all of Seong Mi's absences, and to the teacher's surprise, Kang-san agreed without a second thought. In the laboratory where the hunters are usually tested, there was a girl with the director who was going through the papers and openly doubted that the test was safe for the average person. Yoo Ilshin looked at the sphere, the information about which he now saw in front of him. She could show not only abilities, but also the number of followers of the god. Thinking about it, the boy had a bad feeling about it all, but he couldn't refuse. To start the test, you had to put your hand on the sphere, which Ilshin did without thinking. Everything ended very quickly. He didn't even have time to understand. A flash of light. And that's it. He sees the world around him again and hears that he can leave the capsule. Ilshin thought that he would have a high class because he is a god after all, so he, folding his hands in a prayer gesture, looked at the girl who was conducting the test and waited for an answer. The boy was gloomy, but Choi Kang-san could not calm down. He asked the girl if she understood everything correctly because he did not believe in these indicators. Miri and Ilshin watched how the director and the assistant communicated, having learned that they were relatives. The girl just reminded her father about subordination. Returning to the testing, Ilshin thought he did not understand how it happened that the sphere did not show anything, because it was supposed to show that he was a god and the number of his followers. But the director still couldn't calm down and believe. He remembered the day they met and tried to find an explanation for how the boy managed to create that flower. Kang-san smiled. I think he understood. In order for everything to work, he had to cut down Ilshin, because that was exactly the state he was in at that time. Miri and Ilshin already wanted to go, but the director had other plans. With his hands clenched into fists, he was about to pounce on the boy to hit him. The hunter offered a fight, but the boy doubted. Scratching the back of his head, he said he didn't really want to do that, but he remembered that the sword demon and Johan became his followers after the battle. It was a great opportunity to get one more and complete part of the task. The director was happy. He offered to go to the training hall for the fight. The teacher, without taking his eyes off the boy, offered his candidacy for a fight, because he believed that the director did not need to fight with a representative of the lowest class of hunters. They were in the ring in the training hall. Instead of the director, the guy who was worried about the success of Sun Miri's studies came out. Standing in front of the fence, Ilshin felt it with his finger and thought that it looked surprisingly strong. Ilshin refused the offer to put on armor, even though the boy warned him that the difference even in their build was enormous. Kang-san, standing on the other side of the barrier, advised him to put on his armor anyway, because caution is never too much. He began to tell that Gainuk, That was the name of that teacher, Miri. Had a lot of combat experience and was one of the best hunters in the country. Even after the director's words, Song Miri was sure that Ilshin would defeat the boy, which is what she started chanting, supporting her brother. It was clear that the writer did not like the idea. He was not sure that he would be able to destroy it with one blow, as Miri said. Ilshin did not like the fact that they gathered a crowd of students around the ring. He would not want to witness this fight. They started a fight, but Hinnock was not happy because he was annoyed by this boy, and he hoped to show him the strength of a real hunter. The first blow, and Ilshin dodged it with speed that he should not have according to his class. Thinking that it was just luck, the teacher launched a new attack, determined to defeat this upstart. The new attack left no mark on the boy without even touching him. Ilshin stood in the ring, raising his index finger and concentrating the destructive power of a god. The teacher received a blow of force from a finger directly in the forehead, feeling how he was thrown back, and several teeth were missing in his mouth from the force that Ilshin possessed. The writer stood still, while Hinnock flew several meters away, falling to the floor. Choi Kang-sang was displeased with his arms folded across his chest, but Song Maya, standing behind him, was happy for the two of them. And while the crowd was wondering who this guy was, the girl from the lab stood behind everyone, her hands folded in the manner of a father and watching. She wondered how that was possible, because he felt like a person. Ilshin, clutching the fence with his fingers, watched as Hinnock was taken out of the hall on a gurney, wondering if everything was okay with him. The director appeared in the ring, drawing attention to himself and saying that now it was his turn to fight the boy. To be honest, the writer was shocked because he didn't think there would be a new round. After reading the information about Kang-san, Ilshin even squinted. He had a power that was beyond all reasonable. Here you have it. He only hoped that this fight would be worth it and that he would attract more followers to himself in this way. He looked at the headmaster, accepting the fight. While warming up, the director thought that he should knock out Ilshin to make sure that his strength from that day on only appeared when he was unconscious. The writer offered the hunter a bet. The one who loses must fulfill one wish of the winner. The director did not like that the boy was so self-confident. He even thought that he was too arrogant. When they agreed to everything, Kang-san unleashed his power, burning with a bright blue flame. Instinctively, Ilshin put out his hands to protect himself, but thought that grandfather was not as simple as he seemed. Ilshin's turn. He borrowed a steel body from Ilho, as he has done several times already, now standing in the ring twice as large as his usual form. Kang-san was surprised by what he saw, because he definitely did not expect this. They stood facing each other, looking into each other's eyes, each waiting for the other to attack. While everyone around wondered who the boy was and how many abilities he possessed, Song Miri proudly folded her arms over her chest, feeling special because this was her master. The director smiled. He said that he was now absolutely sure that Ilshin was the man from the prophecy he once heard about a cruel and noble hunter. Ilshin thought because it was very similar to the good and evil god, between the sides of which he was balancing in the game with the ants. And while the boy was thinking and saying that he did not have time to study at the academy, he did not see how the director lunged, putting all his strength into him. But the writer was conscious and starting to get angry because he missed the blow he was supposed to repulse. Expecting a blow from Ilshin, Kang-san said that he expected to meet the man from the prophecy and urged the boy to fight with all his might. The guy missed the shot without counting the line of defense. He leaned back more and more from the headmaster's confident blow. Everyone in the hall was shocked, especially Song Miri. She followed what was happening in the ring with a sinking heart. As Kang-san was about to throw his next strike, Ilshin got ahead of him by kicking the hunter's torso. But he used the same technique in response, hitting the boy in the side. Having decided to take a break, the director did not make another attack, but praised the writer, saying that his style was not bad and he did not expect anything else. Holding his side, the boy felt only anger. He was going to defeat the old man. He had no other options. The director confused Ilshin by saying that the academy needs him, so Kang-san has no choice but to win. He was determined and understood that he would even use his full strength just to get what he wanted. The writer prepared for battle, raising his hands to the level of his face. He was not going to lose and study at the academy. With shouts of, "I'm attacking!" Ilshin rushed into the attack, keeping his eyes on his opponent. Choi Kang-sun gathered his, turning into an even more terrifying mountain of muscle. The other teachers standing behind realized that the headmaster was fighting hard and wondered if they should intervene. But for now, they just watched the fight. Ilshin brought his hand back to strike, giving a battle cry and concentrating only on his malice and desire to win, which overshadowed everything around him. Song Mirinim was very worried. She asked the guy to stop, thinking that it was all out of control and too much. The headmaster was enveloped in symbols from the light of his energy, and Ilshin jumped up to increase the force of his blow, mercilessly closing the already small distance between them. Both opponents put out their hands to strike each other, and their fists were getting closer and closer to the target. Faces. The boy was distracted by the message about the past stage in the tower and the tribute that Il presents to him, Ho. Nevertheless, he decided to leave the award for later. The hands of both opponents were within millimeters of each other, and Ilshin was sure that he should at least break the director's arm. Kang-san was puzzled by the fact that a bouquet of flowers appeared in front of him in Ilshin's hand. It was unexpected for both of them. Ilshin got angry because he did not understand why he needed flowers at such a moment. He just threw them away. As soon as the bouquet of roses appeared in front of the director's eyes, he was startled, horrified by the fact that they were flowers. A flower appeared in his memories, which he thought had eaten him the last time they met. The boy watched in amazement as the director ran out of the ring, breaking through the mesh that surrounded him, an exact copy of his body in full height. He ran begging for mercy and with tears in his eyes, remembering all the horror of that day. Standing alone in the ring, the boy wondered what had happened to San Kang and whether an allergy to flowers had such an effect. Yoo Ilshin decided to check whether the director had become his believer, but there was no notification on the phone. The boy's eyes lit up. More than 4 million residents want to live in his settlement with ants. This is exactly what he needed. Only now did he realize that he was in the ring. Everyone looked at him with mixed feelings, but Miri, with adoration. He thought that it was time to get out of here as soon as possible because the grandfather could return again at any moment and order to fight again. Ilshin carefully expanded the territory and built new houses for followers, but understood that this was still not enough to fulfill the good god's task. The guy punched himself in the face quite noticeably with his palm, shouting a curse word. He was in despair. The ants, realizing that God wants to tell them something, are sure. It is the text of the prayer that he wants them to learn in his honor. The boy saw a message from an ant calling him. Now he wondered what they needed. Having decided that it was really the text of the prayer, all the followers, led by the Virgin, began chanting the curse that Ilshin himself cursed a few seconds ago. After rolling his eyes and cursing once more, Yoo Ilshin understood why he shouldn't curse in front of children. The sword demon sat in the middle of the forest on his knees and held the blade to his chest. The writer was stunned, looking at this picture and questioning as if he did not understand. Was he going to commit suicide? Ilshin appeared in the middle of the forest near a house where his follower was going to commit suicide. The sword demon turned at the sound of his god's voice, not believing his eyes, which were watery and could betray him. Ilshin grabbed his head. He could not understand why the suicide was asking for help. He covered the demon's hand with his own, holding his hand with the dagger so that he wouldn't hurt himself. At the same moment, the blade fell to the ground, and Ilshin, under the breath of the demon's relief, kicked it as far as possible. The sword demon looked at the sword god in confusion as he growled at him, asking what he was thinking and if he really wanted to release his insides. Behind the boy stood a masked and cloaked figure. He immediately understood that this could be his right hand. The boy kept looking at the figure, trying to predict what would happen next and who it was. The sword demon drew attention to himself, warning his god because this cloaked man was using very strange techniques. He began to tell that an unknown person manages to whisper in his ear from a distance, forcing him to do something, and towards the end of the story, he turns to a scream. Ilshin. He knew who was under the mask, looking at the figure a few steps away. Looking at the figure, Ilshin said that it was not a man, correcting the words of the sword demon. He asked the silent figure what she was doing here, calling her Song Mina. The demon didn't like it. They've never even seen each other, and she's already trying to kill him. And anyway, what does she need from him? She finally spoke up, asking only how he could have guessed that it was really her under the mask. Ilshin somewhat awkwardly explained that he had already talked about this and that he has sensory abilities that help him learn something about people. Song Mina removed her mask and hood, looking at her opponents with anger in her eyes. While Ilshin just looked at Miri's sister, the sword demon was struck by the girl's beauty, instantly forgetting that she was trying to kill him. But almost immediately he came to his senses. He will no longer allow himself to be sewn into a stupid, even more so, perverted goddess that got into his head. The girl was furious. The mask was an A-class artifact, so no skills could pass through it. Song Mina was puzzled by Ilshin's simple answer, who also asked what she was doing here. Poking her finger at the sword demon, she cursed and announced rather loudly that she wanted to kill him. Her nerves were on edge. While the sword demon raised his katana and was shocked by the answer, Ilshin continued to ask, as now he needed to know why she needed to kill his follower. The sword demon was angry. He, without taking his eyes off Mina's figure, asked his god if he remembered that a sword demon could not kill a dozen people. Song Mina's aura spread, revealing a portion of her divine record as the demon said that she was one of those dozen. Turning back to his follower, Ilshin said that he couldn't even imagine that the sword demon was so weak in strength. The guy again drew attention to the girl, saying that this situation should be shut up, although he did not know what the matter was. He said that the sword demon is not a bad guy. Who in the background almost snorted after hearing the compliment from the mouth of the sword god. And again she returned to her likeness, asking if he really wants to forgive and shut up the attempt to kill her sister. Ilshin had only one question. And how the hell did she know all this? He offered to deal with the sword demon himself, since he is currently in charge of Sun Miri. Mina did not mind. Moreover, she said that she would deal with him later. Ilshin got angry in a second, not understanding why she intended to kill him as well. After the mention of Johann, Ilshin's head started spinning. He began to understand that if she had heard what the apostle was saying, then she had also killed him. Mina believed that Ilshin put on a show in order to be her savior and gain Sun Mira's trust. She did not understand one thing. Why would he do it? Waiting for an answer, she folded her arms across her chest. Upon hearing the question about the seal on Mira's abilities, all the anger instantly evaporated from Song Mina's face. She even seemed vulnerable. Looking carefully at the girl, the writer understood what had happened. She placed the seal in exchange for the life that was promised to the abyss. He saw it as clearly as any other data about a person. The more Ilshin talked about Mina's jealousy, the angrier she became, and her power grew to greater proportions. The boy didn't move as he watched the girl summon her apostle, not even trying to defend himself. Behind him, a sword demon shouted, swinging a katana, trying to warn him and save him from the inevitable. Running away, he jumped up with one mission. If not to kill, then to injure Song Min in order to protect the sword god. Extending her hand, Mina used her telepathic powers, throwing the sword demon away from her. He let go of the katana that was now lying next to him and, bowing his head, held onto his side, almost unconscious. While Ilshin was thinking about what kind of ability she used, the girl's hand was already directed at him. Still, the boy found a few seconds, turned to his follower and asked how he was. He wheezed and spoke not very loudly, but it was possible to understand the warning. He said, looking at the girl with hatred, that maybe Song Min is a higher class and not S, but SS class. It was already a completely different league and completely different abilities. Extending her hand, she smiled, wishing Ilsha death and intending to fulfill her own wish. Mina clenched her hand into a fist. The boy felt a great pain, which confused and scared him very much. The sword demon was horrified to see that the sword god was unwell and was bowing more and more to the ground, probably in great pain. Ilshin held the lump of red and black energy that came from Mina in his hands, clenching his teeth in pain, because he could not resist its action. The sword demon screamed with the last of his strength, begging the god not to die and looking at what was happening. The writer returned, yelling back in exasperation because he was distracting him. It turned out that he wasn't dying at all. It turned out that he was just a little tickled and did not feel any pain, which he immediately informed his follower. Upon hearing this, Song Mina was bewildered by this fact. She couldn't believe that the boy was alive and well after her attack. A few seconds after all this, Ilshin smiled, closing his eyes with joy. He was finally relieved. Mina got angry. It tickles him, she says. She put all the strength she had into this attack and was sure that he would not survive it. She said that she expected less from Ilshin, admitting that he is better than her expectations. With this frank compliment, she confused the boy who was still clutching his chest. The sword demon somehow managed to reach his god, although he was still a couple of steps away from him. They were both surprised to hear that mental abilities weren't all the girl had in her arsenal. Her new face was even scarier than the previous one. Now she looked like a true demon. Extending her hands, she was already ready to strike again, but with other abilities that she possessed. Mina rose higher, gathering all the strength she had into a single lump of energy, looking only at Ilshin. The boy was frantically thinking about what to do. That she was stronger than the academy director if the sword demon was right, and her class was higher than the official S, which was the highest in Korea. Looking directly at the boy, she ordered him only one thing: fire. He watched, not understanding what she meant, because nothing happened to him. The guy froze in place, looking back at the girl. The god and the sword demon looked at the growing flames that Mina released from her hands, raising their heads high as if they were watching fireworks. Ilshin tried to cover himself with his hands from the fire, which had already gotten too close to him. The sword demon did the same, although he did not release the katana from his hands while he covered himself from the flames. The writer could not believe his sleeve was burned. This ability of hers still harmed him, although he was sure that this would not happen. At the point of impact, there was a huge crater that was shot out by the power of fire that was controlled by Songmin. The huntress was already thinking of continuing, because she was clearly convinced that she must finish them both off for her sister's sake. A new blow of her power carried another team, and no less fatal in the future. Zavmarie. Again, she kissed next to Ilshin, and he tried to put out his hand so as not to burn his face if this power suddenly became fiery. But everything was quite the opposite. Now the boy, looking at his hand, felt only the cold that penetrated to his bones. He looked with fear at his legs, which he did not feel, while his faithful follower was generally the only block of ice, standing a little further from Ilshin. The boy looked at Mina with an unreadable expression, thinking only of how many of those attacks she still had left. She prepared for another attack, gathering a new wave of power, which now came not as quickly as the first time. He finally understood. She is a mentalist. That is, what she is doing now is nothing more than an illusion created by a first-class master. Yoo Ilshin shouted about this to the sword demon, so that he understood that it was necessary to break only the illusion and not the real ice that covered it. Mina was smiling. She wasn't lying when she said that Ilshin was right, but it didn't seem like a problem to her because no one could break her illusion. Now, the girl threw stones at her opponents, creating a new, as she called it, perfect illusion. Ilshin, looking at the block that hung over him, decided that he had no choice and had to tell her about his relationship with Miri, even if Mina might not believe it. So, he began the story. He began by saying that he is just an ordinary graphomaniac. Still watching the block of stone, he went on to say that he was the author of the short story and that he was just helping Mira become an S-class huntress. Ilshin asked her to remove the seal from her sister, but Mina was not going to do this, only saying that if he so wanted to die, he would definitely achieve it. She prepared for a new attack. Borrowing a skill in Ilbut again, Ilshin smashed the block she threw at him, leaving only many smaller stones around him. The boy stood in front of Mina in a completely different form. He was huge. He had a mountain of muscles that were not there 10 seconds ago. And he was looking carefully at her. The girl couldn't believe that her sphere of illusion crumbled with just one blow. She looked puzzled, trying to understand how this happened. And while Ilshin huffed, satisfied with himself, the demon of the sword also rose from the ice. He was glad that he was freed and said that he did not doubt God. The boy turned around, snapping that he wasn't lying, because he continued to stand even after the words about the illusion. The sword demon got in the nuts when he started apologizing and even offered to chop off something for him. Ilshin could no longer stand this fanaticism. It was clear from Mina that she was furious, but she was just watching what was happening on the ground. She refused to talk as the boy suggested. Instead, she touched her temple again, activating the ability once more. But the writer did not stop trying to just talk to her, still hoping to solve all the issues without using force. Now, she activated the universal mind, which was really new for everyone in the battle, because before this, she did without this part of the illusions. Ilshin was pushed back by a wave of force. He instinctively covered his face with his hands, even as he fell on his back. He walked on the water, not understanding what kind of space around him and where he was at all. Feeling the freshness of the air and the softness under his feet, as if he were walking on a feather, the boy realized that he liked it here. Ilshin was breathing heavily, closing his eyes and enjoying the feeling that overwhelmed him. It seemed to him that he could move mountains if he wanted to. But suddenly the whiteness and cleanliness disappeared. There was something dark ahead, more like a black hole. Taking a closer look, the boy noticed the stars shining on the entire expanse of the sky as far as his eye could see. The view was beautiful. Song Mina appeared in this wonderful place, nervous. He was really driving her crazy because he wasn't responding the way she needed him to. She activated the power again, pointing her finger, the tip of which crackled with her power, at Ilshin. Returning to the voice, he remembered. He had really fought with Mina a few minutes or even seconds ago. The guy screamed out of surprise. Something began to drag him in an unknown direction. Now, Ilshin was definitely nervous, sitting up to his neck in a swamp and realizing that his destructive finger of God was not working in this illusion. Watching the writer go further and further into the quagmire, Mina was satisfied. Although he would not die in the real world, he would become a vegetable, and that was enough for her. Song Mina put her foot on Ilshin's head, demanding that he tell her what he really needed from her sister. But he spoke up, blushing. The girl was very angry. He told her what color her panties were. Unheard of. Watching her take a few steps back, the boy did not understand what else she was thinking, wearing a short dress and literally stepping on someone's face. Even more enraged, she held up her finger, telling him to just die because she didn't want to mess with him anymore after this situation. The boy began to be covered with a swamp, forcing him to scream in panic. He definitely did not want to die. He went to the bottom of this illusion, floating in free fall lower and lower. If it were an ocean, it would sink to the bottom. Ilshin closed his eyes. Although he knew that he could not sleep, he had a task: to find out why Mira's abilities were sealed. But I wanted to sleep so badly. As if sensing that something was not going according to plan, Mina turned around, looking at the place where the writer had disappeared under the illusory water. From there, a huge face of a rose that blooms at night emerged. Ilshin fulfilled the conditions for its activation, facing a threat to his life. The girl froze in place, staring at what appeared in her illusion. Song Mina was surprised by what she saw in front of her. A huge flower with a terrible mouth opened in front of her face, on which a shadow of fear passed. She tried to find the reason for the appearance of this monster because without her knowledge, nothing appears in this space. However, she understood almost immediately that it was Ilshin's handiwork. The boy was sitting on a huge rose flower, hugging his knees and still half asleep, and didn't want to wake up because it was too good here. At this time, Mina was thinking about what she should do and how to defeat this creature, which was getting bigger and angrier. Holding her hand, which had been hit hard by the flower's attack, she was depressed. It had been a long time since the girl felt so helpless in battle. She immediately remembered the day when it was the same, when the difference in strength with the enemy was huge. She saw a red demon in front of her who seemed to be smiling at her. Falling to her knees from weakness, Mina bowed her head. No, they weren't ready for a repeat. She didn't want a repeat. She didn't want to die like this. Spiny sprouts wrapped around her from neck to ankles, lifting her into the air. She kicked and ordered the creature to let her go. She saw the face, which was getting closer, and screamed feverishly, begging not to kill her because she had not finished her work. She had not yet taken revenge on the dragon of the abyss. However, her prayers were not heard. The next moment the mouth closed, eating Songmin as well, and Ilshin stood somewhere on the ruins, looking around in an attempt to understand where he was. The place he was in was not like the place where he had fought the girl. This he understood very clearly, as well as the fact that there was some kind of window here which so attracted his attention. Walking, in a way, along the corridor, the boy was surprised. The eye of the blind god was activated at that moment. He came to the light that poured through the window he had seen before. It was unclear what it was, but a projector loomed in the distance as if it were a cinema. He was standing there watching part of the building fall. He was in Songmina's nightmare. In the middle of the street stood a huge red dragon, dispersing people who were fleeing in panic from the figure of a terrifying demon. In the middle of the street, while everyone else was running away, Mina was sitting, hugging her little sister Miri, who was no more than 5 years old at the time. The girl was crying from fear.
It turned out that the dragon saw the girl's enormous potential and branded them as they watched his approach in horror, hugging each other.
Due to what the demon did, Mina became an S-class hunter, using many accompanying powers of telepathy. Mina was sitting on the floor in her bathroom, looking at the blood that was on the floor. But it belonged to her, because her body could not accept the full potential of the power, which was still growing. Looking at what abilities had awakened in Mira, the older sister realized with horror, she too would not live long. And her strength grew, judging by how she demolished half of the wall. The elder was horrified. She least of all wanted to lose her sister, so she came up with the idea of putting a seal on the full power of her abilities, so that she would live much longer without destroying her body with the potential of the curse. Using her own mark to the max, Songmina placed the seal inside her younger sister, though it hurt like hell for the girl. Standing over Miri, the girl could not feel the blood flowing from her nose, only ordering her not to even dream of revenge. Then suddenly, everything disappeared. No picture or memory. Ilshin looked at the blank wall and the projector, feeling many different emotions. The boy was devastated because he did not know what exactly made Mina put the seal. Now I regretted it, but it is impossible to return anything. The rose absorbed Mina and dispelled her ability. He stood again in the middle of the clearing. With tears in his eyes, the boy returned to where Songmina was and ignored the sword demon's screams for a few seconds. His follower said that the god did not respond, even though he was standing right there. This made Ilshin turn to the demon, looking at him in confusion. The sword demon also added that Ilshin had defeated the great Songmin by pointing his finger somewhere in her direction and asking what the sword god was going to do to her. She was lying on the ground with her legs bent and showing no signs of being conscious. To the complete surprise of the demon, the boy cursed, as if realizing what he had done and regretting it. Running up to the girl, Ilshin took her in his arms, begging her to wake up. Both boys were surprised by the fact that, although she had regained consciousness and even raised her hand, she was still calling her mother. Songmina was lying on the bed and sleeping peacefully, holding her thumb in her mouth just like a small child. Ilshin looked at his healing god's finger and cursed. His ability did not help to return the girl to a normal state. Picking up the phone, he asked if his stalkers were here, meaning 2 evil gods and 1 good one. He needed to know how to get Mina back on her feet. The eternal seeker of truth answered that there is no truth in the legs and you need to train your muscles. It was a joke that the boy didn't like very much. Thousand Blades said that if she was completely down, she could be sacrificed. The answer made the boy very angry, who started shouting into his phone. Bountiful Prosperity advised you to become a high-ranking god, and then his healing finger would work. This was the first answer that made the boy think, because it was useful. Scratching the back of his head and standing in front of the window next to Mina's bed. He thought that he wouldn't be drawn to a low rank, but he had one idea. He mentioned the rose that blooms at night and how it only appears when his consciousness shuts down. Ilshin had a vision. He understood exactly what was happening all this time, clutching the phone in his hand and looking very thoughtful. He remembered Choi Kang-sun lying on the ground, hugging his knees and muttering about some flower. He also remembered his time when he was under the mental water, losing consciousness and feeling very good. Now he was addressing Mr. Horror, whose fault was the girl's current condition. But the answer did not calm him down very much. Ilshin was in a panic because he had read that nothing could be done after the rose absorbed the consciousness. He hoped that there was still hope. The next moment, the guy was looking at the phone confused and a little embarrassed. Did he understand everything correctly and he has to spend the night with Mina? Lying on the floor, the writer looked at the ceiling and did not believe in what would be required of him to return Mina. It wasn't the way he had hoped for, and it didn't cross his mind. Then he sat up, turning his head to the peacefully sleeping Mina, who had no idea what was going on around her. Ilshin got up from the floor, fixing the girl's blanket, who immediately woke up, looking at him and what he was doing. Returning to the girl, while he went to prepare breakfast, the boy thought about what the horror literally meant. He had to share his dreams with Mina so that her mind would gradually remember everything. Practicing and remembering what was bad and what was good, the girl shook in fear at what was bad. The flowers were bad. Ilshin began to calm her down. He looked at the girl who wanted to sleep again and thought about the news that was known to all of Korea. Song-min had disappeared and the best units and not-so-legal methods had been sent to search for her. Ilshin was annoyed, but thought that they were in the wilderness and would not be found for a long time. Perhaps even until the time when the girl's brain will function normally. When the boy went outside, he saw the sword demon, who was distracted from training and turned his head to the front door of the house. The follower immediately got down on one knee, bowing low to his god as a sign of his loyalty. The writer was surprised that the sword demon was training from the book he had given him as a gift. It was expensive, but would raise the level of the sword demon to S class. He saw that he now had two followers of the right class, Ilho and Anthi. These were ants that he pumped, but still thought that the sword demon could not be weaker than them. The boy watched the sword demon train, thinking about pumping followers if he couldn't get any new ones with the S class. He couldn't think of anything better than buying a lot of potion bottles again and giving them to the sword demon so that he could train faster. The sword god drew the demon's attention by raising his hand. He beckoned his follower closer to give him the booster bottle. Standing on his knees and looking after the god of the sword, the demon promised he would not let him down for anything and swore with his life. Ilshin decided to look for breakfast recipes, but came across a news story where Song-mina's boyfriend threatened her kidnapper. The boy got angry when he saw this news. He felt in his back. Something was happening. The force beam hit the ground, causing the boy to stand still as the sword demon jumped away from the impact beam. Standing in front of them in the settling dust was Yoo Ilshin, the same hunter and Mina's boyfriend. He asked where his girlfriend was. Both boys stared at the unexpected visitor, not believing their eyes. Is this really the famous hunter? Instead of keeping silent, the sword demon began to rehearse, asking if the boy knew who was in front of him and asking how he could talk to Ilshin like that. And while the sword demon was saying that there was a sword god in front of him and that the hunter was an ignoramus who couldn't see the diamond, Yoo Ilshin himself listened in bewilderment. The demon blurted out that Mina had lost to the sword god and couldn't imagine life without him. Ilshin was frightened, shouting for his follower to finally shut up. But it was already too late. The hunter was noticeably furious, threatening, because he thought about something completely different and he did not like that thought very much. Promising to deal with this ignoramus himself, the sword demon swung his new blade. Yoo Ilshin had just picked up his sword and everything around him was already on fire, including the sword demon. The boy could stare dazedly at the pile of charred body that had become his follower, now lying on the ground. But suddenly, he simply disappeared, leaving behind a bright flash of bluish-blue light. The next second, Ilshin was holding onto the hunter's hand, which he used to squeeze his throat. Burning not only with fire, but also with rage, Yoo Ilshin asked again, where is his girlfriend, and if what the sword demon said was true? Before him was a dragon. The same as in Mina's memories, red and demonic. He looked directly at Ilshin. This is exactly what the boy saw standing in front of the hunter while he asked where his girlfriend was. It was his sword aura. Ilshin felt his head burning and thought that he should at least get rid of the sword, which was a little easier. The boy raised his index finger using the destructive power of a god, looking directly at the dragon standing behind Yoo Ilshin. The hunter was furious as he looked at his opponent. He asked what the hell he had done. Thanks to the writer's power, the red dragon covered his eyes with his paw, doing exactly as the sword god commanded. After a few more seconds, Yoo Ilshin was distracted by his sword. It was crumbling, leaving cracks all over the blade from the tip to the hilt. The hunter panicked. He did not understand what had happened and why his sword was destroyed. Ilshin smiled, tapping him on the arm and offering his opponent to let him go until he did the same trick not with the sword, but with the hunter. The whole surreal scene was watched by a sword demon who was already better and no longer looked like a piece of coal. He was surprised that the sword god defeated Yu Heng with one finger. While the hunter was trying to reignite his sword and the writer was joking about the sword sticking, a sleepy Songmin came out of the house and walked straight towards them. She shouted, telling everyone to shut up because they were disturbing her sleep with their arguments. Ben Yu Hung, still holding the sword god by the neck, looked at his girlfriend in surprise. He was sure that she was already dead. The girl raised her finger, pointing at the hunter and saying that he was a bad uncle. After letting Ilshin go, the boy's legs buckled. Yu Hung was devastated by her words because he could not believe that she was saying such things to him. But there was no stopping her. Mina had already used her power, ordering her boyfriend to die. At the same second, the hunter, with incomprehension written on his face, flew away from the writer, feeling the impact of her power on his chest. Yu Heng coughed as he stood on one knee and bowed to the ground. He was vomiting blood, holding his stomach. And while the hunter was asking why she was attacking him, the girl ran to Ilshin, calling him Miri and asking if he was okay. Ben Yuang was so stunned by what he saw that he even stopped spitting blood for a few seconds while looking at this incomprehensible scene. And while Ilshin was wondering, she hugged him tightly, saying that the bad uncle would not harm Mira again. The boy was as shocked as possible by the scene that was unfolding. The hunter was crushed by what he saw. Mina did not recognize him and attacked him, protecting this unknown. After all, to tell him that she just left, he did not believe. Ilshin sympathized with Yu Heng because it was important even to comprehend this with his mind, let alone to experience it. The girl he loved and had just found did not recognize him at all. Deciding to do something for him, the writer raised his ring finger using his healing power to repair the damage caused by Mina. After a moment, the hunter was healed, examining himself and not believing his eyes. Ilshin saw that the boy was of low rank but had potential. He stared in surprise at the information that only he could see and wondered what it could mean. Now he got angry. He was charged 100 coins for treating Baek Yu-heng, but the boy did not understand why the money was charged. Mina's boyfriend looked at Ilshin as if he really believed. It was the face of a believer who looked adoringly at his god. Still not fully believing that he was okay, the hunter looked at his hands, talking about how incredible this ability was. Even an S-class healer from Africa was not that advanced in healing. Ilshin understood. This boy would be his faithful one. This gave him a satisfied smile. Extending his hand to his recent opponent, Ilshin said that he somewhat misunderstood what he saw and was going to explain everything. And the very next moment, they saw helicopters flying towards them. At first, they turned to the sound, only then noticing the rotorcraft. Mina was clutching his shoulder, clearly worried about what was happening. And the writer could only think that the hunter was not alone, watching the helicopters fly closer and closer. The girl was frightened, hiding behind Ilshin, who, in turn, began to blame Baek Yu-hyun that he also brought someone with him. But he claimed that he was looking for a girl alone. Covering himself from the wind and dust raised by the rotor blades, the sword god thought about who had actually flown here if it wasn't the hunter's help. People in glasses and black suits started jumping from helicopters. Looking at all this, the boy seemed to understand what was happening. The director of the Hunter Academy was sitting in one of the helicopters, looking out from it and assessing the situation. Next to Choi Kang-sang was Song Miri, who was looking at the whole scene with an unreadable expression on her face. Mina, who was standing behind Ilshina, began to make a joyful noise when she saw her sister. And while the girl ran to meet the helicopter and her sister, Ilshin tried to understand how to explain to him everything that was happening. After some time, Miri sat in a small house, and after Ilshina's story, she began to put together everything that she had learned and why exactly her sister put a seal on her. Hugging her older sister, the girl finally understood everything her sister was doing and that it was for her protection. Everyone around was moved by the scene that was happening between the two sisters, who were now both crying. Next to the writer stood the assistant of the laboratory where hunters are tested. She handed him the card, asking him to take it. Looking at what she gave him, Ilshin couldn't believe it. It was a B-class hunter's license, but he couldn't understand why. Telling about the reasons for issuing the card, the girl mentioned a flower, from which both the director and Mina began to shake in fear. Ilshin thought about the fact that he could summon a flower that was a powerful weapon in the hands of a hunter. The boy still refused to work at the academy and for the director, although he very much wanted him as a teacher. Kang-san calmed down a bit and said that he would pay twice as much as regular teachers. This made Ilshin think about agreeing. After the assistant showed him the amount that he would receive from, he heard that he did not fall unconscious. But there were too many zeros. Ilshin took the director's hands in his, telling him that, after all, he had always dreamed of becoming a professor and asked when he should start. Miri was very happy. She told her friend that someone special should come today. Ilshin stood behind the lectern under the whispers of the students, and next to him, as always, was a sword demon with an expression on his face that promised a painful death. The boy cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself. He announced that he would temporarily replace the class teacher until he was discharged from the hospital. Everyone began to whisper, creating violence, and the sword demon roared an order to be silent, also tapping his sword on the floor for loyalty. Even Ilshin turned frantically. Miri, raising her hand, said that their class teacher teaches physical education. She was pleased when their new teacher suggested that they study independently under the surprised looks of the other students. Ilshin put his head on his hands on the table, thinking about the fact that he did not sleep, because the apartment was small and Kang-san and Yoo-hyun were always with him. The sword demon was very persuasive in his threats. He said not to make a sound because no one should interrupt the sword god's sleep. The next day, Ilshin, yawning, told the students to prepare themselves, even though the exams were to begin soon. And the next day it rained. So, in Ilshin's opinion, it was a great opportunity to practice on your own. And one more day, even though the sun was shining, Ilshin was in no hurry to start classes. Miri was sitting next to her friend, who was almost seething at the fact that they were doing nothing. The girl was a little embarrassed. The friend was unhappy because they had been studying alone for several days, and she didn't like it. She was angry that the teacher was either sleeping or playing some game on his phone. When they were in the dining room, Ilshin couldn't be happier. The food was also free. Under the surprised looks of the students, he thought aloud that he had settled in well. While Miri was chatting sweetly with Ilshin, her friend couldn't believe it. What the hell happened to her? They were walking around the city when a friend asked Miri why she adored a lazy bum who wouldn't even get out of his tracksuit for the holidays. Miri, smiling with satisfaction, replied that her friend did not understand. But she was shocked and angry at such wording. Checking her phone to her friend's even greater surprise, the girl said that her sister and Mr. Yoo Ilshin were already waiting for her. The girl, looking after Miri, thought that she could not leave it like this and that her friend had to be rescued urgently. The next day, Ilshin said that there would be no independent study and that everyone should be divided into pairs. Standing nearby, as usual, was a frowning sword demon. While the boy was thinking about his own, one of the students, Miri's friend, was determined to make a cutlet out of their teacher. After ordering the demon to look after the students, Ilshin waved his hand, saying that he had gone to take a nap. The boy chose for himself, as it seemed to him, a very good hiding place, so as not to attract attention and sleep peacefully. The same friend Miri raised her hand, calling out to the teacher. She said that she did not have a pair for the lesson. The writer mentioned that there are 21 students in the class. That is, really, someone will not have enough steam. He only thought about how he wanted to sleep. The girl asked the teacher to practice with her, now folding her arms over her chest and arguing with the demon, who asked how the girl had the audacity to challenge the sword god to a duel. Ilshin recalled his conversation with the assistant, who promised to take away his lunches and cut his salary if he continued to shirk his duties. He decided to create the appearance of work. The sword god and the academy student faced each other in the ring. The girl thought that she was a Khan of this worm, looking into his eyes, but Ilshin replied that he could hear her perfectly. The writer thought that, in fact, he had no answer because he remembered that he really slept in every lesson, doing nothing. but he had his own reasons for this. This morning he woke up on the floor with Miri and Mina both sleeping soundly on his bed. He was forced to sleep next to Mina until she was back to normal.
However, he angrily stared at Choi Kang-san and Baek Yoo-hyun, who were lying on the floor among a pile of alcohol bottles, and did not understand what these two were doing at his house.
Having poked his toe in Yoo-hung's face, Ilshin tried to wake him up, calling him out of loyalty. He was really angry because the hunter did not respond to attempts to wake him up and send him home because these two have been drinking in his apartment for a week and they also live here. The boy remembered how the day before he started working at the academy, the hunter and the director offered to celebrate his appointment by hugging him and pouring him a glass. Then came the memory that these two, when it started to rain outside and the three of them were walking under umbrellas, decided to drink in honor of the rain. Then they collapsed at Ilshin's apartment with hands full of alcohol because the weather was good outside and it was a sin not to drink because of it. Miri then shouted that they had a bad effect on Mina's mind when they were drunk, and Mina herself clapped her hands and rejoiced because she loved it when these two got drunk. It was very fun. In the middle of the night, waking up, Mina woke up Ilshin too, saying that she was hungry. He called it feeding time. His knife showed signs of life in the desk drawer, and Mina asked what it was, while Ilshin said not to disturb the blade, because there was a lot of work to be done without it. When the boy went to the kitchen to prepare food for the girl, she folded her arms in front of her and waited for her food with impatience and a purely childlike, joyful face. Standing in the middle of the night in the kitchen and preparing dinner for Mina, the boy thought about the fact that this is why he does not have time to sleep. At night, he takes care of Mina, and during the day, he tolerates two drunkards at home. While Ilshin was cooking, Mina was increasingly distracted by the sound in the table drawer. She wondered what was in there, looking at him. The headmaster and the hunter immediately woke up to the notification that came on the phone that was lying on the floor between them. They read the news about the death of one of the hunters in the hotel, not believing what they were reading. It was a loss for the entire hunting community because it was an S class. Baek Yoo-hyun was looking at a photo in the news where there was something written on the wall of the hotel, showing the picture and Kang-san. The director assumed, looking at the photo, that this was his last will, but the hunter corrected him. It was the language of an African tribe, and it was written that he should be sacrificed to God. They were going to visit the hotel to see everything there and draw their own conclusions. Yoo-hung was already getting up from the floor when the director was already on his feet. Ilshin tossed scrambled eggs with rice in the pan. Mina watched this trick with joy and awe, while two drunkards behind them decided to teleport to the hotel. Then they both saw that Kang-san and Yoo-hyun were not in the apartment. Ilshin asked where they had gone, and the girl was surprised because what a freak! The boy gave Mina a plate of food, and he himself hoped to prepare at least a little for classes at the academy. Returning his thoughts to reality while standing in front of the student, Ilshin thought that he should try better for the sake of Song Mina's education. The information about Guo Menji said that she possessed necromancy, which puzzled the boy. This was something new. Having warned that she was attacking, the girl touched the pendant on her neck, calling on Hades, whom she called her slave, to help her in battle. Looking at it, the boy could only guess whether it was really Hades from ancient Greek mythology. Having used the power of raising the dead, the girl waited until her slave gradually appeared behind her. He was a huge block of muscles, towering over the girl and Ilshin himself and looking down on him. Clenching his hands into fists, the writer looked through the information about what he saw in front of him. It was just a zombie, just bones and skin, because the past Hades had long since ceased to exist. The boy who was looking at the fruit of Guo Menji's power thought that the whole thing was really becoming much more interesting than he had originally thought. Hades raised his hand to attack, intending to defend the one who summoned him to this world. He was looking at his future victim. Having started to activate the steel body, Ilshin looked into the eyes of Ada, not understanding what exactly was happening, but he knew something was really happening. The apprentice yelled at her slave, ordering him to attack, not stand back. But instead, Hades got down on one knee and bowed his head to Ilshin, greeting the majestic higher being. The girl could not understand what was happening because the order of the necromancer was absolute. It was impossible not to fulfill it. While Ilshin was waiting for what would happen next, the students whispered, "He conquered the monster Menji without even lifting a finger to do so. It was something amazing." The fan club of the sword god, in the person of the demon and the Empress of Lightning, did not even doubt it. While Miri clapped her hands and rejoiced, the demon folded his hands on his chest, saying that the greatness of the sword god is visible even to the dead. The girl still could not accept her defeat. She, hitting the creature on the knee, ordered him to break down and do what she said. After Hades' words about the mountain-devouring god and his aura around the boy, Ilshin wondered where he had heard that name before. It was very familiar to him. The writer automatically placed his hand on the creature's head as if the same god that the dead warrior served had really taken possession of him. He saw flashbacks of Hades when he was alive. "I saw him standing in his armor. A huge flame was burning around him." In the next flashback, he was on his knees dying. He was protecting the beloved of his god, whom he followed out of respect for him. Hades failed his mission, so he was forced to wander the world for thousands of years until he was finally summoned by Guomenji. Ilshina was very moved by the story of the zombie. He could not hold back the tears that stood in his eyes while he thought about what he saw. It was very touching. The next moment, the boy was already accepting a new follower into his ranks. He fulfilled the condition of handing over the follower of the mountain-devouring god. Hades was enveloped in a white glow after Ilshin clicked yes. The zombie was kneeling in front of him without moving. He saw that his hand glowed with the same radiance and that evolution was now available to him through divine power. Ilshin decided to try what it is. After using his power that had flowed into Hades, he was different. He was now human, still standing before his new master on his knees. The guy looked at what was happening in surprise and confusion, not believing his own eyes. He is really evolving. Suddenly, an unknown person in a raincoat appeared, holding a stone in his hand. He looked like any dark entity. Terrifying. Waving his hand, the unknown looked at the students, whom he considered parasites. He sought to destroy them. Miri and the sword demon watched in amazement at everything that was happening. Fear arose inside each of them. The sword demon blocked the attack by exposing its huge blade and withstanding the onslaught of rocks that the unknown was controlling. The girl and the demon prepared for a new burst of attack. Miri held out her hands, gathering her strength, and the demon held the sword tighter. Miri was determined to buy some time before stronger hunters arrived, ordering the demon to lead Yoo Ilshin to the bunker beneath the academy. He was sure that Hades would help them. At the place where Hades was, a huge lizard appeared. It roared, making its way through the stone fragments. Miri looked puzzled at the force barrier that appeared next to her. She guessed what kind of ability it was and was sure that only the highest demons possessed it. The sword demon was going to fend off the attacks on his own, ordering Mira to get out of here because she was more important to the master. The girl clearly did not like it. The next moment, the alligator charged at them, swinging its limbs. The sword demon, putting all his strength into the swing of the sword, tried to repel the lizard's attack. But he did not succeed. With a wave of his tail, he found himself pressed against the wall, making a huge dent in it. Song Miri gathered her strength as she stood behind the alligator. Determined, she, although she was afraid, did not retreat. The girl struck the lizard with lightning bolts, putting all the strength she had into them, standing on the edge of her own abilities. He roared in pain and surprise. Choi Yunbi sat in the bunker with Song Mina, who wrapped her arms around her knees and was very worried. The assistant, looking at her, asked what was wrong with her. She realized with horror, Miri is in danger. But she had already come up with a plan. And after a second, Mina was not in the bunker and Yunbi was shouting for her not to do stupid things. But it was late. No one heard the assistant's words. Miri did not let go of her own power as she faced the demon. She tried to get to him, to defeat him, using all the resources she had in her. The sword demon shouted, warning Mira to be careful. He couldn't reach her, but he could at least warn her. He was very sick. The sword demon, standing on his knees, was spitting blood, feeling that the battle had wounded him badly. He asked the sword god for forgiveness for not being able to save the girl. She was now pinned with its paw to the asphalt by the lizard that jumped out of the window with her earlier. Miri screamed and struggled to free herself from the creature's steel claws. A hideous-looking tongue appeared from the demon's palm. He got closer and closer to Miri. Song Mina activated her mind control ability, looking at the demon with hatred and putting her hands out to control her powers. The lizard was pleased, turning his head to the older of the sisters. He liked having both dragon seeds nearby. Mina realized with fear as she looked at the monster that her ability was not working. The demon flicked its tail, aiming at the girl and still pinning the younger sister to the asphalt, though not now using that terrifying tongue from the palm. He lifted the girl off the ground, wrapping the tip of his tail around her and holding her very tightly. Now he was undisturbed, and the demon returned to what he called a ceremony. He once again released his tongue from his palm, pointing it at Sonmir. In a panic, Mina prayed. She screamed, trying to reach the only one who could save her sister. Her name was Yoo Ilshin. The guy was somewhere in nature. The sun was shining. He was lying with his head on the lap of a cute girl, closing his eyes and enjoying the peace. But the next moment, he opened his eyes, which shone with gold, as if he had woken up from a dream. Getting up from the girl's lap, he exhaled noisily, saying that it was time for him. Next to him sat Generous Prosperity, who did not understand why the boy had to go now. Returning to the girl, Ilshin listened to what she said because she was certain. He could die at the hands of the apostle of the god of destruction because his strength had not yet recovered. Mira had several small cuts on her hands, which were now bleeding. But she didn't pay attention to it, still struggling under the demon's paw. He was about to make a sacrifice to his god, who had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. The monster's paw covered in blood was getting closer to Miri, and a second later, the demon screeched as it felt its tail cut off, now a stump in its place. The tail itself was lying nearby. Ilshin, holding the same blade in his hands, smiled a frightening smile. He held Miri in his arms, which he took from the ground away from the lizard. The girl did not recognize him, looking at what seemed to be a completely different person, and timidly called him. The boy carefully put her on her feet so as not to hurt her, because he saw that there were wounds and sores on her body. Then he turned and with that terrible smile, gripping the blade tighter, went straight at the monster. The lizard let out a long roar, almost mad at the fact that the parasite in front of him dared to cut off his tail and now stood before him without fear. Yoo Ilshin swung the blade in his hand, starting what he himself called a miscellany. He dodged the attacks of the lizard's fists, clearly mocking the apostle of destruction because he couldn't hit the boy. The sword god fell straight into the monster's wide-open mouth, not trying to use force. He just swung the blade. Yet the boy stood on the tip of the demon's nose, licking the demon's blue blood from the blade of his knife. He did it on purpose, also saying that it would be good to cut the lizard because it is tasty. Looking at what was happening on the street, the defeated sword demon believed in his god even more, seeing with his own eyes the legendary art of swordsmanship. Now, Ilshin was standing in front of the alligator, which was standing on one knee, putting its paw on the ground to hold on and not fall. The demon prepared for another attack with a few more trump abilities. He was determined to win. He next moment released a black-clawed paw that was endowed with a different level of power than what he had used before. Ilshin stood with the smile of a maniac, holding the blade in front of him and waiting for this attack, because all he wanted was the blood of this demon. The black hand instantly transformed into a matte black figure standing in front of the boy, who was staring at his opponent in bewilderment. Now it was a completely different-looking lizard, watching with a smile that promised a slow death. The god of the sword could not take the path why the opponent decreased in size, because it made him, according to the boy's logic, only more vulnerable. He still did not take his eyes off the lizard. He decided to attack now, while the demon just stood there. Jumping up, Ilshin swung his blade, using its dark power. The apostle of the god of destruction stood the same way as before. He only smiled at the boy's efforts to leave at least some scratch on him. He swung again, seeing that the ultra blade did not leave a single wound on the demon's body. He gathered the power of the blade together with his own again, concentrating on the heat of the blood. The lizard caught Ilshin's hand, not allowing it to approach his chest. He squeezed the boy's forearm with his paw. And almost immediately after this maneuver, Yoo Ilshin flew forward with his back, thrown several tens of meters by the lizard. After the fall, the boy felt very bad. Everything hurt, and he could not even move, although he desperately wanted to get up. The demon grabbed the sword god, holding his head in his hands and thrusting. The pain made the boy grit his teeth, making a sound of frustration. He hated being helpless. Lifting the opponent effortlessly, the monster was happy to ask how the power of his god of destruction was to the taste of a worm like this one. He was going to sacrifice Ilshin, who watched with hatred as a tongue appeared and twisted from the palm of the monster. With his last strength, Ilshin was going to use the healing finger of the god, but he immediately saw a warning. He did not have enough divine ones for this. The boy was disappointed and even more angry because he was defenseless, unable to heal himself to continue the battle. He held on with his last strength, but closing his eyes, he understood. Now he would disconnect, losing consciousness. An unknown person flew at them, holding the sword by the hilt and pointing it downwards so that with one blow he could drive the blade as deep as possible. However, one blow from the demon was enough for Ilshin's defender to fly in the other direction, no longer interfering with the sacrifice. As the monster's paw slowly bled out, the boy thought that all of this might have been because he was too confident after becoming a god. Ilho cried out desperately, raising his hands up and begging his god not to give up, but to fight. The Holy Virgin, folding her hands in prayer and bowing her head, prayed for him, asking him to believe in his powers. Song Mina was standing a few meters away from him, screaming at the top of her voice so that the boy would not die. At the same time, her sister Miri was shaking with fear and sobbing, begging him to survive and fight. The sword demon, reeling from the last of his strength, thought that it was his fault, if only he were stronger. In front of the boy, the mouth in the palm of the monster opened, where now not only the tongue was visible, but also a row of sharp teeth. Ilshin opened his eyes, which glowed with power. Thanks to the faith of his followers, he recovered some of his power, and the skills and sword of Hades were transferred to him through the borrowing of power. The demon screamed frantically, holding onto his hand from which blood flowed. His brush, which Ilshina was holding, was cut off. Choi Kang-san and Baek Yoo-hyun were almost growling in annoyance. They couldn't break through the barrier the demon had put up. They could only watch what was happening there. The director was furious. Gustav, the same demon, made sure that all hunters of classes A and S were far from here and could not interfere with him. Ilshin was healthy again, swinging an ultra blade at the demon. He was under his control again and was happy to begin the change that the knife so desired. The sword god stood still, his hand still clutching the hilt of the knife, the blade of which was no longer there. The ultra blade was broken. Enraged by the severed hand, the lizard threw its good hand with a clenched fist at the boy, wanting to kill its owners with its hands, and the sacrifice was no longer important. The sword god swung the blade already broken, again, inflicting a deep wound along the entire stomach line of the demon, causing it to almost bend in half. Not understanding how he manages to cut down the body given by the god of destruction, the lizard screamed frantically. He couldn't lose to a brat, especially one like that. The barrier around the academy exploded, and the headmaster and the hunter closed their hands against the wave of force that destroyed what they could not break through. Both were surprised. The boy was still standing in that position with his arm out to the side, but the monster in front of him was lying face down on the ground in his own blood. He crawled to the asphalt to the sword god, asking him what he had done to him. He could not understand the strength of this boy and how he managed to win. Seeing the essence of the god inside the boy, the demon was horrified. He thought he should have run away as soon as he saw Ilshin. The lizard began to crumble before his eyes, like stones under the influence of the sword god's power. Meanwhile, the boy felt that he had killed the follower of the god of destruction and was now absorbing his power. He could feel it flowing through his veins. Ilshin fell to his knees, bowing his head. He was covered in blood, exhausted, wounded. Everyone rushed to him to check if everything was okay with him. The headmaster was running faster than everyone else. The hunter was catching up with him, and the sword demon was leaning on someone to get to his god. Kang-san screamed, and Yoo-hyun put his hand over his mouth. They both saw the boy release the remnants of the blade and thought he was dead. Hades, who was crouching next to him, held out his finger so that Ilshin would not fall face down on the asphalt. He said the master was just sleeping. The hunters were very surprised by this statement as they looked at the creature in front of them. Ilshin woke up in the mouth of a huge rose, a creation of silent horror. He said that the creature's saliva is very useful and will help the boy. Having also learned that curses and poisons will not cause harm, Ilshin felt the rose's tongue move. To be honest, he was scared, startled, and the very next moment he was flying in free fall right into the creature's throat, whose mouth was slowly closing behind him. The boy left in a cold sweat from what he saw. He sat up on the bed with a sharp movement, trying to regain consciousness. Mina was sitting nearby, attracting his attention. She was very happy that Ilshin had finally woken up. He was surprised as hell to hear that he had slept for a week. Is it really a whole week? Mina approached the bed, bending over and asking worriedly if everything was okay and if he had not had a nightmare. Her concern was surprising. Ilshin was satisfied, smiling. Song Mina became his follower because she believed in him when he fulfilled her wish. It was also equivalent to 2 S-class followers. Ilshin's look, asking why he was looking at her like that. Having read that Mina was ready to kiss him, the boy did not know how to react, and he himself was confused, although he did not fully believe in that statement. All of a sudden, the ceiling shattered into pieces, and Ilshin and Mina screamed. A new monster appeared that scared them both. It was a huge shark whose teeth protruded from its open mouth. Ilho was very happy, sending this fish to his god, giving it as an alms and offering to enjoy it. And while Mina was trembling with fear and she was clinging to the boy, he exhaled, putting his hand to his temple. The director swung open the door and shouted, wanting to know what was going on here. Behind him, driving him mad, Miri and the sword demon appeared, wanting to see Mina and Ilshin, trying to get between Kang-san and the door. The boy, who was still being hugged by Song Mina in a panic, scratched his temple, trying to explain that everything was fine and he was just given a shark as a gift. The shark fell to the ground, now lying under Ilshin's window as he used his destructive finger to remove the dead fish from the room. A few days later, Yoo Ilshin and a sword demon with a blade on his shoulder were standing in front of the door to the auditorium. The boy was nervous because he was returning to teaching. The students whispered among themselves, calling the sword God the secret weapon of the association, concluding that this was why Song Min was following him around. As Ilshin reached the pulpit, but the students continued to speak, the sword demon with a gleefully maniacal face slammed his huge sword on the floor, silencing everyone. Guo Menji flew from her seat and screamed at her peers, ordering them to stand up and greet the teacher. Ilshin in unison. He was moved by this scene, putting his hand to his mouth. It was incredibly sweet and new for him, and he was delighted. Clearing his throat, the sword god greeted everyone, saying that they had not been engaged in independent study for a long time. The faces of all the students in particular, and Miri's friend, said what they kept silent about. They were far from delighted to be doing things on their own. And although he was going to give this lesson an independent work, he turned everything into a joke when he saw that the students immediately turned sour. He said that a medical examination is scheduled today. Sitting in front of Heijo, a student in his class, Ilshin thought about the fact that, with the help of his abilities, you can make diagnoses, which is very convenient. Ilshin asked the girl not to move and then pointed his little finger at her, summoning the power of healing. He planned to cure her anemia. After a few seconds, Heijo clenched her hand into a fist in surprise, checking her muscles and making sure that they had grown. She felt much better. At the door stood the sword demon and son Miri, who were going to undergo a medical examination, even if Ilshin did not call them. It was clear from their faces that they had actually decided together. Having said that the atmosphere of the examination at school is different, both waited for Ilshin to check their health. He, of course, despaired of convincing both of them. Ilshin watched as Mira and the sword demon's friendship gave way to a dispute over who would be the first to be examined. The guy wanted to end this dispute as soon as possible, so he offered to examine them at the same time. If only they would stop screaming like little children. But he was distracted, turning to the side. The Holy Virgin prayed for his help. Having just returned, he began what was approaching the Hyami tribe. The red ants, of which there were hundreds of thousands, displayed their spears and shouted a battle cry. And they were led into battle by a multi-headed snake, a follower, the lord of the swamps of the abyss. He regenerated constantly, according to the information that appeared next to him. The other follower, a strong and cunning beast, had no such abilities, but was still a safe haven. Another follower summoned by Arachne is light, shining in the highest depths of the sky. It had no body shell at all. Looking at all this, although the sword god joked about the three from the box, he saw a warning that they were all stronger than Gustav, and, most likely, all ants and Trinia will be destroyed. He was shocked. 78 hours later, his followers' Earth was about to be invaded by 100 billion bugs, led by Arachne, who targeted his divine power. Bowing his head, Ilshin thought whether he would be able to protect the tribe of ants and what he should do, because even a Diclophus bomb would not help there. Miri and the sword demon were worried. Ilshin, for no apparent reason to them, bowed his head and did not respond to them. He grabbed his head, almost tearing his hair. The boy had no idea what to do to save everyone, but the next moment he almost saw. He had to complete the promotion task and then he would easily win. After changing his mood, the sword demon summoned the sword god again, while Song Miri looked at the master excitedly, asking if perhaps the week's rest was not enough. Yoo Ilshin, meanwhile, was aiming to increase the number of S-class followers from 6 to 10 in those unfortunate 78 hours. Looking at the director while he was eating a mountain of food in the cafeteria, Ilshin thought that he was his salvation. From the expression on his face, it was clear that he was not very happy with the company, because his meal was interrupted. After the boy's words of request, Choi Kang-san burst out laughing, scattering the leftover food from his mouth. But when Kang-san agreed, Ilshin asked him to say the phrase that would help him gain a follower. "I believe in you, Ilshin?" Ilshin was angry. Nothing has changed in the information about the director. Miri and Mina watched him worriedly. Glancing at Kang-san, the boy thought about why the phrase that was supposed to turn him into a follower didn't work on the headmaster. Did he not believe in him? Once again distracting the director from his lunch, Ilshin asked if there was anything he could do and would like to improve their level of communication. Trying to explain that he doesn't want a relationship with Choi Yunbi, Ilshin blurted out that he is not interested in adult girls. This was heard by Mina, who flared up with anger like a match. She could not believe what she heard. Kang-san also changed his face, angry at what the sword god told him. But the director let go a little, he asked about treatment skills, and Ilshin decided to continue, considering it a good way to achieve what he wanted. He also began to talk about Song Mina's treatment. Lowering his head, the director asked if Ilshin could heal someone who was near death. Staring at Kang-sang, the boy also saw a message, a desperate request from Kang-sang. If it is possible to cure his friend, then the director will believe in Ilshin. Thinking that he already had a follower, the boy agreed without hesitation, ready to do everything right now. In front of Ilshin, an incredibly beautiful girl was lying on a bed of flowers, sleeping. Choi Kang-san explained that fortune tellers don't age, only her hair has turned white. That's all that has changed since the day they met. Ilshin was shocked by this, not knowing how to react properly. While the nurses were taking care of the soothsayer, the director said that she sleeps on flowers, that she has no strength of her own, so she absorbs the energy of the flowers so that they keep her in a state of sleep. Bowing his head, Ilshin promised that he would try to help the girl. The director watched the change in the boy, realizing that the fortune teller called Ilshin to her astral space. He, digging his fingers into her bed, heard her voice in his head. The sword god found himself in the park, where the fortune teller was feeding the birds on a sunny, cloudless day. Turning her gaze to the boy, Lee Mir greeted him with a slight smile. He stood, not quite understanding where he was and what was happening, but he stopped at the fact that it could be a dream. The next moment, everything was in red light, no colours or sun around. Just a tired girl who said it was astral projection. In an instant, everything returned to the previous state, and the girl herself called him by name, which visibly surprised the boy. She said he was chosen, so of course he was known to her. Maya admitted that Ilshin was the embodiment of evil in her visions. but she is glad to see that he is not like that at all. The guy couldn't help but ask, so he did. He was curious as to why she called him here. Looking directly at the girl, he waited for an answer. The soothsayer shook her head. It was impossible to heal her. The physical body was effectively dead, so she was in this space while her mind was still alive. Smiling, the girl offered to try it, if he wants, right here, in astral projection. She was certain. His power is much greater than he himself thinks. Raising his finger, Ilshin began to use the god's healing finger. He stood directly in front of Lee Mia, waiting for his power to take effect. She closed her eyes and lifted herself off the ground, spreading her arms to her sides, allowing the boy's power to fulfill its purpose of healing. Yoo Ilshin was angry. The healing failed because with the amount of divine power he had, it was impossible. Unexpectedly for the boy, the fortune teller fell to her knees, bowing her head to him as a sign of her faith in him. Raising her head and looking at the embarrassed boy, she said what he so wanted to hear from others. "I believe in Yoo Ilshin." Still standing in front of the boy on her knees, Mia said that she trusts her fate in his hands, even though he is still young and cannot understand many things. He did not believe what was happening. The girl was equal to 2 followers of S class. Now he had to acquire only 2. This made the sword god smile. Lee Mia began to rise into the air, smiling and saying that now Ilshin is saving small worlds, and one day, and she believed in it, he will save his own world. She will wait. Ilshin looked frightened at the girl, stretched out his hand and took a step to catch her. He wanted to ask so much more, maybe try again. Ilshin panicked. He tried to reach the prophetess, but he could not do it, and the illusion around him was crumbling along with how the image of the white-haired girl was crumbling. He watched with complete incomprehension as Lee Mia's abilities were transferred to him. Among them was the vision, but he wasn't sure what it was. Leaning on the girl's bed in the ward, Ilshin was drenched in sweat, not understanding where he was and gradually remembering what had happened in the projection. The director put his hands on his shoulder and forearm, asking if the boy was okay. But he, speaking to one point in front of him, could not understand it yet. He was furious because he couldn't cure Lee Mia, but he remembered her words. The solution to his problem was very close. In the training hall of the academy, Hades trained the students, playing basketball with them. Ilshin watched it from afar and ordered something on the phone that would help him gain more followers. The boy watched the sword demon train, remembering that he had bought him a level 2 training sword from Thousand Blades Cutting Space itself. It was worn, cost a lot of coins, but it will be okay. He regretted that he had dropped as much as 20 million coins for the sword and hoped that it would at least make the sword Demon-est class. And the gift was a book with teachings from the Blade collection. Ilshin presented the book to the sword demon, but he was confused. He thought that a calm manner of combat did not suit him, considering his aggressive type of swordsmanship. He was angry because the stalker, as he called the 1,000 blades, circled it around his finger again. The sword demon assured him that the technique in the book did not suit him. Menji looked with loving eyes at the sword demon who had finished training. She was even drooling, following him instantly. The sword demon turned around, feeling someone else's gaze on him. He still held the sword on his shoulder, was wet from his training, and looked back with a slight squint. And then he called to me. The girl threw the basketball, standing confused in the middle of the hall and asking if he was addressing her and if he needed something, for example, water. But the sword demon brushed aside the student, pointing a finger at Hades. He needed a summoned demon. The monster held one of the students in his hand and, without even turning around, asked the demon if he wanted another defeat in his treasury of losses. But the demon was sure today everything will be different, even if the monster in front of him belongs to the highest class. Ilshin watched the unfolding scene, scratching his chin. Maybe the sword demon will finally become stronger. As Hades closed in to attack, the demon swung his sword, feeling much stronger. He had mastered the demon's sword and was convinced it would play into his hands. But Hades stood behind, holding a sword in his hand. He was looking at the sword demon sitting on the floor where he had been hit on the back of the head by the hilt. Having promised to win once, the demon cut himself down and Hades threw him over his shoulder so that he would not lie in the middle of the hall. He thought that he really had every chance. Back at Ilshin, Hades will take the sword demon to the infirmary to be brought back to consciousness and possibly helped. He was followed by Guomenji, who decided that Ida had to accompany them. Looking after Hades with the demon sword on his shoulder, Ilshin understood that the monster is right and the demon will become class, but it will not be as fast as he would like. The boy decided to drink a potion that boosted his abilities, where the creator of the gods gained an additional 1% to his strength. He was in despair because he had already drunk 2,000 bottles, and the increase in strength was only 1%, and the battle was very close. He turned back to the sisters, asking how they were doing, and watching Mina hold Miri's head and try to remove the seal she had put on her years ago. Mina tried her best, gritting her teeth and trying again and again. Ilshin thought that Song Min might also be the one who was much closer to him defeating the beetles. He said, smiling, so that she wouldn't stress too much, she was fine anyway.
That girl only snorted and turned her head to the side, not wanting to communicate, to the surprise of both Miri and Ilshin. She remembered what he had said about older women to the headmaster.
She screamed for him to just call her Mina, not address her as aunt. She worried about her age after the scene in the cafeteria. Feeling awkward, Ilshin smiled crookedly, straightened up, and offered the girl a huge lollipop on a stick. The girl immediately forgot about everything in the world, running after a lollipop because she really liked candies. The guy was thinking about when she will come back to normal completely. While Mina was enjoying the candy, Ilshin asked Miri to hand over the sword to the demon, which remains as protection, and Ilshin himself needs it on business. The boy was satisfied with what he was going to do. He wanted to sleep before the beetles invaded so that his strength would be fully ready and restored. With malice, Ilshin looked at 1,000 Blades, who threw a stick at him. The god of the sword was very displeased because he thought that the stalker wanted to heat him again and pushed far from what was needed. As he settled into bed, the boy thought that his last hope was to train with his stalkers in his own sleep to become stronger himself. He thought that all dreams of 3 months are equal to 2 days in reality. In the temple of the sword god, a man the size of a mountain with a tattoo on his shoulder sat on a throne. Ilshin stood in the middle of the darkened space, knowing this is the realm of 1,000 Blades chopping space itself. The guy recalled that the first time he saw him, he almost peed his pants from fear because 1,000 Blades was huge and terrifying. Throwing his head back to see who he was addressing, he asked if the repair of the Ultra Blade he had, which had broken in the duel with Gustav, had not been completed. The guy asked to give him at least something while the blade was being repaired, so that he would have a weapon. 1,000 Blades gave him a hand gesture, implying that it would cost 1 million coins. He was angry. The price had doubled since last time. This is completely unthinkable. Cursing his last words of unscrupulous greed, Ilshin opened a hunter's shop, buying what the stalker offered him. Already transferred the funds, the guy squinted. Isn't the stalker heating up him with inflated prices? He was now trying to understand in the blinding light what exactly the 1,000 Blades had pushed him, looking rather skeptically at... Was it a stick? When the light disappeared, Ilshin began to argue, getting angry for no reason. It was a wooden sword, which was no better than a simple stick. But after reading the information, there was no anger. Ilshin looked in amazement at the training sword that Huashan used 850 years ago. He went to try, grasping the hilt with both hands and trying to pull the sword out of the stone where the tip of the wooden blade was stuck. Having just taken the sword in his hands, Ilshin concentrated, activating, and without understanding how, the Ultra Blade. Stars danced in the boy's eyes. 1,000 Blades said that a miracle would happen when he reached 50% synchronization with the sword. Looking at the sword, he wondered how exactly the miracle would happen. But he felt as if the sword was reacting to everything and trying to say something. 1,000 Blades began a hellish training, and Ilshin suddenly swung his sword, parrying his opponent's attack. The boy was extremely surprised when it turned out that he was blocking the attack with a wooden sword. This was something he definitely did not expect from this stick. Ilshin was nervous and angry. He couldn't even get a hold of 1,000 Blades. And it had been a long time since synchronization had reached 46%. But the stalker, raising his finger, smiled because blocking all his 10,000 blows is a big deal in progress. After another 10,000 attacks, Ilshin was tired and wet with sweat, but he was smiling. Now he saw the weaknesses of his opponent. After conducting the attack, Ilshin made a maneuver that was successful. He stood behind 1,000 blades, striking him in the lower back. The guy was over the moon with happiness. It was his first ever successful attack. After drinking the potion, he talked to the stalker, who said that he was proud of Ilshin's success, and he talked about the fact that there are still 3% to 50%. 1,000 blades, looking at his palms, asked to share the potion that Ilshin was drinking. However, he said that he was not going to share just like that and offered to buy as it was necessary. And the very next moment, Ilshin was flying with his face to the ground, dropping his sword because 1,000 blades hit him in the back with the sole of his shoe. Returning to the light, the boy saw that the eternal seeker of truth said that it was time to draw iron. They stood facing each other in the hall where the shells were scattered. The seeker of truth looked like a mountain and a half, and Ilshin, holding a sword in his hand, looked at him, throwing his head back. Ilshin was hit in the back, screaming in surprise. This stalker beats him like a slave. What kind of training is this? But, showing a thumb and smiling, the seeker of truth praised Ilshin's muscles, not paying attention to the fact that he was looking at him with pain on his face. Ilshin stood in front of the 2-ton bar, throwing his sword to the ground next to him. He exhaled, however, he was sure that everything would work out for him. Lifting the bar above his head, he screamed from the strain on his muscles, but he was able to lift this weight and his body was noticeably larger. His nose even bled from the effort, his eyes were bulging from the effort, but he succeeded. Ilshin drank another potion on the recommendation of the eternal seeker of truth in order not to lose his muscles. He was visibly pleased with himself and his successes. The boy was now training with the silent horror and its flower, using the sword and chopping one of the flower's jaws. Anticipating the flower's attack, Ilshin grimaced. The silent horror asked him to be tougher next time. Ilshin grabbed his head. Everything was in vain. He only had 1 minute to complete the training and was 1% short of sync. But the next moment, he came to his senses and remembered the words, horror. He went on the attack, deciding to be as tough as possible in this attack. The silent horror was wounded in many places, but he enjoyed fighting and using brute force. Ilshin angrily shouted for him to stop enjoying himself and gave him 1%, which was not enough for synchronization. There was only 1 second left until the end of time. The boy looked at the 49.9% synchronization with the training sword and was drenched in sweat, from the fight and from the fact that he was just a little bit short of getting stronger and having at least a chance of defeating the bugs. Ilshin was surprised. Silent horror still added 0.1% to him, his synchronization reached 50%, and now he could go to Antrinia. The Imperial army began its offensive on time. Beetles, holding weapons and spears in their hands, marched in a huge army against a small army of black ants. Summoned by Arachna, looked at the city with its surrounding wall. They waited for the moment, patiently waiting. She herself sat on the throne. Behind her was an army and creatures that shook the very foundation of the worlds. She was satisfied that she would soon win a victory in the name of the Emperor. Beelzebub's contagious flies were the first to fly. On the command of the commander, they headed for the impregnable walls of the city. The ant bowed its head, shaking with fear. She prayed to Ilshina to come as soon as possible, because even with her strength, they would not be able to win. The flies prepared to exhale the infectious air on the city, flying close enough for this maneuver. They were waiting for the command. The sky itself crumbled like stones, and a foot appeared from a hole in space, bringing light from another dimension to Antrinia's gloomy day. Arachne was frightened. She did not expect this, especially since she was sure that the evil god would not come to help. Yoo Ilshin entered this dimension, holding cans of insect repellent on either side of him. They were held in the air by his willpower. The fly commander was horrified, looking at the evil god and shaking with fear. He understood that they could not win and that they would all, most likely, die here. Ilshin was smiling, raising his index finger. At his command, all the spray cans began to spray Dilliphos. Sensing that it was poison that would be fatal, the commander of the flies ordered to retreat. He was in a deplorable condition. Ulcers had already begun to appear on his face. Arachne shouted at the army, which began to panic. She ordered to continue because there was only one god. She was angry. When the smoke cleared a little, the boy's smile almost disappeared, turning into a grimace. There were still too many of them, even taking into account the Diclorvos. A beast appeared on the battlefield. Its wings were like those of bats, and it was huge in size. The beast that was summoned by Arachne now looked different. It had those wings, it stood on two legs and was very angry. It was clear from the tremendous roar. Ilshin was angry. He saw that the beast was not just roaring, but was directing gas towards the boy himself and the city behind him. Raising a finger, Ilshin attacked the beast with telekinesis. But soon he saw that his insecticides were also blown aside. He breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. He almost poisoned his ants, whom he came to protect. The monster began to eat the beetles that were the Emperor's army. His eyes shone with magical light. Gritting his teeth, Ilshin watched what was happening, realizing that this would make the beast stronger. Arachne just watched as the monster devoured more and more troops, her teeth clenched. She was willing to sacrifice everything if it would give them the divine power she so longed for. Ilshin looked in surprise at what began to happen along with the eating of the victims. He didn't even use the power of his index finger, even though he wanted to, until he saw something. Raising his head, he looked at how dragonflies were flying above him, intending to fly to Antrinia. Beetles sat atop the dragonflies, whose eyes were covered with a thick cloth, preventing them from seeing anything. The boy watched as they began to fall from the sky, aiming for him. He was at a loss, trying to figure out what to do. The next moment, he activated his steel body, illuminating the space around him with the bright light of his own power. The first beetle, which crashed into Ilshin's body with its horns, broke its horns, which could cut even a stone. After just a few seconds, he was covered in a thick layer of beetles from head to toe, leaving not a single millimeter of his body exposed. But Ilshin still managed to free one finger. He used the damning middle finger of the god, releasing fire and burning everyone who was near him. Thanks to the multiplying thumb of the god, the fire only increased, engulfing everything around the boy, burning anyone who was still alive and on his body. Extending his hand, he began throwing fireballs at the Emperor's multi-million army. The troops panicked. The beetles feverishly turned back, deciding to run. Looking at the battlefield, Ilshin was drenched in sweat, feeling his strength drain more and more as he was exhausted. And he was also angry because the mission to raise the evil god was carried out very slowly. He thought that he would burn the required amount without much effort. The guy grabbed his head. He was sick. He thought it was a side effect of using the force until he noticed another Arachne monster flying at him. He was enraged as he looked at the light shining in the depths of heaven. He was unhappy with the use of hellfire, and this angered the boy. I didn't like another one. The monster invited 100 million victims to stop Ilshin and immediately heard permission from Arachne. The beetles were not satisfied. They accused the priestess of lack of conscience because more victims would completely thin out the army. The creature, meanwhile, burned more and more of its own troops, devouring the victims it allowed Arachne to take. The boy scratched his head as he looked at the growing monster. He understood that this was not good and thought about what to do about it. Ilshin was preparing to attack the monster, which was already almost above him, flying a huge ball of fire. Pointing out his index finger, he used destructive force and felt very bad. Ilshin held his head with his other hand. After failing to activate the power, he flew from his seat, spraying blood from his mouth and screaming as the monster's attack reached him. He was lying in front of the city wall with his arms outstretched and his eyes closed. The priestess triumphed. She looked at the body of the god, which did not move. She was smiling, already celebrating the victory. The ant looked at him from the walls with tears in her eyes. She begged him to wake up, not believing that he could die. Ilshin had given her earlier, but unfortunately, healing did not happen. The monster attacked again, swooping down from the air to reach Ilshin's body and finish what he had started. Il-ho prayed, believing in Yoo Ilshin as much as he could. He was on his knees, head bowed and hands folded, asking permission to help and join the fight. The boy barely raised his index finger, begging the universe for his strength to summon a warrior. Il-ho appeared in a blinding blue light, immediately joining the battle and landing right in front of the monster's face. The warrior stood with a clenched fist in front of the beast's open mouth, determined only to win. He was much more than Ilshin remembered him. One movement and a creature with bat wings swallowed Il-ho, now looking at the evil god lying on the ground. Ilshin saw that his follower had been eaten by that monster, but he continued to lie down. He could not move. His strength was almost exhausted. The boy was desperate. The matter of this universe has dispersed again, now for the 1,000 blades that chop space itself. He announced that he had finished repairing the blade and would deliver it to Ilshin for free. Yoo Ilshin caught the blade, which was now much larger and more terrifying. He swung it, holding it with both hands, unleashing its destructive power. The boy looked at his opponent with hatred, at the same time telling the sword to be silent. The new feature was that he could talk, and he also had an eye on the blade near the guard. The cat-like monster looked at everything that happened to the evil god in disbelief. He grinned, but he panicked. The creature could not understand why his stomach hurt so much. Meanwhile, Il-ho in his stomach was beating him from the inside, trying to break through to the surface. After a few seconds, the monster began to fall with its back to the ground, not even trying to fly. Its wings were folded behind its back. Falling to the ground, he roared in pain. His stomach was tearing open and the monster's eyes were bulging out of their sockets. The next moment, the stomach of the huge cat did tear, spraying blood, and Il flew out of it. Ho is finally free. He was screaming from exhaustion, but it was a cry of joy, and he was still flying higher and higher, putting his hand forward. He had accelerated enough to get high enough. Ilshin could not rejoice at what he saw. He smiled, looking at his follower, who remained alive. The sword god greeted his warrior, giving him a thumbs up and saying he was unspeakably cool. But the sword rang under his arm, so, gritting his teeth, Ilshin returned to his updated weapon, asking the eye who the hell he was. As the sword god shouted at the sword, it tried to remember who it was. It was not as easy as he thought, before saying that the boy only needed to open his eyes. He thought to himself, looking at his blade, the version that it was a fragment of the 1,000 blades was rejected, because the voice of the blade was completely different. Turning away from the sword, Ilshin asked the 1,000 blades himself, because it was he who was engaged in repairing the blade and should have known exactly whose eye he had put there. The boy was angry because his stalker decided not to answer anything, keeping the secret of the one whose eye flaunts on the blade of the renewed blade. But he was quickly distracted from the dispute, where he threatened to return the money. Now, Ilshin was looking with surprise at how a flash of fire appeared. The light that shines in the depths of heaven was furious. His God-given body had been destroyed, and he was going to take revenge for it. Ilshin looked at all this in surprise, wondering that the monster had not yet given his soul to his god. The severed head lying on the ground appealed to Arachne, demanding more sacrifices to regain its strength and be able to fight on. The priestess, clenching her fist, was in despair. She allowed 100 million soldiers to be taken away in exchange for a promise that the monster would finally kill that evil god. Arachne looked at the summoned monster in confusion. Did he really want to take all 100 billion lives? Without asking permission for this, the monster began to devour the army with its fire, spreading tongues of flame further and further into the army. The priestess began to shout for him to stop, because they did not agree on such a thing. She desperately tried to scream, breaking into a cold sweat of fear. Watching the new absorption of the victims, Ilshin clenched his teeth in anger. Once again, the incorporeal creature was trying to become stronger. And while everything around was in the sacrificial fire, Il-ho tried his best to lift the huge stones. The block was 1,000 times taller than him, but he held it above his head. The block that Il threw Ho began to crumble, reaching the fire of the monster. Gathering all his strength, he was now smiling. The monster had acquired true power, now truly being the the light that shines in the highest depths of the sky. The boy stared at the sword that offered to simply kill the monster, as if it were a spider on the wall, losing his fervor and confidence. The sword was sure that there was no creature that it would not cut down. Ilshin, gritting his teeth, understood one thing. He still had no choice. Therefore, taking the hilt of the sword more firmly, he was going to fight. After swinging, Ilshin felt that the sword demon's skills were being transferred. The first ability was Heavenly Demon Power, lighting up the space around the boy in red. The monster scoffed, because the boy simply pushed the fire away a little further with a swing of his sword. Was that all? The god of the sword was angry. He knew that the sword would not help him, but he still believed it. But the even cut that the sword made on the monster's face began to destroy its body, and the magic of Ilshin's blade of blue light devoured the creature's body more and more. He roared in pain and annoyance. Ilshin looked into the eye of his sword, which almost rolled that eye, saying that he did kill, as it was said. The boy was really surprised by this fact, which was reflected on his face. The boy was glad that at least he did not lose consciousness, as in the battle in Gustav, remaining on his feet and conscious. But he looked confusedly at the fact that Tears of Prosperity was looking at the fiery sky. Raising his eyes to the sky, he even opened his mouth in surprise. 1,000 Blades was right. It was too early to relax. The heavenly demon stood covered in blood, holding a sword in his hand and looking at the ground in front of him. His daughter lay there, motionless and covered in her own blood. He killed her because she followed the path of the god of destruction. Then he killed others, those who followed his daughter, preaching the false truths of the god of destruction. And when everyone was defeated and the city was burning, the heavenly demon killed himself, because he could not live with the guilt in front of his daughter. Ilshin looked at this information in front of him, thinking that this was a really tragic case. Now he wasn't surprised that he was such a cheer. The heavenly demon held his head, freed from the sword, and wailed, mourning his daughter even now. The boy saw how the 1,000 Blades chopping space itself appeared in front of the bowed heavenly demon, realizing that it was he who tricked the demon's memories. But when the demon refused, 1,000 Blades imprisoned him in one of the blades, taking all his memories and forcing him to work for nothing. The sky demon looked at the boy, telling him that the awakening of the sword demon, a follower of Ilshin, caused the memories to return. He said that the boy has a good student. The demon looked at Ilshin, waiting for an answer. He offered to work together to take revenge. His eyes burned with the fire of vendetta. Ilshin, looking at the heavenly demon, shouted to him, swearing that the god of destruction would feel the ruthlessness of this blade. The demon was satisfied. He, smiling, held out his hand to Ilshin, giving permission to use his power in battles. Power enveloped the body of Ilshin, who raised his hand and raised his middle finger. He clenched his teeth from strain, gathering all his and borrowed strength. He then pointed his middle finger along with the immense power towards that monster that had swallowed the entire Imperial army a few minutes ago. Ilshin watched with satisfaction as he gathered 10 S-class followers. Now he was promoted to a low-ranking good god. The monster was fierce. He looked at Ilshin, trying to despise both him and the heavenly demon, because he really believed that this boy was not his equal. They decided to fight that fire with more fire. Having tightened his sword handle, Ilshin was determined to win, never taking his eyes off his opponent. The sky demon, looking really crazy and licking his lips, said that they would use Narik's worst nightmare, Avicii. The blue flame reached the orange one, consuming it effortlessly. The monster was shocked. His flames were cut down, now gradually coming up to him. He panicked. The monster felt the heat from the fire, which not only reached him, but also burned him alive. Now the boy stood and looked at the clear blue sky, not believing his own eyes. He won. He protected Antrinia. Ilshin sat in his room at the table and laughed, spreading his arms to the sides. 1,000 Blades accused him of theft, and the boy only replied that he was no better. The boy was furious. 1,000 Blades had set a huge price for repairs in the future, and all because the heavenly demon's memories had returned. He appealed to other stalkers to take his side. Silent Horror said that he would recommend a good blacksmith, and Ilshin smiled smugly. And yet his stalkers were such simpletons. Ilshin once again felt himself the master of the situation. Throwing his hands behind his head, he manipulated 1,000 blades because now Truth Seeker offered his services and for less money. Holding up his finger, he was satisfied. Shaking with rage, 1,000 blades did agree to 3 million to repair the blade in the future. It was a victory. Picking up the phone, Ilshin immediately heard the director's angry voice. He shouted for the boy to immediately appear at the Hunters Association. Ilshin was puzzled. The boy rolled his eyes, remembering Gustav, who was a huge lizard. They found a clutch of his eggs, and the boy couldn't shake the image of an alligator from his mind. Yoo Ilshin and the Sword Demon both got out of the taxi, standing in front of the association house. Putting his hands in his pockets, the boy looked in surprise at the advertisement that was about Mina. Standing in front of the entrance were the director, who wasn't even smiling, Song Miri, who was smiling and happy to see everyone, and the equally happy Song Min, who was waving her hand. A little awkwardly, the boy waved his hand to greet the girls and Choi Kang-sang. Everyone was surprised when the director interrupted Ilshin and told everyone to go inside as soon as possible. He couldn't wait to tell about the eggs. The Sword God asked the Sword Demon to wait in the corridor because he is not a member of the association. Miri and Mina looked at each other awkwardly. All national heroes of the S class gathered in the hall. Some greeted each other, but everyone had the same goal: to find a solution to the problem. Baek Yoo-hyung joyfully greeted Ilshin, offering him to sit next to him and pointing to the place in front of him with his finger. To everyone's surprise, Song Mina grabbed Ilshin's arm, holding on tight and shouting that he was sitting with them. Ilshin, meanwhile, felt out of sorts and was embarrassed by this manifestation of Mina's emotions. The boy made a disgusted face, squinting at Mina, whose eyes lit up with curiosity. She assumed that crocodile eggs were very tasty. While Ilshin held his head while sitting across from Baek-hyun, he clenched his hands into fists as he watched his girlfriend gaze lovingly at the Sword God. A girl in a penguin mask was sitting across from Mina, which surprised Ilshin. He decided that it would be good to find out who loves pranks so much that he didn't even take off the mask. He was angry as he looked at the masked figure. He couldn't scan it. It was something new to him. Of everyone present, most likely, only Mina was happy to see the eggs. Her reaction was interesting. Ilshin, clenching his hands into fists, gritted his teeth while the girl sincerely rejoiced at the appearance of crocodile eggs. Wrapped in chain, the egg was large and had precious stones in several places around the perimeter of the shell. Ilshin listened to what the head of the association was saying. He thought about Gustav's cubs, which hatched from 100 eggs. The egg began to shake, drawing attention to itself. The helper holding the cart with the egg was surprised and puzzled. Everyone was horrified, and the head and the assistant tried to move away. The egg began to crack from top to bottom. A crocodile's head emerged from the egg. It had eyes that glowed with a green glow, looking at the hunters sitting in front of it. One of the hunters came closer, putting his hand to his mouth and contorting his face into a grimace that indicated the degree of emotion. The cub was so cute. The next moment, the crocodile triggered an explosion, forcing everyone to cover themselves with their hands, protecting themselves from the burst of power. He destroyed the shell on his way to Ilshin. The boy grimaced as he watched the lizard's paw land on the table in front of him. It was very bad. The cub bowed before the Sword God, looking him straight in the eyes and promising in his own language, which the boy understood, to kill him. Under the books of other hunters, the alligator swung its paws, opened its mouth, and aimed at Ilshin. He was surprised. Everything happened as if in slow motion. The boy raised his index finger with crackling strength at the tip to the small monster's mouth, realizing that he had become stronger and now he could easily defeat him. The boy's strength seemed bad to the monster. Looking at Ilshin's face, he felt only fear because he knew that he would kill him. But in the next moment, the alligator got in the nuts. One of the hunters kindly punched him in the face. Another hunter directed a stream of his power at the crocodile, attacking the threat. Shin-Yu, NS, class hunter, thought that the creature's cute face almost made him stupid. Turning back to the Sword God, he asked if everything was all right. The hunter was frowning. Ilshin, still keeping his finger pointed at the place where the crocodile had recently been, felt ashamed. The hunters had dealt with the threat before he even had time to raise his finger. Bewildered, Miri reassured her older sister, who hugged her tightly and shouted that crocodiles are evil creatures. Choi Kang-san and Baek Yoo-hyun were furious. How dare that lizard attack inside the walls of the association? The little crocodile cried, looking at everything that was happening. He prayed for salvation in his language. He raised his head, looking at the huge hunter, covering himself with one paw. The little one was indescribably scared. The hunter raised his leg, wanting to hit the panther with the heel of his boot, and the little one could only cry and cover himself with his paws as if it could save him. Guo Sanduk, the guild master of the immortals, stared at the hunter, preventing him from killing the crocodile. The hunter angrily asked why he was stopped. The guild master was calm, holding his hands behind his back and saying that he would like to dissect the crocodile and study it, and the hunter had already harmed him. To teach the young hunter a lesson for speaking disrespectfully, Guo Sanduk opened a portal behind him, his face and aura visibly changing. The sword demon screamed as he looked at what was happening. He wasn't exactly ready for it. Kang-san also felt out of sorts. He asked if the old man was really going to summon a yaksha right in his office. That would be a problem. Behind him, Mina and Miri hugged each other, looking at everything with fear in their eyes. Mina even cried from Sanduk's face. Raising a finger, the director called to stop, but the hunter did not even look at him, looking from under his forehead in front of him. It was already too late to stop. The one the immortal guildmaster was about to teach a lesson summoned his armor, standing before him and believing that of the two, only the old man would die. Standing between the two hunters, Choi Kang-sang held out his hands, trying to separate them and prevent a bloodbath that would affect everyone, not just these two. Throwing his hands behind his head and leaning back on the back of his chair, Ilshin was smiling. He would have looked with great pleasure at the match the hunters would have arranged among themselves. The crocodile, holding his head and still with tears in his eyes, prayed to God to save him. He prayed to Ilshin. Seeing that he has a new follower of salvation who can create a small miracle, Ilshin, with a smile and burning eyes, decided to save the poor man. Getting up from his seat and leaning on the table, Ilshin scratched his head. He was deciding whether to save or not, and he couldn't think of how to do it. While the director was disbanding the hunters, the small lizard was enveloped in a blue glow, lifted from the ground. Ilshin was angry. The crocodile just disappeared. Again he was deceived with an imperceptible salvation. The guy looked at the screen of his phone with maximum surprise. There was a rescued lizard, but why was he in Antrinia? The crocodile looked questioningly at Ant, holding his head, and Diver looked frightened at the one who appeared before her. Everyone was really engaged in a scuffle where both hunters were shouting at each other, and Kang-san was trying not only to shout over them, but also to keep them at arm's length from each other. The boy watched with rapt feeling that someone was standing behind him. He could feel the sweat rolling down his face from the whole situation. Turning around, he saw that girl in the penguin mask, scared of her and feverishly asking why she was looking at his phone. Seeing the absence of the crocodile, she turned her head to Ilshin, who tried to convince her not to say anything and was going to explain everything to her. She raised her hand, surprisingly, only to greet Ilshin. "Hello, Penguin." He was surprised because he already thought that she would tell because she noticed the lizard in his phone. And then she turned around and went to her seat, leaving the sword god to look at her in bewilderment and think that there were definitely enough weirdos because of the SS class. All those present were surprised and distracted by the sound of the broken door. They turned as one to the visitor who literally flew into the room. The sword demon, having knocked down the door, was determined to find out what the hell was going on here. Appealing to the sword god, he was ready to protect him from any threat. Ilshin smiled with satisfaction. He was visibly pleased by all this. He thought that the sword demon was just right for this situation. Shinyu summoned the sword demon, sticking out his finger and making it squint. He, rather, did not ask, but stated that it was the same swordsman. And while the sword demon said that the hunter was wrong, Ilshin thought about the fact that these two knew each other. However, he quickly realized that it was none of his business. The sword demon was embarrassed. The sword god grabbed him by the hair, asking him why he had started the pogrom and if he knew where he was. Ilshin dragged his follower to the exit by the collar, reprimanding him and saying that a conversation awaits him at home. While Ilshin was dragging the demon down the corridor, he was begging to be allowed to die in peace because he had disobeyed his master's order. The boy turned to him with a smile, assuring him that this was not the case, but asked him to remain silent for the time being, so as not to disrupt the sword god's plan. Ilshin turned to the sound of Choi Kang-san screeching as he finally noticed the crocodile's disappearance. He was glad he got out of there before it did. After some time, he was lying on the bed in the medical office and, with his hand behind his head, was looking at his phone. The ant said with a smile that the great god had sent them a creature that they had to raise and raise into a beautiful crocodile. Standing at the door of the office was Shin Yu, who looked at the concentrated Ilshin and asked if this game was really that interesting. Ilshin sat down on the bed with a sharp movement, looking confusedly at the visitor, who, meanwhile, came closer to him. The sword god was angry. Was this the ability of the entire SE class to threaten under any circumstances? He told him to just ask whatever he was interested in without all these puns. Shin Yu, looking at the boy, was surprised that he decided to answer the question without a fight. So he asked the first thing, what connected him with the sword demon? Ilshin laughed, looking at the hunter. With a wave of his hand, as if it was something insignificant, he said that they were just colleagues. Looking down at Ilshin, he asked another question, whether he is a member of the Union of Three Heroes. The sword god didn't even know the name, looking at the hunter in confusion and wondering if this organization wasn't the same as the Triad. Deciding that he was lying, Shin Yu angrily pulled his hand back, concentrating his strength in his fist and intending to give this boy a good beating. Still picking his nose, Ilshin looked at everything again as if it was slow motion. Almost at the same second, a sword demon flew into the window with a sword in his hands and an angry look on his face, determined to protect his god. And while Ilshin was still picking at his nose, looking for treasures, the sword demon hit the floor where Shin Yu had recently stood. He was glad because he thought that the strong sword recognized him after all. Another swing of the sword. But it missed. The hunter jumped up, doing a somersault, and at the same time asking how his old friend was doing. The sword demon was puzzled that he hadn't cut the bastard in half. Hitting the demon's sword with his power, Shin Yu said that it was still no match for him and his abilities. The sword demon was enraged. He scoffed, asking if it was because of the blocked number that Shin Yu decided to bother the sword demon master. He couldn't believe it. That guy picking his nose was his old friend's master? The hunter looked at the sword demon in bewilderment. He wasn't going to bow the knee to Ilshin and thought he knew about the three heroes being a sect. But so, he was angry looking at the boy. It means that it was because of him that the roof of the strong sword came off like that. Deciding to bring the boy out into the open, Shin Yu crossed his arms in front of him and offered a duel. The hunter was ready to use the martial art he had learned in the School of the Serpent Sword. Having heard that it only comes to this through fists, Ilshin got up from his seat and smiled. He just wanted to try something. Clenching his hand into a fist, the boy was still smiling, looking at his opponent. He was an S, class, so he would definitely not die from such a thing, but he had to test his new strength. He used skill transfer, starting with Il's body hoe. Ilshin instantly became much bigger and looked like a mountain of muscles. Shin Yu was certain. This was the power of the three heroes. It could not be otherwise. He looked at the boy from under his forehead, waiting for his time to attack. The hunter considered himself better because he was stronger and faster, because, in his opinion, muscles made a person less agile. Ilshin brought his hand back for a blow, concentrating his strength in this blow. He was ready, because he saw everything in slow motion and could prepare. Meanwhile, Shin Yu was getting closer. But when the sword god's fist was centimeters away from the hunter's face, Song Mana entered the office, who immediately started screaming, demanding to be explained to her what was happening here. Shin Yu turned to her, asking a little scared if Ms. Mina wanted anything. It was clear from her face. They made her angry because they were making noise. She stared with hatred, concentrating on the hunter she thought was a bad uncle. She was going to kill him with her powers. Ilshin put out his hand in fear, holding it out to the girl and shouted for her to stop. Clenching her hand into a fist and controlling Sinyu's mind, Mina was convinced that anyone who annoys their god must die. Shinyu was confused as Songmina stood in front of him and summoned her ability, saying that no one could harm their god. She was not like herself. The boy felt a terrible pain, from which he fell to his knees, holding his chest with one hand and leaning on the other. He started coughing up blood, and it scared him. The strong sword he was addressing calmly watched what was happening. He wasn't even going to help. After it was all over and Shinyu was lying in a pool of his own blood, the sword demon crouched down next to him, still holding his sword on his shoulder, and checked his pulse with his other hand. Returning to his god, the sword demon was a little disappointed, which was evident on his face as he announced that the hunter was alive. However, it was a shame that he was. Ilshin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't need any of what happened now, much less the trouble if Shinyu threw away his skates. But the very next second, he was worried again. The sword demon, throwing it on Shinyu's shoulder, announced that he was going to throw it far away. All he could do was look at the trail of the demon, hoping that nothing would happen to the hunter on the way and that they would not be accused of murder. But he was distracted by Mina. She took his face in her hands, squeezing him into a funny face and asking if everything was fine with him. She was really worried. Sun Miri appeared in the room, flying like a whirlwind. She was convinced that something had happened because she felt a flow of energy. She was scared. Still standing like she was going to fight any second, Miri was determined to get an answer. Where did that pool of blood in the middle of the room come from? Instead of answering, Mina ran up to her sister and took her hand, shouting that she wanted to go home. The girl was surprised by this, so she glanced at her older sister. Ilshin came closer with a smile, asking Mira to take her sister home, and she agreed with a smile that was even wider than the boys. Until no one saw the puddle and started asking questions, Ilshin quickly began to wash everything, finding a mop, a bucket, and a rag somewhere. And while tears of generous affluence convinced the boy that he was doing a good deed, he did not notice how the same friend Miri who summoned Hades walked out of the corner. The girl made herself known, but when she entered the office, she was immediately surprised. Where did the pool of blood come from? Ilshin clenched his teeth, quickly thinking of what to come up with. It was noticeable that the girl was nervous, lowering her eyes to the floor and holding on to her amulet, which hung around her neck. She tried to find the words to say what she was going to say. Raising her head and smiling slightly awkwardly, Menji said that her grandfather wanted to meet with Yoo Ilshin because her amulet, where Hades was, had grown noticeably. She advised the boy to run away. Hearing the signal of the car, the girl was frightened, announcing that they had definitely arrived. Ilshin could only see how Menji quickly pointed her heels, leaving him confused. Why should he run away from the meeting? Looking out the window, the boy was surprised. The old man he saw at the meeting got out of the car. A puzzle of everything that was happening began to form in his head. Guo Saduk looked at the school with a smile and a good mood after getting out of the car. Beside him was a girl with a pale complexion and black hair falling over her face. She did not smile and looked as if she was somewhere far away. Choi Kang-sang was standing at the door, shouting at the guildmaster, because he was clearly not happy about his appearance at the door of the school. Kang-san threatened to kill the old man if he dared to do anything to his students again. He even clenched his fist in the face of the guildmaster out of strain and anger. After calmly walking around the headmaster, Guo Sanduk still kept his hands behind him, saying that he only wanted to see his granddaughter's place of study and talk to someone. The surprised director even turned his head to the old man. He said that he wanted to talk to Yoo Ilshin. He was cheerful and too much, according to the director. The old man stuck out his tongue, the tip touching the tip of his finger. He looked very creepy. Watching everything from the window, the boy was scared. What the hell was going on, and why did this terrible old man look like he wanted to eat him with bones? Everyone gathered in the director's office. He was sitting at the head of the table, while Ilshin and Sanduk were facing each other on both of Kang-san's arms. The girl calmly sat next to her grandfather. While the old man calmly drank his tea, Ilshin was feverishly thinking of an excuse to come up with in case they found out that he had stolen the crocodile. Guo Sanduk looked out from under the hood with his red eyes as if he could see right through the boy. He, having stopped drinking tea but holding the cup to his mouth, asked if they had really met recently. The question about his age surprised Ilshin. He answered that he was 23, sitting straight and feeling how sweat was gathering on his face. The girl next to her smiled, blushing, and the old man said something about the perfect 3-year difference, squinting at his granddaughter. He looked like he wanted to kill someone, not get married. Sanduk, looking directly at the boy, was still smiling, welcoming the future grandson-in-law. Ilshin didn't just slurp the tea, he spat out the liquid right in front of him after hearing what the old man wanted from him. Recovering from the shock, Ilshin smiled, telling the guildmaster that he had no intention of getting married and that he was much closer to solitude. Hell, he'll marry on order. After setting down his cup with a loud sound, Guo Sanduk was now looking directly at the boy, remembering that the B-class zombie had evolved into an S-class just because of his touch. Ilshin grimaced, showing his teeth. Now he remembered why Menji behaved like that in the room when she came to warn him about the meeting. The old man, meanwhile, continued, smiling and keeping his eyes on the boy. He said that he would not lose the opportunity to procreate with someone who was able to do so. Bowing his head and looking like a maniac again, Sanduk said he wasn't asking for too much. Just 3 sons. After all, his blood is too valuable not to take advantage of the opportunity. Ilshin grinned, leaning forward and looking at the old man. They were trying to use him, and he really didn't like it. Instead of answering, the guildmaster moved a small piece of paper across the table closer to the boy, holding it with his finger. Upon hearing that the check was for 1,000,000,001, Ilshina began to shake, and the director shouted in surprise because it was a cosmic amount and he could not believe his ears. Choi Kang-sang tried to convince Ilshin, who was still shaken by the situation, that even though it was a body trade, it was a good deal on the other hand. Ilshin himself had doubts. And then there was that girl who looked as if she had already died several times and would drag him with her at any opportunity. He looked at her and she tried to smile back. Getting up from his seat, Ilshin looked directly at Sanduk, telling him that he was disappointed because he was trying to buy love for money. He didn't pay attention to Kang-san, who was rehearsing about the trillion. Saying that he could not do that, Yoo Ilshin turned and left the office, thinking only of one thing: to get out of there as soon as possible. He turned because the girl called him. The boy was not happy to stop even for a second, but still looked at her, frowning. She looked at him with incredible eyes. They could contain a whole universe. They were so bright and shining. The girl looked completely different, looking at Ilshin with a slight smile. He looked directly into her eyes, which were now even closer. Ilshin couldn't look away, hearing Kang-san next to him shouting for him not to look into their eyes for anything. Touching his chin with thin fingers and tucking her hair behind her ear, she asked sweetly and quietly what he thought of her eyes. The director shouted, trying to reach Manhwa. He said that it was not love and that it was a dirty technique. He was against its use. Kang-san was getting desperate as he watched the situation. However, he was stopped by Go Sanduk. He stretched out his hand and with this gesture did not let the director move from his place. Raising his finger to his nose and picking at it, Ilshin answered her question about being hers. He refused, looking the girl straight in the eyes. They stood there looking at each other, the girl unable to believe that her ability hadn't worked, even after questioning, but he asked not to make him repeat it. Turning around and walking out of the office, Yoo Ilshin frowned and clenched his hands into fists. An idiotic situation and an even more stupid proposition. Returning to the threshold, he addressed the girl, looking angry. He said that he was not a thing and could not become someone else's. The guildmaster was shocked as he opened his mouth. No one had been able to resist this look before, and this guy just took it and left. Looking at the boy's trail, Manhwa thought that the look didn't work. Now she was wondering who the hell that guy was. Having already found himself in the corridor, Ilshin bit his clenched fist to muffle his scream. A whole 1,000,000,000! He was so close to this money, he wouldn't have to work. Walking down the corridor, he exhaled and put his hands in his pants pockets. After all, although it was a pity, I really didn't want to go to the grave after this girl. While he was thinking about who this girl is and what abilities she has, a portal began to appear behind him, the appearance of which the boy did not feel or hear. Ilshin turned around only when the hands that came out of the portal touched his shoulders. He was surprised at what was happening, looking at the thin fingers with long nails. The next moment he was falling into the portal because the demon that appeared from him was dragging him along. He laughed, happy with his achievements. As they drove in the car, Manhwa wiped her face, looking focused, while Sanduk crossed his arms over his chest and rolled his eyes as usual. The guildmaster, turning his head a little towards his granddaughter, asked how the candidate was. But she wasn't so pale and dead-looking when she washed everything off herself, and she was smiling. She was delighted. Having returned completely, Sanduk was surprised. Why then did she come with the makeup she put on herself as a second face? But Manhwa, not taking her eyes off the mirror, was smiling. Did he really think that a good choice was a man who would marry her just because of her looks? Looking out the window and combing the tip of his beard, the old man thought, and the truth. And the charming look on him didn't work, which was strange. The granddaughter wanted to get that boy, knowing who exactly could resist her charms. This made the old man look at her again and smile broadly and slyly. Finally, she turned away from the mirror, hearing her grandfather's words that the boy was in their pocket. The girl was surprised, looking at the guildmaster. Still sitting in Kang San's office, Sanduk bowed his head down, concentrating on his strength and doing what he was going to do to get his granddaughter a husband equal to her strength. Ilshin stood in the middle of something inexplicable, scratching his temple. Was he really in the dimension of the Ark? The sword god didn't think the old man would go to such lengths to get what he wanted. It was unknown who stood before him, scary faces, more like masks, constant laughter or a smile. They annoy him. Watching the creatures drool, the boy saw information about them. They were thinking of violating the Ark's order and were seriously considering eating it. It was obvious that he was annoyed. In what sense would you eat him? What is he eating? A sheep to the slaughter. Ilshin activated his steel body just in time. The sword that the creatures behind him swung at him smashed into his bare back, scattering 1,000 fragments. The boy was pleased with himself. He was smiling as he turned to the one who had struck him with the sword. They were nothing to him, for he was now a low-ranking god.